Welcome back, everybody, to the 8th week of NECC Valorant. My name is Fel, also joined here today by Captain Atsoca. It's been a little while, man, but it's good to have you back. How you feeling today?
I am feeling absolutely swell because I got to leave work early. I dipped out 30 minutes early so that way I could come here and cast some Valorant with you right here at the NECC. So I'm feeling pretty all right.
Well, since we've got plenty of time to spare, let's go take a look at the two teams, starting out with NEC Grims, the other team as well. After that will, of course, be Carthage Firebirds. That is the first best-of-3 matchup for the B stream here. We've got Chaotic Crab, Hater, One Shot Bot, I'm Locker, and LKG Corey with some interesting majors as well. But we'll also now head over and take a look at the Firebirds as well, like I just mentioned, to see who their main 5 roster is for tonight. We've got Slum Dank. I'm so used to having it be a slam dunk, for example, but nope, that will not be the case. Happy Sam. We've got Kalith and then Coney, followed by the last and most certainly not least player of Nico as well.
Okay, see, there we go. I was looking at Chaotic for a second, but I got to keep in mind that, these teams, they have their bench players as well. They got their subs. So not every player on the list is going to be in there. So we're going to have Nico in today. And I'm going to be looking at the Carthage Firebirds mostly just because, of course, off the bat, just going from what you could see on the paper is that, Carthage has the higher record, but also because I like the name Carthage. It just sounds absolutely legendary. The Firebirds also dope name. But then we're looking at the NEC Grims, who going into this one, of course, doesn't have the best record right now, currently standing at a 1-4 in the regular season. But the Grims, again, they are looking to come into this one to kind of make that record a little bit better, which both of these teams can stand to improve on their record overall.
And moving over into the map bans, we get to find out where we're actually heading tonight in this best of 3 series. And it looks to be pretty default. We've got Haven, Icebox, followed up finally with the Decider of Ascent if we get there. But to be honest, Atsoka, I'm not too sure if we're going to get that luxury because, at least for the team of, I believe it to be NEC Grims, yeah, they actually have not had a single setup where they have gone to a third and final map. Almost all of their games have been 0-2s besides their first matchup against Bryant University Black, which was actually a 2-0 favoring them, but we haven't been able to see them claw back after losing a first map if that ends up being the situation there. Pardon, got started on my own words. So I'm really hoping they can change that pattern, but so far that has not been the case, moving all the way down into the 8th week.
Well, tell you what, I'm going to be the optimist here, okay? I'm going to be the one that's going to call it. I'm going to be rooting for the best possible scenario. I want to see this one go all the way to the decider in Ascent. With that being said, I will say, though, I feel like every single scenario at every given turn, you should just ban Fracture. Let's all just come together to ban Fracture, get that map removed from everything. We just need that one to get out of there. But regardless, we're going to be going into Haven for our first matchup. And I got to say, this is actually one of my favorite maps.
It's just such a classic at this point, really. A lot of teams are very comfortable with going here, kind of similar to Ascent nowadays as well. It's just a good starting map that almost everybody knows how to play on. The composition nowadays, though, can be slightly different because of the fact that Astra is no longer technically meta. She has received a very major nerf, but a lot of those main initiators that you would see, like the Sova, for example, the Sky, those are still very common. And instead of having the Astra player as your normal smoke main, you now see the Brimstone more often because that recent buff, which can also allow for more hyper aggression, not only because of those instant smokes he can pop down up above through the sky, but also having the stim beacon, which can allow for a much faster execute or a faster rotate if you are on that defensive side trying to retake a site.
Yeah, and what's one thing that I'm just noticing more and more of is the use of Chamber. Chamber is
Mm-hmm.
quickly becoming my favorite character, and I'm a Cypher main, just to give you a little bit of insight. So I like playing the defensive role, like being able to control, not really control, but being able to watch out for rotations. And then, on a map like this, players like that, the sentinels, the defenders, the sensory types, you really need them on maps like Haven, because Haven is one of those maps that have 3 plant sites, A, B, and C. So you're going to need all the eyes, and you're going to need to watch all the angles on this one.
Well, so far here for the Pistols, things look pretty straightforward. For the Grims, they've got basically all ghosts, but Locker probably just buying in more utility, having that turret to gather extra information, and if needed, they'll have the Nanoswarm for some potential mollies or just a few choke off angles, perhaps. And then across the pond here for the Firebirds, they've got a more spread out set of pistols here, a couple classics, a Frenzy, a Ghost, and also the Sheriff. So they could really play at any range, whether that be short, mid, or even long with those Sheriffs. It just depends on that proper positioning that they set themselves up in order to win those gunfights.
And you know what's funny? Like the pistol round is actually like one of my favorite rounds. Like 100%. These are some of my favorite rounds to watch because you really get to see how really well that these players and these teams practice their shots, because you don't get a lot to work with when you're just toting a pistol, be it the Spectre or even the default pistol, or we even see over there from the Brimstone even using one of the automatic pistols. So it's really interesting how they can really line their shots up using the basic of weaponry.
So far, post plant position rather early. The Firebirds having that 4 versus 2 position. Not many take. Locker attempts to go on a flank, but they'll be quickly taken care of by Slumdank. And now it is only Corey left to stand. And it looks like a Sky Smoke is currently blocking his vision, so he's not really going to get in the sight for free. We potentially catch NECC off guard, missing a couple of shots. Eventually confirms that 1 kill to get an extra ultimate pip. But besides that, it's going to be a very straightforward pistol round to start things off in the right direction for the Firebirds.
Yeah, and again, we're talking about the pistols. I just noticed how many, you know, death-based name these guns have. You got the Spectre, you got the Ghost. I confused the Spectre and the Ghost just now, just because there's so many ghoulish names for these guns. But again, just seeing the pistol round go through is oh so fun, and I'm kind of partial to the Ghost myself. Not just the Ghost, but also the Sheriff. I like the one-hitter quitters, the one tap to the dome piece, and you know that they're going down. But regardless, we're getting ready to head into the next round. Of course, clearly an advantage being held already because we're seeing a lot of Spectres coming out for the side of Carthage.
And again, that run and gun mentality, having the stim beacons, having the smokes to cut off some of those very key sight lines to try to play for range by the defense, and also having plenty of information on the board. Both the initiators of Sky and the Sova are fantastic agents to do exactly that, of gathering those recon bolt information and just knowing what you're getting yourself into. It's an instant double opening here for the Firebirds, and once again, they're already in the post-plant position and adding so much pressure against the defense, there isn't really much they can do. Now, don't get me wrong, they don't really have a lot of good weaponry to stop that onslaught, but it was just such an instant set of map control for the Firebirds, and they did not even lose a single player in that process of round number 2. So that was just a very solid push moving after that first pistol round at Atsoca.
Yeah, I mean, this is just going on with the script, though. We've seen how many Valorant matches, more often than not, they're going to play out like this. First team to win the pistol round, more often than not, is going to win the follow-up. So right now, Carthage Firebirds going with that to a T. You know, they would take number 1, they get ready to take number 2, and, you know, they're just playing the defense extraordinarily well. They have already seen, you know, the NEC Grims team really just try and run the same thing twice back to back. But now that they have a little bit more currency to work with, they got a little bit more of that dinero. They're going to be spending it for some better weaponry. So this is the time to turn things around if you're on the side of NEC Grims.
Once again, the exact same attempt here by the Firebirds of trying to instantly get garage pressure and then moving slowly in through C long. But they're not going to get that opening duel as a win for once. The better weaponry of Locker will actually bode well for them at the top of garage. So it's actually the 5 versus 4 favoring the Grims. But they've got solid weaponry just to hold these longer engagements. Still 1 singular kill and now 2 for the Firebirds. They can go for that plant once again, but they actually have spike drop. So they'll have to recover it before they actually confirm for the post plant position. And look at this flank attempt by the NEC Grims. They've got one guy C long, and they had Locker playing up in the back of garage, but they'll actually get shut down, leaving just Chaotic Crab in the 1 versus 1 between themselves and NECC, currently guarding with just the SMG, but of course they could probably pick up a rifle at any given moment, and they end up doing just that. The Phantom at hand will be strong enough to get rid of Chaotic Crab, and we're actually going to have a bonus round as a win for the Firebirds.
I'm always good for a little bit of extra. You know, you want to go into a game expecting to have just the basic needs met. You know, you get to see kind of, you know, the back and forth, the tug of war between the two teams, but now we're really seeing a lot really come underway for the Carthage Firebirds. Again, they're leading right now 3-0, and of course everybody likes to see a good old bonus round. But of course on the side of the NEC Grims, this looks like this could be a save round. You know, they're opting out to really stick with either pistols, or they're just keeping their buys extraordinarily low. So they're going to have to, again, save up to probably get a better round next go round.
Well, knowing that you have to deal with full rifles moving forward, it does seem a bit odd to not want to just go for that full save, but if they do find a couple of kills, that could be worth it. But oh, the right click, it's so close to Dank, but cannot connect. We also have Happy as well finding something on towards Trozen OP, leaving just a 5 versus 2. A very solid position once again for the Firebirds, and there is really not many options left. Great recon bolt, though, gathering tons of vital information, but again, you talked about the weaponry at Atsoca. It's just not favoring the Grims in the slightest. It's leaving just Corey alone. They find one good exit frag, but it's still a 1 versus 4. There's really no chance of this lone Sova doing all that much besides that one exit. They could have maybe picked up a rifle and have walked away from that altercation, but they just weren't quick enough to do that. So it's Firebirds now with a 4th, and they are still looking pristine, but this time they've got to go up against rifles once again.
And this is what's crazy about it all, because we already talked about the Carthage Firebirds just playing tremendous amount of defense once they get the spike planted, or once they even find themselves a good center hold in one of the sites. Because you were looking at the NEC Grims and you're thinking, okay, this is the defensive side. This is the team that's going to be holding the fort. But it's been the Carthage Firebirds to literally just rush one site, and then they themselves become the defensive players, and they play it extraordinarily well. So now it's really up to NEC Grims to really establish a better defensive hold on their sites.
Especially having the poor weaponry and getting that aggressive was just something that did not sit well with me for the Grims, but they can actually allow themselves to overextend a little bit and try to go for those one-for-one gunfights now that they have rifles in their pockets. Still plenty of reconnaissance being gathered here by both the Grims and Firebirds, but no initial move being made just yet except for inside a garage, and we have Coney actually winning that first duel. Locker will now fall. A lot of that post-plant utility is now down the drain, and that leaves basically the Brimstone and Sova left to stand in that engagement just because of the fact that they really are the only two basic util operators left. Now only the duelists left to stand here for the Grims. It's going to be a very brutal retake unless they can isolate and win those 1-for-1s.
And don't get me wrong, there's only two of them left, but they're two very, well, never mind, only one left now, and it's the Jet. But let's see if they can pull out this 1v3, as so far they are doing a lot of damage. It's Chaotic Crab to lay down a lot of fire here now in the 1v2 scenario. I cannot imagine that the Carthage Firebirds are going to throw this one away very lightly, but Chaotic Crab, of course, making the move inward, looking to get some shots off here, but it's going to be the ring around a rosy game and just run out the remaining seconds, but they will pick up the kill on Nico, as there is not enough time. And then, of course, the following shot from Slum Dank is going to end that one and make their lead for the Carthage Firebirds extend 5-0.
And I think the one thing that we have the Firebirds actually do better at the moment against the Grims has got to be that util usage. We've seen better intel being gathered by the Firebirds. We've seen better aggression in synchronization with the the flashes in the pocket of the sky, for example, by Nico, and also just the duelists being in better positions to enable themselves to make that space and actually get those opening gunfights and not allow the Grims to be in a comfortable position. So it's been a lot of solid remarks by the Firebirds so far, just to make sure that the Grims really haven't been in any comfortable position to either get that opening duel as a win without a refrag or having a good position to retake the site once the plant goes down.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, I haven't really seen any real heavy fraggers coming from the side of the NEC Grims, but the Jet in the last round really went hard in the paint, being able to pick up all those kills. But it just feels bad when you have such a heavy fragger who, is getting a lot of kills on the board, but it just is all for naught because they can't get the plant down or they can't get the defuse.
Well, it's already that 5 versus 3. Once again, in a post-plant position with the retake game not looking all that great. Nico with a flank with the operator out of all weapons will be pretty sufficient to get that one tap onto Locker. Corey now having to use this natural cover of the box to make sure he does not get his head ripped off, as Nico is trying to position themselves in such a way where they could deal with someone near heaven, but they get caught in a bad spot. Trozen could potentially pick up that operator and save it, and it looks like that might be on the forte for him. I don't think they're aware of Corey's position either. Yep, he'll get that one clean kill onto Sam, but as we have the timer continue to tick down, there is not enough seconds left for the defense to get that defuse off, so everyone has to backpedal, and it's now a 6th round for the Firebirds, but at least the defense of the Grims can bring over that operator in the next round.
They bring over the operator, and they also bring a little bit of extra currency just from the eliminations alone. We're already looking at the side, and Chaotic Crab was holding on to 5,000 credits alone. So that's going to be another operator I think that might be either be purchased or stored away just to try and share the love, maybe get a buy for another teammate. As right now they are looking a lot better kitted going into this one than they have in any other match so far.
Looking at the duelists as well here for, I believe it was both One Shot and also Chaotic Crab, they didn't really position themselves in a way where if they weren't in a good spot to win that gunfight, they couldn't fall back. We didn't see the Jet try to, tailwind or updraft away from A main, and the Reyna, she just does not have good mobility besides her dismiss, which is not always at the ready for that Reyna player. So if we see higher proactivity by the defense, if they're not in a good spot to win those gunfights, at least they have a second chance at salvation, and that could maybe prolong these aggressive plays by Firebird. And yeah, we had One Shot rotate up in a garage. They get that first pick. There is a trade, of course, but still, something is better than nothing as always.
Yeah, and one thing that I'm really noticing from the Grims is that they give away a lot of foothold early. They give away a lot of territory. Already we can see the Carthage Firebirds really making a hold, not just in the garage, but now pushing over to the B site. But hold on, Chaotic Crab with that op, laying down the fire there, and might eventually be able to take back the B site and the garage, but not for long. Kaloth was there and waiting, but Corey comes in with the rebuttal. And now, just like that, is a 3v2 scenario in favor of the Grims this time around.
Spike down in B. Thankfully, the operator has not been recovered, though, so it's just rifles on the board for both teams, and still a fair enough amount of time to recover that spike. The only thing to worry about here for the Firebirds is the fact that the Hunter's Fury can be popped online here by Sam, and that could be a great way to stop a plant from going down. The spike eventually gets recovered. NECC trying to maybe bait for that ultimate because they could potentially be expecting it, and now they have to fall away into A. Still plenty of time to get that spike down, but again, if there is information on where NECC is planting, that could allow the Hunter's Fury to be popped, but no, it gets saved by the defense, allowing this post-plant position, and now the Seekers get activated. That's vital information for the Firebirds to maybe get aggressive and potentially work a pick to put themselves in a potential equalized position.
Yeah, I love the bait right now. Not giving away their position right here. Gets two of them out in front. And there it is. The double back-to-back headshots coming from Happy. And NECC more than happy to clean that up on Locker. Getting that clutch dub there. Switching around the 2v3 scenario in their favor. Now leading 7-0 over NEC Grims.
And I don't think Corey had the Owl drone available, and there was just no direct information because we saw the recon bolt popped in the middle of B, expecting the plant to maybe go down in that position, but that is one of the most dangerous sites to go for a plant, especially when you could have somebody flank in through mid, having somebody get aggressive right next to the link area from garage and C. So having that reposition by Firebirds was completely worth it, and having that wrap position in the pockets of the offense too just saved their skins from a very losable position to clawing things back all the way down to a 1 versus 1.
And honestly, that's why I like Haven so much. Clearly, they went for the push on B early. They went right up the middle, but they were able to rotate quickly from B to A and literally turn the game around. So again, that's one of the reasons why Haven is such a tricky map, but also so much fun to play on. As now we get ready to see Happy once again pick up yet another kill on the one-shot bot. Easy dubs right there as another kill will come through for NECC onto Locker. And the spike will be planted. And once again, the Carthage Firebirds are just going on a tear.
Now it's only Chaotic Crab. We saw how important the operator was to save a few rounds ago. It did net Grims a kill that got them the man advantage, which could have been helpful during the retake game. But other than that, I think because of the importance of having that sniper, especially on such a fairly mid-range map like Haven, we're probably going to have Chaotic Crab just save that. They're probably not going to win a 1 versus 5 post plant, so at least they have that boding well for them into round number 9. But the major thing to look at here for the Firebirds in comparison to Grims as well is just that general utility usage. We've been seeing a lot of ultimates actually saved by the defense and not being utilized at all, and it's definitely concerning because, you know, you shouldn't have to use all 5 ultimates in the exact same round, and I feel like that's something that the Grims are trying to set themselves up in order to do. Really, the only ults we've seen popped have probably just been that lockdown and also the Empress, which I don't think One Shot found anything utilizing that ultimate, and also Locker. Yes, the ultimate was solid, but it didn't cover the entire A bomb site, which allowed that hero play to be done by the last 2 attackers. And I believe it was round number 8, or no, it was actually round number 7, where we had that 2v3 be a clutch for the offense because they had that spike down.
I mean, honestly, I don't know when they're planning to start bringing out their ultimates. We already know they got 3 ready on standby. But with that being said, they're going to have to break them out soon because at the rate this is going, we're going to be through this half and on into another one. So they really need to step it up as once again, we see Corey trying to be the hottie with the shoddy, but unfortunately it's Happy who's going to gun them down there in the garage. And now it's Slum Dank in the garage along with Happy, the dynamic duo, holding things down, going towards the B site. But also, look what's going down on C. Relentless gunfire going back to back, and Slum Dank able to rotate in and clean up the locker as they will get the plant down on the C site. And now we have ourselves a 4v3 with NECC Grims once again looking down the barrel of a possible loss.
Having to retake from both Defender Link and also Garage is not a good spot. The crossfires are definitely imminent, and one shot has to line up into one of those many lines of sight, leaving just the Brimstone and the Jet trying to retake. Chaotic might have to end up just saving the Operator once again. Trozen will win a very vital kill, but there goes the trade. Instant for the Firebirds, and now there is not much left for Chaotic. They'll try to find some exits, but eventually they have to swallow their pride and fall back once again. One thing to note, just briefly, Atsoca, was actually the small usage there of the Molly and also the Nano Swarm by Locker and Trojan, which actually did allow for a beautiful cutoff of that instant garage pressure, but sadly no one was able to help out Locker in the site directly, so it allowed for the isolation to still go down just through seeing long and not both see long in garage. And although the util usage was actually tenfold better by the Grims, again, their site presence was just lackluster, and that allowed Firebirds to kind of walk all over them in that 9th round, sadly.
Yeah, and I got to give a quick shout out to Slum Dank. They really did pop off in that round. Don't get me wrong, they're not the MVP standout player of of the entire series, but they did come out in a major way just to secure that win, even though they, were kind of pinched in the garage almost, but they were able to turn the situation around and really push their team to get the dub there. Of course, giving the Carthage Firebirds now a 9-0 lead. I like to give shout outs to plays when I see them unfold, and one of those, of course, was Slum Dank in the garage. So giving them their credit while credit is due in the time, in the moment, and now we're getting ready to head to yet another moment as the onslaught will continue, this time on the A site, and the Carthage Firebirds show no sign of slowing down in their wave of momentum.
Well, we've got Corey popping that Hunter's Fury, able to indicate at least one player's position, so that's at least some sort of information. But I think the defense already expected one player to be dropped inside of Heaven. It's actually 2, and also the player of Coney actually playing near Graffiti. So they have the watch on Heaven, and their player underneath Hell can actually look in through the defender lobby of A. So everything is being guarded quite well by the offense, and yeah, they're able to clean up so effectively on the A site. A flawless round to boot once again, and they're already in double digits before we've even seen the first half be over at Atsoca.
Yeah, again, it's hard to say that a match is one-sided because we want to see it go the full distance, especially my bald-headed buffoonish self who said we were going to go the full distance in the pre-show. But with that being said, again, with Chaotic Crab, I understand the want and the need to really preserve the op. You want to save it. You want to save the monies. You want to make sure you're going into the next round with the best possible equipment, but I have yet to see them put the op to great use. I'm starting to think maybe we should change up the weaponry, try something else, because right now what they are doing, unfortunately, just doesn't seem to be working against the Carthage Firebirds.
Well, at least the Marshal works. It must have been just the wrong sniper, I suppose. Forcing yourself to go for the headshots, perhaps, is just really bringing out the competitive spirit there for Chaotic Crab. Trojan finds one as well with the Vandal. There's another vital pick for the Grims. And as the Seekers get popped, that does force a small fallback, or actually was the Molly there popped by the Brim, my mistake. But still, this is actually a fairly decent position for the Grims, but they get a little bit overzealous. They try to overswing, and that does cost a pretty important life to be dropped. So now we're in an equalized position, and because so much of this util has already been burned through by the offense, they technically have a very ease of access inside of C, as long as they can once again isolate this Brimstone and get that 3v2 position.
Yeah, I mean, right now, they're looking better than they have so far throughout the entire match, but we're getting ready to see Chaotic Crab go up against Slum Dank, being able to get the flank and the drop, but will get dealt with instantly by Kalioth. As now, once again, we're back all even now at 2v2 as Corey is looking to peek out just a little bit. Kalioth there, and again, doesn't have a clue that Corey was there and waiting, as now we see Trojan OP making their way through garage, heading towards the seaside. But again, will get put down by Nico, and the advantage will once again go to the Carthage Firebirds.
At least Corey has a rifle here to play for this flank, and they have no idea where Corey's actually positioned at. They're expecting someone in the back area of defender spawn, but no, it's a long flank. The Phantom is good for one and good for two. Corey able to give his team the first round in the books. Thankfully, no 11-0 and potential 12-0. We see a sign of life out for the defender side of the Grims as Corey is able to win a very solid 1 versus 2 position, and they still have plenty of time left to get that diffuser down as well. So at least we've got a sign of life here for the Grims as they are celebrating with, I think, a smiley face, if not just the bear spray. Either one is completely fine because I'd be happy too. They got a round finally at Atsoca.
Oh, absolutely. Let's start popping out the champagne. We got a whopping 1 on the board in this 10 versus 1 scenario. But still, I've seen some comebacks. I've seen them happen. I've seen them go down. This is not over yet. The NECC Grims are taking that one with a little bit of flair. And not only that, but I think if anything we have learned from Corey is that you don't need a sniper rifle to pull off some sniper shots. Those were some clean headshots back-to-back with the Vandal, making it look easy. And again, in the 2v1 scenario, didn't even get 1 kill and then ducked for cover, stayed planted, stayed firm, and was able to pick up back-to-back headshots. So let's see if Corey can come through again here in round number 12.
And although it does sound a little bit upsetting to have this be a thought in my mind, but maybe if they had the known position of Corey, that might have not been a win for him potentially, but at least having an element of surprise does give something for the Grims. They're expecting this small poke and prod into A. That does give one-shot bot the opening duel against Happy. So once again, a good start for the Grims. They just need to not overextend and just continue to play this default. If they just play for the fact that they have the man position or the man advantage and good positioning to stop really any push by the offense, they should be looking pretty potent in these last 50 seconds, especially now that Locker has found his one as well.
Yeah, Locker right now holding up in the garage and will pick up yet another kill. But here comes Tourism Op being able to get the kill on Coney, and now all the eliminations are really coming through. And out of nowhere, the Grims are really stepping up in a major way, but Kaliot's still the lone survivor now in the 2v1 scenario, but has the spike and could rotate all the way back to A if they try to get this plan off with only 30 seconds left to go.
Are they aware of where Chaos is playing? I'm not too sure. So they could at least get themselves in the post-plant position. And if they get 1 kill as well after that, that would give them enough to get the Hunter's Fury and then really play for that post-plant. I'm looking at having the Shock Bolt for the lineups, and if they have the Killjoy actually play for that defuse as the Reyna swings, that could, again, grant the Hunter's Fury. And then this could actually be another win for the Firebirds, only giving 1 away throughout this entire first half. But we'll have to wait and see how exactly this round actually unfolds. And maybe we'll need to have those shock bolts be utilized for the actual lockdown. And that will be the case here for Kalos, trying to get that lineup done properly. We'll see if this works out. Well, the first one's too short, so it's not going to work at all. And I think they expect that as they will try to shock bolt the second time, leading up into heaven. But no! They don't escape the ultimate. They're actually detained. Depending on the time here, we could just see this diffuser go down, and that will be the case. One shot's currently guarding near lobby, already half, so now we have to see the aggression here by Caleb. They find 1, but they cannot find a second, and because that diffuser was halved, the Reyna, they have plenty of time left. A second 0.7 to spare, and we're going to have at least 2 rounds in the bag for Grims moving in the second half.
Switching sides.
That was actually insanely clutch, all things considered. We saw the Killjoy come in, and one thing that I even wanted to note is that Killjoy had little to no health left. That was literally a one-shot maybe in your baby toe, and that would have been dead, dealt with instantly. But being that Killjoy went in to lead with the defuse, and of course using their ult to literally stop and detain Kelioth in their tracks. Again, just awesome use of teamwork there. And again, when you're looking down the barrel of a 2-10 deficit, you want to bring out the ultimate every time you get the chance.
Yeah, and unfortunately, we did not have the Sova leave the actual lockdown vicinity, so they ended up getting detained, and at that point, there was not much left for the Firebirds. But only losing 2 rounds? That is not bad at all. And, oh, they're already starting on the right foot as well. Happy lands a crisp 1-tap shot onto one-shot bot. That's already a 5 versus 4 favoring the defense. And, oh, they've got Nico already flanking this early in the match. It's a 1-tap as well for the Sky this time. And that's spiked down. It can get retrieved, especially now that the flank has been dealt with. But it's still a really strong position here for the defense since they've already burned through so much potential util by the Grims.
Yeah, and once again, I'm gonna say something could be considered outrageous, but if I'm capping, say captain's capping, because I feel like we see more headshots go down in the pistols rounds than any other round, which is why they are some of my favorite. I love the crisp, clean shots, like we've already seen come from Happy with the Sheriff, being able to nail that header off the dome piece one snapshot at a time, and it's just so much fun to watch. It's so fun to see, and now we're seeing Slum Dank once again hold things down on the A side as Coney is going to be holding up on the side as well. But here comes the exchange, and they will get it. Chaotic Crab missing the first two, being able to pick up the third, and now Kelioff being able to get the drop on Corey as the spike will fall on C, and we still are even at a 2v2, and still Torizen Op not being able to get the drop is finally going to have a chance to plant the spike here on the C side.
Ooh, Caliph on too little HP to win that next gunfight. That's a third for Chaotic Crab, leaving just Slum Dank in this 1v2. Now equalized once again. The spike is actually favoring them in this position, but will they check to their left? Doesn't appear to be, but no, the Jet misses some vital shots. It could be maybe one shot here for the Sheriff, depending on where it lands on the body of this Jet. And maybe give Slum Dank this position, but the game of Ring Around the Rosie, like you called earlier, Atsoca, is actually going to favor Chaotic Crab, and it's a third round in a row for the Grims, and they're going to take that pistol round by surprise as well.
I think it's fair to call it the Ring Around the Rosie, because whoever loses ends up with a pocket full of posies. It's death. So it seems justifiable to me. But as we get ready to head once again back into another round between these two titans of teams, we're really starting to see a comeback come through from the NEC Grims. At least for the time being, they were able to win 3 unanswered games. And honestly, any unanswered round 1 is a good round in my book.
Yeah, seeing some more bite back here by the Grims is always nice to see. I was hoping they would fulfill that underdog story and at least bring us to a 3-map series, not even just winning the match, but it would be nice to see that happen as well, having a good justification for going into a third map. They're not going to be as successful, though, in the opening altercations once again. Still trying to clear out Garage in this 5 versus 3. They managed to almost isolate Slum, but they end up escaping with their life, only losing half HP. Happy will not be in the exact same position, though. But here comes the refrag, at least by Coney. So there's something for their troubles. Still having the man advantage and forcing a rotate now by the Grims. This is not a bad retake position in the slightest by the Firebirds, especially since they still have plenty of post-plant utility and the flashes to boot as well in the hands of the Sky.
And now they're getting ready to make a push on the A site. Again, good rotation there as they are going to get away with it here. Corey, of course, going to be laying down the spike on the A site. And now they have a little bit of advantage because now they can play a little bit of that defense now on the A side as it's on the side of the Carthage Firebirds to come through with the push. Let's see how this goes down as Trozian Op is going to be holding it down, watching this smoke coverage, but it is red like a pop-out book. Slum Dank being able to get the drop on Op and get that elimination. Now a 3v1 scenario, all but left except the crying, as the easy defuse should come through for Carthage.
And I mean, again, just having better utility and that slight advantage does allow for the retake potential to be phenomenal for the defensive side. We did have potentially Trojan able to utilize the Brimstone Fire, but that probably would not have been enough. And even if that did land successfully, that wouldn't have burned enough time for the defense because they were very fast on that retake position. They kind of understood, oh, they're not immediately pushing us from C. We didn't hear anything near B. They have to be full rotating A. So that was just a good call by the Firebirds and also the Grims. But again, they had that slight advantage, hence why they were able to win that secondary round and not make it 2-0 in the second half for the Grims.
Yep, now Trojan going to be moving through the garage here as all sights have been blocked, and unfortunately Slum Dank going to have to make their way through the smoke as 2 members from NEC Grims was able to push their way through the garage, and now all the shots are bringing loose here onto the C site as it is a 3v3 scenario, and Corey being able to get an elimination there on Kalioth, but the spike will inevitably be planted on C. And let's see if they're going to be able to make a comeback here for the Carthage Firebirds and be able to retake this C site.
Well, I don't think they're aware of Coney's position, and Happy is just able to evade the molly. It actually bounces right behind their legs. The turret will notice them, but Locker, unfortunately, does not. The recon bolt destroyed as well, but they already know where at least one player is. Trozen basically hugging out that spike, can find at least one. But now it's all up to Happy to try to get match point. They'll throw out the smoke. That could at least hinder the vision of Corey, as they were expecting that defuse to be stuck. His head was poking out through the smoke, but no, he'll still win the gunfight, and the Grims will hold on for yet another round as they deny match point for the time being.
I'm telling you, that's like the umpteenth time that we've seen Corey pop off with the Vandal. Once again, just chaining those headshots together. And then not to mention, they won a jump shot. I rarely see someone jump around the corner spastically and actually come up with a kill. But no, they were able to get it done on Slumdank and then, of course, follow up with the headshot on Happy. So LKG Corey right now is definitely being one of those outstanding players on the side of NEC Grims.
Well, at least we have the rounds able to be bled here for Firebirds, but their economy might force them to go for some sort of save after this if they end up losing. But it looks like Coney was not expecting that shotgun. I don't blame him. I don't get to rarely see shotguns in play on the map of Haven, but at least Happy is able to pop that Blaze Storm and find a refrag on a Trojan. There's at least something. And they're expecting somebody actually close inside those boxes, but maybe only half check perhaps. And as NECC will manage to get the flank down once again, the Seekers get popped out and they win that altercation against Corey, someone so important for the side of the Grims, giving away that man advantage once again, and now leaving it just to the lone Jet here of Chaotic Grab. That recon bolt will indicate their position, and Slumdank, waiting with such great patience at the top of Heaven, gets that wallbang headshot, and finally we see map point for the Firebirds.
Yeah, looking all too well for them. But then again, it was looking really well for them when we saw them go up 10-0 with 10 unanswered dubs. So again, not entirely surprised, but I am delighted to see that the Grims managed to get some wins on the board. You know, they were sitting at 10-0, now 4-12. Not the best scenario, but again, like you said earlier, we're seeing the pulse. We're seeing the sign of life as what we could possibly be looking at in the last match.
I think going into Haven as well. Oh no, this was the map pick of the Grims. I was going to say, maybe this is not their map pick, but no, it actually is. So this is not the best sign altogether, but they are still getting round wins. They're not completely lifeless here. They are still trying to hold onto the wheel and try to steer that car into some sort of victory lane, perhaps. They actually get the first blood too, so that's nice. And they're already going for the plant, but Chaotic Crab just getting too aggressive in that position, trying to run through the smoke blindly with no information, no one enabling that Jet to actually find success. We'll now put ourselves in an equilibrium as we now have the retake just about ready to come into fruition. It looks like the Firebirds are once again in a great position, but what a beautiful shot by Trojan to at least shut down one player in the middle of Heaven.
Yeah, that was one heck of a shot right there. And now Corey getting in on some of the action, getting the follow-up, getting 1, 2, 3 kills on the board. Corey being an absolute menace to society, refusing to go down without a fight. The Grims are still alive and well here in this matchup.
And I'm really shocked that we might have not had anybody communicate where Corey was playing at. Nobody turned around quickly enough to actually shut him down. So it was just a lineup of kills for the man. But that was all they really needed, just to have that brute force inside of A. And it really came down to just that opening kill being a win. A bunch of space was made, and the rotate was a tad bit discombobulated, especially after the Jet actually died, because a Molly was popped out by the offensive side of the Grims, which did give them more time to kind of recover themselves and make sure they do not throw another body away to have an advantageous position for the Firebirds during that retake game.
And again, by all means, I am no savant at this game. Like, Valorant is not my best. I'm decent, but I'm not great. But my first instinct when I'm coming through on the A site is either to check, on the A site, I'm either checking Heaven or I'm checking underneath. And the fact that they did not look underneath Heaven, I thought was just a wasted opportunity. Speaking of, Nico just wasted that opportunity there on Chaotic Crab. What seemed like an easy flank and kill was just a missed opportunity with the op. Feels bad, but unfortunately for them, they will be biting the dust here as now Kalioth getting the kill on Locker in the garage as they are going to maintain the top shelf. And now all information being gathered as Corey's position was revealed, and which led to their elimination. Now Happy returning the favor, getting the elimination on Trojan and on Corey.
Funny enough, on this jumbled by the Firebirds, actually playing much better, having a good trade against Nico, because they were not in a good position to fall back, even if their opponent was fully blind or just flat out dead, because there was a huge presence leading from mid into B. But one shot bot, like you mentioned, 1vx position, not much left. The spike is not even in their pocket either, so they cannot go for a post plant position. They catch Slumdank off guard. there's something. But it's got to be a lot more than that. The Empress popped. It's a full commitment, but I do not blame this Reyna. They need this round to be won. It looks like they'll try to go for the kills, finding another one. Caliph will now drop to the ground, but it's still a 1v2. Oh, and so close. One shot almost winning that, and they just have no time left. Even if Coney had lost that fight, it was still Happy left, and they were playing for that passive position, waiting for the spike to maybe go down, and that just never came into fruition, and it's still going to be a map win in the books for the Firebirds.
Yeah, and again, like you were mentioning, this might have been the map pick going in for the Grims. But with that being said, you know, we mentioned it earlier. This is a map that everyone's familiar with. Everybody knows Haven.
Yep.
So it's really no big surprise that they lost the map pick on that one. But regardless, we're getting ready to head into the next round. And it was better for me to see the Grims go down swinging than to go down without a fight. Them being able to rebuttal and come back with 5 dubs on the board, again, is just great mentality getting ready to head into the next matchup, because you never want to go into a game number 2 while you're on a drought. You want to go in drawing at least a little bit of blood from your opponent, and that's what they did. So I still have high hopes for the NEC Grims as we move forward.
Yeah, I do as well. I was trying to fully collect my thoughts there, but of course, before we can fully deep dive onto these teams, we will have to go into a quick little break. So don't go anywhere, as we'll be back from map number 2 shortly here between the Grims and the Firebirds. And we're back here at the NECC at Atsoca, heading into map number 2 of Icebox fairly shortly. We did see a couple of good moments there by the NEC Grims, but a lot of it was unfortunately overshadowed by the Firebirds, taking that advantage to, I believe it was a 13-5 victory on the map pick actually of the Grims. And although we did talk about, Haven being a very normal map that a lot of teams are comfortable with going to, moving into Icebox, that isn't the same story. And with that being the pick actually of CF of the Firebirds, it definitely does leave a lot of concerning thoughts into my mind. But I am truly hoping that we can have the cycle broken here by the Grims and actually get a map win so they can at the very least go to a decider map here heading over into Ascent if we get there.
Yeah, Icebox definitely isn't the map for me. I'll let you know right off the top. This is not the one. Like, if I was on the side right now of the Grims, this is where I start to get nervous, because who deliberately picks Icebox? That is a menace right there. That's somebody you want to look out for. Somebody that deliberately picks this map. Same thing, like if somebody came through and their pick, of course, was for Fracture. That's going to make me nervous. That's not going to be the map or the lineup that I want to go against. But going into this one, again, we saw the pick falter in the previous match on Haven. So maybe, just maybe, this could be what the NEC Grims need. Maybe they will step it up on this map, because maybe if they play out of their comfort zone a little bit, they're going to be more fast reacting. They're going to be doing a lot more thinking on their feet instead of relying on old tactics and, something a little bit less comfortable, if that makes sense. So that way they can go into this one with a more fresh mindset on how they're going to approach this map.
Interesting selection here, actually, by the Firebirds to have the Neon, but I am actually a huge fan of that. It's much more difficult to have the Viper pop multiple abilities at once because, her overall lasting effect with her just general, toxic fuel, it's not as long as it used to be because they nerfed her. So having the fast lane maybe kind of playing as similar to maybe like a toxic screen, perhaps that could maybe alleviate some of that pressure in the hands of Slum Dank. That could allow for some instant sight aggression, which we saw a lot by the Firebirds. And again, just having that line of sight denied because of the fast lane or at least a toxic screen, that can allow for a retake game on the defense to happen much faster as well. But moving over into the opposing side of the Grims, they still have a very default lineup besides probably the Reyna, which I wouldn't consider to be that great of an agent here on Icebox in comparison to other duelists such as that Jet and also such as that Raze as well for instant map aggression and how would you say it? Map control as well, not just aggression, making that space for your team.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, I'm pretty sure you touched on it just a little bit earlier when you were going through the roster, the lineup, and the picks. But I love that Slum Dank and Trojan both ended up picking the Viper because they were both the Brimstone in the previous matchup. So it's good to see that two genius minds think alike, because I'm gonna be watching those two players really go head to head against each other, because not only did they pick the same character in the first round, but now they're picking the same one yet again. So it's going to be interesting to see how these two players can use the same character differently. That's what I'm going to be looking out for.
Oh, we've got Nico trying to go on some sort of flank, perhaps, or at least able to go in a rotate of some sort, but I believe they detect the Killjoys currently watching that flank. No one expects Caliph, though, or Slum Dank in these current positions, both Heaven and Hell, I believe it to be, and they're already going to find two opening picks, and there we have it. There goes the lane popped up, and that is going to allow for so much sight denial. Corey may find one, but I don't think they're aware the defuse is actually currently activated, and I guess it won't matter. Everybody on the side of the Grims will fall, and it's going to be an instant round win, essentially, for the Firebirds, as they have a fantastic retake.
Yeah, and again, it's just the momentum that they're carrying from the first game. They were feeling good. They were able to come up with a pretty impressive victory, 13-5. So that once again, you can kind of see them really feeling themselves. And yet again, they have the advantage. They were able to take game number 1 in the previous matchup, and it followed up with a pretty dominant victory going into round number 2. So once again, it's really on the side of the NEC Grims to really, break the wheel here and kind of put a damper and slow down the wave of momentum that the Firebirds have just been running with this entire series.
Well, great barrier orb to at least get into mid. The only problem with this, though, is you kind of force yourself in a bit of a pincer maneuver. Nico, 2 beautiful shots with the Marshall. Eventually, Chaotic Crab will find something onto Happy, but it's still nothing but net for the most part by the Firebirds, as we've got Kayla joining in on the fun too. Nico now getting hyper-aggressive, going out for the Concussive Blast. Dashes right around and finds a triple kill. Way to get flashy, Nico. They're looking for a fourth, and they get that one as well. The Firebirds, what a beautiful round, especially in the hands of Nico, as they were just dashing around the map like it was nobody's business and found so much success with that Marshall.
Yeah, I can't believe they let Nico get away with that just now. Don't get me wrong, Nico's fantastic player, clearly, but genuinely zip-zopping all around the map. Looked like they were ice skating, going through player after player, agent after agent, getting knock after knock with the Marshall, who jumps in head first, guns blazing with a sniper rifle in Valorant. That was nothing short of impressive. And then picking up headshots, one tap each time. Right now, I got to say, Nico would be the player that I'm definitely watching out for to just end agents' lives in this matchup. Now, already, once again, a 2-0 lead for the Carthage Firebirds, and Nico leading the way.
Well, we've got so far a pretty standard, 3-2 split. Nico maybe wanting to go on a flank through green/garage. Not a bad option as well, since they really only have to worry about maybe a turret currently for the offense. But the Grims do get that first blood. That's a good sign for them. Now they can try to open their way into A and go for that spike plant, as we're still taking a lot of time here by the defense to set themselves up in such a way where they can properly recover in this 3 versus 5. We've got Slumdank trying to find something, but it's not going to work out for them. Kaleth, though, at least gets rid of Trojan. That's some of the post-plant utility now gone, but the Nico trying to go on the flank is going to get shut down as well. So it's just Kaleth here, 1 versus 4, needing to ace. It looks like we'll have this as a round win for the Grims because they're just in such a good position and only needing to worry about one more defender.
And then there we go. That's a good start coming in from the NEC Grims, because keep in mind, it took 10 unanswered dubs in the previous matchup for the NEC Grims to get a point on the board. Now they're answering back very quickly. They were able to go down 2, but they recovered with the 1-round win. So GG's in round number 3 for them, but now we're getting ready to head into round number 4. And unlike last time, the currency is a little bit more evenly split. So now we can see some better buys coming from the Grims.
Yeah, we're not going to have them force away into just a low weaponry, a bad econ. They also did end up winning this round. It's not going to be 3-0 for the Firebirds, like you had mentioned, Atsoca, which also gives them a bit of extra pocket change in case something goes south this round in particular. But I believe everything is a bit more jumbled here for the side of Firebirds, still having a couple of rifles in pocket. But we've got players like Nico, for example, only opting for the Frenzy, but having someone as aggressive as that Neon, it can allow the distance to be gapped and giving them a potential good chance at actually winning a couple of gunfights only with that pistol, even against rifles, depending on how they play.
Yeah, if you're going to be opting out to use the Frenzy, you really need to stay tight-knit in the corners, really wait for your chance to strike. You're not going to be winning a cross-map exchange, unfortunately, with a gun like the Frenzy. So you're really going to be wanting to play those close quarters and use that to your advantage. Keep it tight, keep it close, and you might have to camp it out for a little bit, but when you're opting out to use guns like that, you really don't leave yourself much of an option, as now we're seeing the NEC Grims really try and decide on where they're going to take the spike. We can see them trying to develop some type of rotation, leaving from the A site, possibly making their way over to B, but again, we're just seeing a little bit of indecisiveness, and now the Carthage Firebirds are pushing, which kind of questionable there, Nico's decision to push when they're supposed to be defending.
Well, we've seen Nico try to go for the flank so many times, but with 3-2 people watching it, it was just only a matter of time before they got taken care of. That does give Grim the opening advantage once again, and now having those toxic screens to cut off a lot of these key angles for the defense, they can get that spike down with relative ease. And still having that man advantage, they can play a bit more passive, just hold those default angles, and just wait for the defense to come to them at this point. But it looks like Locker will just slightly overextend, losing that head-to-head. Corey now on low HP finds a nice one-tap on a Happy and can relieve some of that damage loss, but eventually gets traded out here by Slumdank. Still, an even position here as the spike continues to dwindle down in terms of time management. And finally, we're seeing the Firebirds get a bit more hyperactive. Slumdank now at 4, a double spray down, leaving just the Viper here, and I don't think they've got the lineups at the ready. They've got no fuel left. They have to get aggressive, and Slumdank is there to greet him with an ace. The Firebirds able to deny a second round win in a row for the Grims as they now bring it 3-1.
Now you see, I'm a Cypher main, but I love watching Viper play. Viper is one of my favorite players, one of my favorite agents to watch on the field live. Just watching them go to work, it's so much fun. And Slumdank using her to the utmost advantage there, picking up 3 back-to-back kills. Of course, bringing out the Viper wall, and then yet we have yet to see, but they are holding on to that Viper's Pit. That ultimate is there and ready to go for Slumdank. So I cannot wait to see how they plan on using that one as we get ready to head into round number 5.
Once again, the aggression by NECC, it just continues to thrive, but sometimes overstaying your welcome can be a bit too much to handle, even for NECC. So there is actually a great trade by the Grims, especially having slightly weaker weaponry. It's going to be a good sign to just get less guns on the field here for the defense. That rifle can now be picked up here for the offense, but now that Happy and Slumdang just start rushing in through mid, they end up winning their 1-for-1s, and now it's only a 2 versus 4 with a spike trapped near mid, and a Viper's Pit is popped as well to guarantee that someone who has to go recover this spike has to get decayed and walk into a crossfire here by the defense.
And this is what's crazy, is that the defense literally just pushed the offense and put themselves in the position to where they can just take the spike. But it will be the NECC Grims to get the spike in the Viper's Pit and then retreat and try and make the rotation back around. And now Corey is going to get the elimination on Coney, and they are able to rotate back around over towards the B site, but they are still looking at the 2v3 disadvantage. Now a Viper's Pit will come out yet again, and we're looking at one-shot bot getting ready to plant the spike down on the B site.
At some point, you got to leave that Viper's Pit. Finally, that happens. Kaelith just not able to move away after getting that spike down quickly enough in a very open position near yellow. A poison cloud is popped as well for great coverage, and Kaelith still with that overwatch gets rid of Corey as well. There's still plenty of time left to get that defuse. And there we have it. It's a 4th round now for the Firebirds just because of that great rotate that happened for the retake there on that 5th round.
And I liked what I saw from the Grims. I like being able to go into the mid, answer the pressure, and then being able to rotate back around and get the spike plant off. But it just wasn't enough, and it's a feels bad kind of moment because, you know, you want to see them answer back. You want to see them go down swinging. But the Carthage Firebirds have just been nonstop offense. Even when they're on defense, it feels like they're still playing offense. They literally pushed the mid. They took control of the spike, and they forced the Grims to push them. They are doing an absolutely fantastic job as far as positioning is concerned.
At least Trojan's able to pick up the the snake bite, I believe it to be. So that's a relief, I suppose. Actually, no, it's not the snake bite. Actually, it was the wrong piece of utility. My mistake. But at least able to pick that up to have it for the later end of the round is going to be important, at least to have those cutoff angles still established, forcing away the defense. That lockdown going to be helpful in the endeavor of pushing back the Firebirds as well. But here comes the Hunter's Fury at just the right time. Tons of intel being gathered and 1 kill as well. That's definitely going to favor the Firebirds a metric ton, as now the Sage no longer on the board to provide those heals or even that barrier orb as well. Happy finds an opening as well and is able to capitalize on one-shot bot 2. Corey may get something with the Frenzy, but it's not enough to secure a second, now leaving just Chaotic Crab with the Stinger playing underneath Hell and just wondering when exactly this full commitment is going to be to try to shut down this lone Sova.
Yeah, and I gotta say, and again, we just saw NECC literally coming in on what looked like ice skates, doing some acrobatics there, looking all types of fancy, but unfortunately, they did get shot down. But there was still plenty of advantage left on the side of the Firebirds because they had 2 remaining agents left over. But NECC just playing absolutely reckless, and honestly, it just looks like they're having fun here in this 2nd round.
Yeah, absolutely. And the piece of util is actually the poison cloud that Trojan dropped by accident. Getting flustered there in the simple piece of utility. Maybe if that was not messed up by Trojan, they could have actually had some better denial of sights there early on against the Firebirds. But I guess it just was not meant to be. We've got NECC once again just getting incredibly aggro at the infancy parts of this round. And I think the Sage is aware of this, and they're going to win that gunfight. That was great fruition there by Locker. And Coney is trying to at least get that trade, but has to fall back, thankfully not losing any HP or their life. So it's still a 4 versus 5, still a better position for the Grims. But, I mean, we've expected NECC to play in that do-or-die position so many times because they have just not changed their style whatsoever. And at least Slumdank is eventually able to get that trade to now equalize.
Yeah, Slum Dank has been the consistent force on the side of the Carthage Firebirds. And, we're talking about Nico so much because Nico is like the personification of high risk, high reward. But still, players like Slum Dank, of course, being the consistent force for their team. And again, like I was talking about earlier, watching them use the Viper to it not perfection, because I don't throw that word around a lot, but using the Viper to peak efficiency. I will say that because, again, those were the players that I was looking out for from the beginning. It was going to be Slum Dank with the Viper putting on an absolute show, but now we're seeing Coney trying to rebuttal here as the Blade Storm will come out from Jet as they are looking to try and possibly get the defuse here. Slum Dank is going to be going for that defuse, and Coney with an absolute beautiful one-shot drop on Chaotic Crab, but at least they were able to get the defuse halfway. And the follow-up shots will come through as Corey tries to hold on, but eventually will get gunned down by Coney, who's going to pick up a Vandal and take that one with them to the next round.
Good bait by the Firebirds as well, being able to get off of that spike, forcing Corey to make a move in a 2v1, and just having the tag team. No chance that Corey could have won both those fights at the exact same time, although they did give a valiant effort. And I'm also glad that we had Corey, somebody who was rather aggressive and able to win those gunfights more consistently in comparison to the rest of the Grims, actually switch off the initiator role onto more of a duelist role, so they can kind of self-enable themselves to go for more gunfights in an aggressive manner and try to win them to kind of be that spearhead for the Grims. Just not able to be in a position enough times to get that job done has been one small thing of many to give Grims this disadvantage against the Firebirds so far in this first half.
Yeah, let's see how this one goes down as we see the Grimm starting to make a push on towards the A site. And of course, that Viper wall comes out in full effect. We got Happy there in the midfield, trying to catch somebody peeking, but thankfully, the Grims are playing a lot more careful this time around, as more often than not, they get a little bit overzealous as Happy is able to get the first kill on Locker. And now Corey putting down Happy as the fight has officially begun on the A site.
Well, now we got the Firebirds able to bring back the slight advantage. We've got Slum Dank still holding strong too. Still playing rather aggressive, expecting one actually in the upper elevated surface, and spots out the arm as the recon bolt was being tossed out here by Chaotic Crab, and now the reposition has to come in through, but that's still fine. Plenty of time to do that, and still plenty of team cohesion here in the middle of A, as we have the toxic screen just about ready to be popped, along with a poison cloud. I thought it was as well. No, it's just actually a toxic screen in a funny way being popped out. This does allow the Grims more breathing room. That does guarantee them at least one, but still the refrag potential has been top notch here. Now Coney finding two up in the defender nest does put things, in that 1 versus 2 with Trojan the last one to stand, and they're out in the open against Caleb. They're not going to win that altercation, and the Firebirds will take now a 7th round in this first half.
Yeah, once again, we're seeing a little bit of deja vu from the first matchup, and now we're seeing the Carthage Firebirds really come into their own and start to run away with it. But with that being said, still not over yet, still within the first round, and still plenty of time for the NECC Grims to really come together and try and turn this match around. As once again, when it comes to the currency, clearly it's a little bit one-sided in favor of the Firebirds, as right now we see the NECC Grims struggling economically.
I think we hear in the background the Tour de Force popped. That does deny, a lot of map control that could have been gathered by the Grims. And again, their ability to create space has been very underwhelming, even when they have the toxic screens and the recon bolts, for example, to actually get that opening information. Chaotic Crab does land one clean shot, but is quickly traded back by Happy as they manage to go swing wide, connect onto Corey. Your duelist now gone, and the fallback is already being thought about. Yeah, we have the Killjoy actually trying to relay the information to Trojan that they do not want to try to go in for this push in towards A. We also have a flank being attempted as well, potentially by both the Chamber and maybe the Neon, or at least holding a cutoff angle. So basically the Grims are kind of trapped in the middle of A lobby, kind of towards their own spawn. They have to go for some sort of play, whether that be to fully commit into A or to fall back. But either way, they're met with some sort of line of sight by the Firebirds in these final 40 seconds.
No, I would say you started it, you finish it. They already went and committed to A. It's time to push. They don't know that they have the numbers advantage just yet on the A site, at least, but they've already pushed this far into A, and I say they might as well commit to it, try and get the push, get at least one elimination and get one peak, so that way maybe you can turn the tables here, and then they would get a pretty easy spike plant on A. So right now where they're standing, I don't think buying any more time is going to do them any favors. And even if they wanted to rotate, they don't have enough time. They have got to commit to A, and they have got to push it now.
Yeah, just hard stalling at this point and having no time to check for Happy's position. It's all 5 for the Jet, as it is an 8th round in the books for the Firebirds. I mean, man, just waiting there for someone to overextend was not the greatest call by the Grims, and they just didn't seem fully willing to want to give themselves up pushing in through A, and that just allowed Happy to sit in a really awkward corner and find all 5 kills on that round to ace up for the Carthage Firebirds.
But was that corner awkward? I feel like that's one of the main
spots. It's a default
spots.
Position, yeah.
Yeah, that's one of the ones you go to. If you hit auto select, chances are you're going to get put into that spot. Because, I mean, I get it. You know, they got plenty of corners that you have to check. Speaking of, Happy, once again, catching Chaotic Crab peeking a little bit. But still, when you got 3 players pushing on A, one of them, at least one of them, has got to look left. And right there, Corey caught Coney looking left, able to pick up that elimination. And now it's a 4v3 scenario, not in favor of the Grims as they try to rotate around towards the B site.
And having that natural cover to stop the Leer from actually blinding you, that was just a little thing that really went a long way there for Nico. Now popping the ultimate as well, zapping at least Locker, eventually refragged. It's not a good position here for the offensive side, and yeah, Slumdank is going to win that 1-for-1. They've got plenty of time to pick up the operator if they want to. Happy will do just that, and now it is 9-1 with still the defense looking quite dominant against NEC Grims.
It's because they're barely actually playing defense. They're pushing the offense harder than the offense is pushing the defense. It's like the tables have turned. It's all wishy-washy. And my brain is breaking off after watching the playstyle of the Carthage Firebirds on the defensive side. If this is how they play defense, you can only imagine how they played offense. And we've seen it. We've seen it in the previous matchup how they played offense. They were able to hold the Grims to a 10-0. So yeah, again, this is just one dangerous team to be up against.
Yeah, just not being able to fully counteract that really forward-thinking play style by the Firebirds. I feel like they are just fully confident in themselves to go for these aggressive plays, and it's just working almost every single time. Now, we haven't seen a lot of action here towards the B site, so maybe cutting off the A objective room here for the Grims might be a good way just to kind of force them back. Chaotic Crab, though, is still trying to actually win this fight against both the Mop player, or the operator player, sorry, and Kaleth. And they're not going to be in a good position to do that. And once again, we've got Nico flanking with the operator, trying to run away, but Corey catches them. So at least the flank doesn't work out here for the defense. But it looks like Coney's trying the exact same idea. And once again, this is just forcing the Grims in a trapped, enclosed position. And they really don't know what they really want to attempt here in these last 40 seconds once again.
It's the same scenario. You already know they're protecting the flank. You're not going to be able to rotate around to B. Again, the time not on your side. You have to commit to A, and this time, check all the angles. Make sure you look left as well as right. But now, it's the time. And right now, we're seeing Corey just kind of have a lightsaber duel by themselves in the back, and you can see the indecisiveness that's coming through. They don't know what they want to do. But if you know that they're watching your flank, you know that's one less agent that's on the A site. So you really need to commit, especially with the seconds ticking away. Only 10 seconds left to go, fellow.
And yeah, they're still going to try to push in through A. They're greeted with the Viper's Pit. Happy gets rid of Trojan as well as they try to fall back. And once again, the hard stall by the Grims, not fully decisive as to where they want to push through, and just again not really any utility had there as well by the offense. They didn't try to go for a Leer to blind the flank, that way they could move up. They didn't try to gather any information. They just were complacent near the A lobby and were just sitting ducks once again by the Firebirds, kind of burning through their own time. And things are just not looking good for them. This is normally considered more of an attacker-favored map, even with the new changes to it in recent updates. Yet we're seeing such a one-sided affair, and I feel like that just has to do with Firebirds just outperforming the Grims, especially on this map as well. At least we had the Grims more knowledgeable of what they wanted to do, but if the plan A fails for the Grims, they don't even attempt to rotate. They just start sitting in one spot and hoping that the Firebirds make that first mistake.
Yeah, honestly, normally I say slow and steady wins the race. I'm not even sure what I'm looking at here. This seems like a rather vast collection of the shorty. How is that even possible? Fellow, I mean, you're a little bit more familiar with I guess the memes of Valorant here. What just went down over there? What was that?
I mean, that was just we don't even need to talk about this round right now. Oh my god. We need to go back to the shorties there, Bulby. Yep. There.
There's a lot of
I mean,
shorties. Like what?
they're like
Switching
200
sides.
credits or something. They're like super cheap. So you can buy a bunch of them in bulk, and then if you want to just have the funny, if you don't need that credit, you can just kind of drop a bunch of shorties on the ground. Um, so that's what we had happen there for the Grims. What we did not see though was more than one round in their first half. They have got to pretend as if the first half had never happened, and they're just loading up into map 2 right now, expecting this to be 0-0 and just trying to do good on this pistol round. Because if they don't win this, we're just going to see Firebirds most likely win this out 13-1 and really no chance of salvation to be had for the Grims. But maybe I was proven wrong about my stats earlier of this being an attacker favored map. Maybe we'll see just two very defender favored clashes, but to a degree where we have the Grims win 10 rounds in a row just to equalize, I'm not too sure about that one, Atsoca.
I mean, I'm not too sure about it either, to be honest. And with that being said, just from the beginning of this map, we were able to see the Grims answer back within two games. So I'm thinking, okay, this is going to be a different matchup. This is going to be, something different than what we saw in match number 1. But unfortunately, it looks all too familiar because in the first matchup, of course, it went 10-0, and now it's going 11-1. So again, a lot of deja vu being seen here in game number 2.
Oh, and they just line up for Caliph as well. This is actually a good position for the retake by the Grims. They had a 4v3, and they had a lot of different avenues of approach to retake B, but then they just lined up for Caliph, and that allowed a nice double kill, and Coney's gonna get the final pick of the round too. That was such a close call there, and we might have seen that clean slate be built up with a good foundation there for the Grims, but no, they fell short. And now Firebirds are already looking at series point, and we have barely seen anything past the first half, and it's already such a heavy favored setup here for the Firebirds. This just does not sit well with me in the slightest, Atsoca.
Yeah, I really don't know what else to say except for maybe the Firebirds are just insanely cracked. That's what I'm thinking going into this one. And we've already seen some crazy plays. We've seen some insane plays, of course, coming from NECC, who's going to waste no time leading the charge, diving headfirst into the opposition without a care in the world. And already is trying to get a kill here. Is going to be taking out the gun and will get the kill with the Spectre off the jump. Oh my goodness, NECC, you are a mad agent gone wild.
Oh, they're looking for more as well. Oh, just give it to NECC at this point. Corey goes down. They're just dashing about, misses a shot. NECC with 3 big ones, leaving just Locker left to stand. We've got 2 players low in HP, so there is a small chance, but so is Locker. They'll have to heal themselves, and they get caught in a bad spot by NECC. 4 to the name to end things out, 13-1, and that unfortunately will not lead us to a third and final map. It's 2-0 for the Firebirds to take this best-of-3 series quite swiftly.
Yeah, swiftly and cleanly, all things being said. And then not to mention, they won the second round in even more dominant fashion than the first. We saw the Carthage Firebirds allow 3 unanswered dubs come from the Grims, ultimately ending 13-5. This one, they tied this one off ASAP, ending it 13-1. Definitely a one-sided victory, but like I said, I think it's just coming from the side of the Firebirds being insanely well practiced, knowing what they're getting themselves into, using the map picks, and being able to identify their strengths. Clearly, they had it on Haven. Clearly, they had it on Icebox, and then they got so comfortable enough with a lead, they were able to have a little bit of fun with it. At least that's what I thought NECC was doing. Otherwise, I would never dive headfirst into opposition and then break out my weapon. That was just absolutely insane gameplay coming from the Firebirds.
Yeah, and I think as well, for the side of the Grims, if we saw more than having a one-step process happen, if we had something thought of afterward, like what if this plan doesn't work, what's our fallback idea? If we saw more of that, I think we would have had more rounds in the books by the Grims for sure, because I mentioned this, especially ending out map number 1. There were moments of grace by NEC Grims. Like, they had good rounds where they were in a disadvantage and they still came back from that position. So it's not completely over just yet. There is one more week, so I'll be trying to keep an eye on the Grims for sure. But with that being said, that is the end of this first best of 3 series. We've got another one coming up at around 8 o'clock Eastern time, but before that, we have to go into a break and let that match begin to happen. So we're going away, and we'll be back later to get that matchup casted momentarily.
Hello and welcome back to the NECC Valorant. We're coming in with another fantastic matchup, and well, this time it's going to be Concordia University, Nebraska, going up against Upper Iowa University.
Absolutely. And I cannot wait to see these two teams go at it. Hopefully, if we're all lucky, it will be a little bit less one sided than the match that we previously seen. Hopefully, we will see some real head to head talent go up against each other here today. And of course, like you said, we have CUNE Blue versus Upper Iowa University. Upper Iowa right now sitting at 3-4 in the regular season, and then CUNE Blue at a 1-5. So both teams can stand to benefit from this win loss. However, got to give it up to Concordia University. They're going to be looking to get a win here. They definitely need one to help improve their record.
Yeah, it's definitely been a bit of a rougher season. Their win is even a forfeit win against King. Or sorry, excuse me, that's Iowa who got the forfeit win against King. Their win came against Coe College. CU's win, that is. It was pretty good series though, 13-9, 13-6. So that being said, like you're talking about, it's been a bit of a struggle the last couple of weeks, but coming in off the bye in week 7, hopefully we'll be able to pick things up. But let's take a look at who will be taking the field on these two teams. Let's start it out with Concordia as Aaron Wynn, Beeston, St. Germain, Eamon Football, and Tywood going to be rounding out the starting roster there for Concordia. Slip it over to Upper Iowa.
Yep, let's see what we got going on Iowa. Representing the Upper Iowa esports team, we have Glub, followed up by 10 Pin. But you can't forget about Nacho Problem, followed by the Flying Asian 23. And last but not least, it's Tennessee. And this is your lineup for Upper Iowa esports.
You got to be honest, I am a big fan of Nacho Problem. That's a great name. It's definitely going to be fun. That being said, it's not the only things that are going to be fun tonight. We do have our map pool ready to go. Concordia getting that first pick in, and it's going to be split that we'll be headed to. I'm really excited. I don't get a lot of split, but recently more and more teams have been willing and able to go there. Icebox is going to be Iowa's pick, and the decider Haven should we need it, but we do see quite a few 2-0s. And, well, I mean, Upper Iowa, obviously, at least with their win-loss, definitely have the advantage coming into this matchup.
Yeah, well, I'm just glad to see once again Concordia siding with me and agreeing to ban Fracture. Let's ban Fracture all the time. So right now, me and Concordia are on the same page. But with that being said, we're seeing Upper Iowa pick Icebox, which we saw in the last match. The winning team also picked Icebox. So these are things you have to look out for. It's going to be an interesting matchup nonetheless.
Yeah, absolutely interested in seeing that. I also think it's also fun to see teams that wait to ban out that Fracture in order to try and get an extra ban off their opponents, force their opponents to ban it out. And that's definitely some mind games going on there in the veto. But we're getting underway with the agent selection, and yeah, taking a look. What are you expecting to see here?
I really don't know, to be honest. I haven't seen much of Upper Iowa or Concordia, but I'm already looking at Tywood for picking Cypher. For those that know, if you see me around here, you know that I'm a Cypher main. I love the Sentinel class. I love watching the defensive players, those that can really keep their eyes on all the angles and the flanks. With that being said, I also like Chamber. I'm surprised we haven't seen a little bit of a Chamber. Haven't seen no Chamber players, but with that being said, I also like me some Vipers and Killjoy. I'm looking at Killjoy coming over there for E-Man Football 99. I do like me a good Killjoy. I think they are probably one of the more underrated agents. And honestly, still looking for a Jet. Jet is probably one of the most dangerous duelists in the game. And nobody claimed them just yet. But we do have Arrowin coming in clutch with her pick. She's going to be going with the Reyna, and that should be quite the devastating lineup on the side of Concordia.
Yeah, typically you're not going to see a ton of Jet here on split. It's usually going to be raised if you do see, well, when you see the duelist, and obviously that Reyna pick as well is a pretty common one. Interestingly enough, when it comes down to the controllers, again, gonna go with an interesting decision. I feel like Omen is a little bit better here. Of course, Astra prior to the last patch, and Brimstone taking a nerf as well in 405. So it's interesting to see the Brimstone come through, but I'm excited to see how the stem beacons are going to come forward, or with the new patch, singular stem beacon. as more correctly. But we are getting underway. Agent select done and dusted, and the other key to talk about is the lack of a Sage for CUNE Blue. Not going with that one, and definitely a weakness, I think, when you get onto that defensive side. But the attack side start, it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, and especially since we're talking about Split. Split has such a wide variety of mid-lane presence. There's just so many different avenues to play on here. So you really got to be watching your corners, and picking your battles, and really being precise when you're peeking, because the last thing you want is to be trying to peek mid lane and you just get popped instantly. But with that being said, we're already spreading the field here between the A and the B sites, and it looks like it will be Concordia to head on over towards the A side. It looks like that's where they are going to make their first push.
I've just realized that Concordia don't have a controller. That's a problem. They definitely do need that, and I'm going to be interested to see how this goes without them. And that's what happens. You don't have any smokes to block off the angles, the sight lines. Tenbin going to put one to bed early on as Upper Iowa take that advantage.
Yep, and right now it's going to be Upper Iowa University doing well to, of course, get the first elimination. But now we're seeing the backtrack here. We're seeing some rotations come through from Concordia. And I got to say, again, just because I'm biased, I'll admit it, I like seeing a Cypher, because Chamber has all but replaced Cypher as far as the Sentinels are concerned. But finally, we will see Concordia pick up a kill. It was Arana Wynn. She was able to get the drop and the shot on an unsuspecting Upper Iowa player. And now they will return the favor yet again as they deal damage onto that Cypher. And we're sitting very comfortably at a 4v4.
Big damage done, though. The Concordia side. The overgrowth already being utilized, if I'm not mistaken, so there's no more healing available. It's going to be a split in towards the B side, or, well, was a split.
Left.
Now more of a just solo engagement as one player lurks their way up mid. The B side overtaken with Nacho Problem going for some information plays and flying Asian. The engagement going forth, and Reina versus Reina duel going the way of Upper Iowa. The spike planted, though. Looking to see Concordia get into these post-plant scenarios. They are with two players in towards the garage. The retake coming in.
Yep, and here comes the exchange, and it will be 10 pinned to get an elimination on E-Man Football. Now only with a 2v4 scenario. Could possibly go in their favor, but it will be Glub to get the elimination on Tywood, and now only one player remains. Make that none. Beaston 132 will go down once again to Glub, and that is an easy defuse and a 1-0 lead for Upper Iowa.
Good start for Upper Iowa. That being said, it's really impressive to even see the spike go down for Concordia without that, without the presence of any smokes. I think that's going to be a key that I'm going to go back and talk about again and again, because, well, finding some ways across some of these sight lines is very, very difficult. As we get into that second round, usually it's going to be the anti-eco, and we can see the buy up there from Upper Iowa off the back of the victory. But it's an interesting investment. Some players here invested, but some not. So the buy very uneven from the Concordia side. And Nacho Problem going to find some information with those shots fired against the guiding light, and the follow-up as well, in order to find a little bit more info. But only really spots out one or two players. So they're limited.
Hey, just being able to spot one or two players is still more than enough information you need. And now they know they have a presence on the B side as the drops will continue to come through. And Glub is able to get the elimination on E-Man Football. And another one will bite the dust, as it will be Glub to get the drop on Beaston and St. Germain, as Nacho Problem becomes a major problem for Tywood. And that will lead to a 2-0 lead for Upper Iowa University.
Doing incredibly well. Upper Iowa, granted, anti-eco round, sure, but now we can see some interesting investments coming in. Because of the mismatched purchasing in the last round, Upper Iowa still going to have a pretty significant advantage into this one, despite the purchase up there by E-Man Football and Beaston as well. So, looks like we're leaning towards the A site for Concordia. They're going to be going for some early information, rotating, and Flying Asian going for a pick early. Going to be tagged up by the Marshal, though, so that's a good start.
Yep, and of course, Tenpin going to be following up with the Molly, going to be stirring a whole lot of things up for the Concordia side of things, because now not only did they give their location away, but they're within the realm of danger. You have got to watch out right now as Aaron Owen, she's posting up right there on the side, trying to get a peek with the Spectre, but what a wall bang coming from the Flying Asian, being able to get not one, but two, as they get the knock on Beaston, and now, once again, Concordia find themselves in a difficult position, as finally they will be able to put down the Flying Asian.
Yeah, one frag going back, and Aaron Wynn going for a couple of frags. Nicely done. Unfortunately, she's left in a 1-on-3. Now both players swinging at the same time, and Glub gonna find a triple for the second round in a row. Upper Iowa doing a good job of finding so much success in the early stages of this game. And they even have some upgrades as well for their weaponry. Finally, I think Concordia are going to be having at least a mostly full purchase. St. Germain and Beeston, a little bit low on cash, but they should be able to buy up at least SMGs.
Oh, yeah, now, right, looking very well for Upper Iowa University, as with the dubs come a nice little chunk of change. They're going to be taking home a good bit of economic value to their side, as, once again, we saw the lineup. We saw what they were working with, mostly Vandals. Definitely being some scandals with the Vandals, as now the crossfire will come through for Tennessee, who's going to get blinded, but they will be able to retreat back to safety of heaven, as now St. Germain is going to be trying to get a kill with the Spectre, but will get annihilated by Glub. What a shot there, and what a play to get the elimination, and now the crossfire will continue to go down in the midfield.
Yeah, that showstopper creating an opportunity. That being said, it's still a 4v4. Mid overtaken by Concordia. But they're being pushed back moment by moment by some of these slow orbs. Now, granted, Tennessee running out of utility now in a bit of a tough spot with just the heal ready to go as the guiding light is fed in. But, again, limited success. Seekers committed. It's going to be by the Sky. But it really doesn't find too much information other than the fact that there's still players in middle. And they already knew that, so Concordia, now they can push forward. Now they can find the aggression. They will do just that. And football with the opener and a double. In fact, a 3 on the round. Now Nacho Problem has to step up big time and does. 2 frags quick in succession to create the 2-on-2 as Sinpin comes in from the flank.
And honestly, the Tywood getting the elimination on Nacho is definitely what they needed, because Nacho Problem, again, just being an insane problem for the Concordia team, but now it's going to be Tenpin to get the touch there. Already used their Molly, so the Molly is now gone. Going to be not necessarily a waste, but they didn't make the most of it. But now here comes the peak coming from Tywood, and they are going to be able to knock down Tenpin, and finally, we see Concordia on the board.
A big round win indeed off the back of that. 2v1 nearly goes the way of Upper Iowa, but Concordia do finally pick that one up, and in fact, coming into this round, not only do they have the best buy they've had yet, but they also have 3 ultimates to work with. They do have the lockdown. I think that's probably going to be the biggest one. But it's going to be relatively difficult on the attacker side at times to utilize these Sentinel ultimates, especially when it comes down to the Cypher. It's not always the most useful, though I am interested to see where that lockdown rolls. Usually you're going to see it at B, but obviously it's effective at A as well.
Well, let's see how the plays will unfold, as now we see Aaron Owen going to be rotating back up to the heaven side of A, as they are getting themselves into a crossfire with the Flying Asian. Once again, going for that cheeky little wall bang. It paid off before. It might pay off again. Flying Asian going to be throwing out the blind, as they have Aaron Owen caught in the corner. They are trying to get the peek, trying to survive. Once again, going for wall bangs, but the Flying Asian will pick up a kill on E-Man Football, and Aaron Owen, she will get the elimination on Glub. So we're just seeing the constant tug of war, the back and forth, and the trades constantly coming out between these two teams.
Got a stim beacon going down. The Empress popped by Flying Asian, going to allow for that frag. In fact, going to utilize the dismiss there, but caught out in the open. Beeston going to take massive damage, but does get the frag eventually. 3-on-3 now. Speaking of Empresses, there's now an Empress ready there for Concordia, and a great blinded there by Nacho Problem, but it's not good enough, and Beeston finds a couple of kills there in heaven, whilst Arrowin does the same down below. It's a pretty darn solid round, another in a row there as well for Concordia.
Yeah, and that was something that Concordia desperately needed because they needed the money. They needed the moolah. They was looking a little stingy when it came to the cash. But now, with those couple of wins on the board, now 3-2 in the overall score line, now they got a little bit more to work with. And now you can see they are investing in themselves to create yet another Vandal scandal. We've seen it already occur with Upper Iowa University when they got their nice little chunk of change. They all opted out for the Vandal. Now we're seeing the shoe on the other foot as Concordia now has a full team of Vandals ready to go, and already they're making a strong push for the B site.
Trailblazers are going to push in order to look for some information. Doesn't find a whole lot other than the fact that there is a pistol on the site, so might not be super clear to Concordia that the save is coming. Regardless, Upper Iowa, they've made a lot of rotations off the back of this. There's 4 players in the B side of the map, only just the one committed towards A, and might even change as, well, there we go. Flying Asian going to be able to find one frag, even trying to dismiss away, but is met with a wall in the face by Tennessee.
I'm sorry, that was a little bit comical, if I could say the least. Flying Asian was trying to get out so bad, and they just caught the wall, literally clawing for life, but could not escape, and eventually was eliminated. Feels bad, but at least they went down, taking someone with them. Still, an even kill score line here, 4-4. Even teams across the board, and now the spike will be planted down on the B side in favor of Concordia.
Nice shot there by B-Sun. Even taking a little bit of damage, sure. It's looking like this is going to be cleaned up relatively easily. The boom bot being pulled out. Ooh, and maybe I spoke too soon there, Glub. Using a satchel to get down. There is both nanoswarms on that spike, so plenty to work with, but they're both going to get destroyed, so now there's no way to deny this defuse. They have to push forward. There's a lockdown, but the lockdown's not going to be in time. The defuse being held by Tennessee. Oh my goodness, a huge hold on the defuse. Upper Iowa take a round they had no business being in.
Because you see, you know what happened? I'm going to tell you what happened because I was there when it happened. Concordia, they relied too much on the ultimate. They relied too much on the killjoy, and they didn't push when they should have. You said it yourself. They need to push. They needed to, kind of go in towards the spike, and, they waited too long. They waited too long to try and rely on that killjoy to come through, but ultimately it was too little too late, and Upper Iowa University literally stole that dub away from them. So now it is 4-2 in favor of Upper Iowa University.
Heavy spread right now. Concordia to hit this A pretty fast, but they're going to be met by a Guardian. Nacho problem, making it a pretty big problem, all things considered, and the Seekers even off the back of that. It's going to confirm that all of the players pretty much are in that position, and in fact, gives away St. Germain. Is this going to hit him? Yes, it is. The orbital strike connecting from Tenpin based off of the Seekers as well. And Glub getting interestingly close to this one. Going to go through the cage. Has an idea, has an inkling, but Beeston not going to be checked. Glub going down, but it's still a 2-man advantage for Upper Iowa.
Just gotta goes to show you really need to check every single corner, because I'm telling you, we saw this previously too. Of course, with the previous matchup, we saw they didn't really check their corners over there between the Grims and the Firebirds, and we're seeing the same thing. They were looking right there on the spot where that player was hiding for so long, and they just did not look to the left. Remember, write it down, put it in your notes. Look left. Always got to check your left, as now we're seeing Tywood, literally the last lone agent for the side of Concordia. Not looking too good, but they can still rotate and try and get a plane off at A, but it still seems like they are stuck between a rock and a hard place.
10 seconds left.
If I was them, I'd be saving this weapon, and that's what it looks like they're going to be doing. Just don't want to give it away. Not a lot of time left on that clock either, so the defense is going to take away the round. Is 5-2. Upper Iowa continue to find success off the back of that big diffuse, a ninja basically, coming away with the victory. The buy there, certainly, for Concordia. They have enough money, and they're going to go for it. St. Germain a little bit light on cash, sure, but everybody else pretty darn solid. I say that, but okay. Yeah, I was about to say, no reason not to invest, as Concordia trying to make some decisions, trying to get everybody the weapons that they need, and they will eventually do just that. And it's a very one-sided, one-handed approach right now from Concordia. They tried to hit A, it didn't work, so they all rotated. Now it's looking like it might be a B hit. At least that's where the spike is, with 3 players going towards mid.
And you know what's funny is that we're talking about the econ, we're talking about the monies, and yet, you know, we definitely saw where Upper Iowa University had the advantage monetarily, that they could have definitely purchased an op and then opted out to, you know, let the Vandal drop and have someone else pick it up. But I am just surprised to see that we have not seen the operator come out yet.
Well, it's very difficult to utilize the operator on the attack side here, a split, in the defense, well, it is interesting, that's for sure. Oh, here we go. A showstopper going to be committed. Is it put away? That's interesting decision-making right there as Glove falls down. 1 HP to their name. Flying Asian seemingly having a bit of an idea. Oh, but that's a great find. Really making sure that gap in the cage is punished. As Beeston's left alone. Seekers, yes. Guiding Light, yes. But shots, not really. Tennessee going to make that a very easy shot on target.
Yeah, honestly, I thought that was going to go in the way of Beeston, but unfortunately it was not. The blind was there, the execution was there, the shot was absent. Feels bad, but it does not feel bad for Upper Iowa University, as now they go up 6-2 in the overall score line. Still plenty of time and plenty of rounds left for Concordia to start to answer back. But although, you know, that 4 scoreline deficit isn't as monumental and isn't as huge as you think it is, it's still, like I said, still plenty of game left to go to try and close that gap.
Certainly is. 6-2. We are approaching the back end of the first half, though, and on these ultimates, they are abounding. 6 across the board. Both the Empresses, along with the Resurrection, should it be necessary, but Iowa in the last couple of rounds really haven't needed that. Beeston going to put out the Trailblazer in order to find some information. Here's that scope weapon, not the operator, but the Marshal, so maybe a little bit in the direction you were looking for, but ooh, Glove. Seeing if there's any way to get under there. I don't think so. Going to probably have to go for the shot there or just sit and wait.
I don't know. If you have the spike and you're on the attacking side, you don't have all the time in the world to sit and wait. They're going to have to make a push. They're going to have to try and figure out something, because now they are down 5-4. In a 5v4 scenario here, we see Nacho Problem along in the side, looking to get the corner blind. Will pick up the blind, but it will be Beaston trying to opt out and get gunned down by Nacho Problem. Now Tywood going to be rotating right back around as we see one player creeping up from the side, and they will get dropped. It's Glove getting the drop on Tywood, being the sneaky little snake that they are, to get that rotation back around. And now Glove getting the kill on St. Germain, and E-Man Football putting it in the Nacho Problem. As now there's only one player remains, and then there were none. It's going to be another dub in favor of Upper Iowa.
And yet another triple kill as well from Glove. A huge amount of work being done by the Rays here for Upper Iowa University. 4 rounds in a row being taken now. And Concordia really are struggling to put something together in the later stages of the first half. There isn't a whole lot left to it. Now, granted, it doesn't help that they have really struggled to get their economy in order. Like, for example, this round, they have a smorgasbord of weapons. Guardian, Marshal, SMG, and the Spectre. Even a Vandal here or there, but there we go. Glove, Mr. Caleb Glube himself, putting down one, and there's the showstopper in addition to that. One close by, but not ready for it. Glove put to bed there. Tywood going to win that one out, but it's ultimately a negative trade in the direction of Concordia.
Now, Vincent, do you mind as a caster if I take a page from your book? Because one word that I need to add to my caster's vocabulary is smorgasbord. I cannot remember the last time I heard it, but you used it so perfectly. That's exactly how I would use to describe that. I'm going to add that one to my repertoire. But speaking of, Nacho Problem is dealing yet some more damage with the Guardian. One of my favorite weapons, as a matter of fact. Putting it to good use now. Beaston trying to get some corner blinds out, but does not get much. Flying Asian taking cover. is now going to opt out to try and make it their way back to the A site. And again, we're just seeing a little
30
lack
seconds left.
of real plays, real formulation coming out from Concordia as they really can't decide where to go.
Well, again, I really hate to be that guy that keeps kind of banging on the same drum, but
Last
I will
player
do that as
standing.
it's my job. You know, you need a controller. That controller creates space by boxing in a site, for example. You know, you put a smoke down over in heaven, you put a smoke down over by screens, and there's only so many angles you can be peeked from. That really helps you out. Unfortunately, Concordia don't have that tool at their disposal, and it's showing big time, especially when you're lacking a really aggressive duelist who can kind of go in and create the space that those smokes that a controller would have. I mean, St. Germain playing on the duelist, unfortunately not having the greatest of games. 2-10 is not exactly ideal.
Okay, now, Vincent, you seem to be quite the intelligible fellow. You seem like you know a lot of what you're talking about, so let me pick your brain for a moment. We're talking about Upper Iowa University and their absolute domination so far economically. So we said that, okay, you know what, maybe we won't bring out the op on this map. But answer me this, why not Odin?
So it's a good question. I don't think I have a good answer other than always Odin.
Always Odin.
there's never a why not Odin. There's always Odin.
Okay, good answer. Well, right now, Flying Asian coming up with a good answer for themselves as they are able to get the drop and the elimination on Aaron a win. Now Tywood going to be holding things down in the corner as they're going to be sitting very comfortably right here as the corner blind will come out, but it will not hold them off for long. Tywin will go down, and so will Beaston, both at the hands of Tennessee.
Last round in the half.
It's unfortunate, but that is where we're standing. 9-2 as halftime is on the cards. The penultimate round gone. Here we are. Nine rounds on the defense is an incredible feat. Now, granted, this is about 60-40 defensive sided. So it's not unreasonable to see the situation occur, but the way in which it's happened, the domination from Upper Iowa, Glub in particular getting so many ridiculous triple kills is truly a testament to what Upper Iowa can do. Is they look to put their season into an even record. It would be 4-4 if they were able to pick this one up.
Yeah, honestly, with all the money over there on the side of Upper Iowa University, they might as well open up a charity. They have been absolutely dominating from jump, and they've been doing such a great job. And now we see Nacho Problem once again playing a little bit of the defense as Glub going all the way back around to get the flank.
He's where
and
you
pick
buy
up
guns.
a kill. And now here comes the frag and the nade with the follow-up shot coming from Nacho Problem. And this is going to be an absolute devastation as the sweep will come through, and they absolutely cleaned house on a Concordia that round.
He was in their spawn. Where you buy guns? Come on. Concordia, you have to be ready for that, especially after so many rounds previously that Club was making those plays. 10-2, a half of domination and double digits for Upper Iowa. They head to the attacker side. It is the less favored side, but all you got to do is win 3 rounds. That is not a whole lot. Even worse there, Concordia now having to make the comeback. 8 rounds of the deficit in the first.
Yeah, not to mention when we saw Glub make that complete flank around, go inside their own spawn, the only thing I could think to myself is, Cypher, you had one job. You gotta watch the flank. That's the whole point of having a Cypher on your squad, is that you watch the flank, you peek the angles, and you make sure that nobody's sneaking up on you. So the fact that Glub was able to rotate all the way around and then clean house in the garage is just a feels bad moment. But as we get ready to head into this next matchup here in round number 13, like you said, only 3 more to go for an Upper Iowa victory.
Nacho Problem going to be putting out the Trailblazer. Spots out one player. No, there's nobody in mailroom, so I'm at least happy to see that we are going to be utilizing the one-way there by the Cypher. And a nice opening frag there. B-Side even following up with a double of their own. Upper Iowa now in trouble with just 2 players left alive versus 5.
Gun here.
Yeah, and that was another point you were making is that they didn't have a controller, but the little that they do have is Cypher's Cyber Cage, which isn't the best cover, but it still does come in clutch and it does get the job done.
30 seconds left.
Well, I mean, for the attack side, not particularly, but defensively, absolutely. They don't last very long. That's the real problem for the Cyber Cage, but there's one. A second kill, in fact, as Glove is on the flank, going for more, but can't quite find the connection. Flying Asian now left all alone, and, well, there's really not anything else to work with there. As Iranowin going for the double kill, doing a great job in the pistol.
Yep, and they definitely needed that. For the first time, again, if I'm capping, say captain's capping because it could be mistaken, but for the first time, it seems as though Concordia has the upper hand on Upper Iowa, at least as the money is concerned. Economically speaking, they finally have the advantage. And again, if I'm wrong, call me on it.
Well, they had the advantage for a moment in that first half when they won 2 rounds in a row. Unfortunately, that ended with basically a full eco round win from Upper Iowa, so it was fleeting. Certainly is the best position, I would say, for Concordia thus far. We'll have to see how they deal with this push, because Upper Iowa have overtaken the site and they found a frag. They're B-stun. This is what was lacking from Concordia. The controller allowing entry and the spike plan, in fact, as well.
Yeah, not to mention, I think this is the first time we've seen a spike plant at A in this matchup, as a matter of fact. And right now, got to say, Upper Iowa University is doing a fantastic job of getting the push. But then St. Germain coming in with the Marshall, being able to get a kill, and now looking for another. As we got Aaron a winch, he's watching up high in heaven. He's going to send out a blind, trying to push towards the defuse.
Oh, they're not going to check it.
There's only so much amount of time left, but unfortunately for Aaron a win, it was not enough, and that should be a victory in favor of Upper Iowa.
The Glove 3K, maybe you should patent that, to be honest. It's like the 15th one. Not actually, but you get my point. 22-8 over just 14 rounds. Some incredible work being done by Glove. And that brings back a basically another situation that we saw in the first half. Essentially a full eco going the way of Upper Iowa, and it's insane.
Yep, now the tables have once again turned back into the favor of Upper Iowa, now only needing 2 to secure the dub here in game number 1. As Nacho Problem is going to be pushing the mid lane, but we'll see a smoke block there. Now St. Germain going to be watching Garage all the way down, using the Marshall. Again, it's nice to see the Marshall, but I would love to see the Op too. Now Flying Asian, of course, is going to be pushing up here. And we got E-Man Football going to be holding down the corners. We'll send out the frag, but we'll not find Flying Asian. They're going to opt out to retreat.
Lear goes out in order to buy some space. Does just that, but really no info gain. Just going to deny the turret. Trailblazer kind of doing the same little dance that they did on the pistol round. Finding a similar amount of information, but actually Tywood's going to push up off the back of it. Put down some utility as well. Strip wires. A little bit late on the utility there by St. Germain, but the shot's on point, and even follow-up making a triple kill there for Germain as Tennessee finally answers back. But we might be seeing Concordia in pretty much the same situation. It's going to have to be a 1-on-4, and Tennessee can't overcome E-Man Football to win it. A 4th round for Concordia.
Well, there we go. That's the pulse. That's the sign of life we were looking for. Not only were they able to answer back, but now they are able to add on top of it. 11-4 now in the overall series scoreline between Upper Iowa University and Concordia Blue. Getting ready to go into this next bye round, and Concordia actually has the advantage this time around.
Absolutely. That being said, there is a bit of a hero rifle here for the Flying Asian. Got the Bulldog out. Sheriff as well for Glove, so nothing ain't over till it's over. Is the Flying Asian even going to pull the Empress? Both Lears out. An A hit, but Beeston is here this time, going for the continuation spray. Has to reset, but does eventually come away with a second kill. The Empress still left alive, and she's setting up her kingdom here at A.
Yep, 10 pin getting the spike planted down, and they got a pretty strong foothold over there on the A site. But I gotta say, we have just got to give it up for that double kill that we saw earlier on. And now E-Man Football is going to be getting the drop on Flying Asian, also on Glob and 10 pin. E-Man Football comes in with the 3 kills back to back to back.
A big adjustment. Upper Iowa going down in that round. And another situation that could have been very problematic for Concordia if they were to have lost it. Remember, they would have been on map point 12, would have been given over to Upper Iowa. But the good news is only fleeting for Concordia, and that's because the bye is instantaneously back here for Upper Iowa off the back of the spike plan and the save, even despite that that gun bought in by Flying Asian. Still plenty of money to work with. Great money management there as well.
Oh yeah, Concordia definitely has made a comeback monetarily. Like, their economics is looking pretty good over there. They're still sitting on a hefty sum. You know, I'm already just looking over there and I see at least like 20K between them as we go onto the side of Upper Iowa University, and they have a full-fledged buy round. So now they got a little bit of better weaponry, but Glub is able to get the drop on E-Man Football yet again. And we see Beeston getting ready to retreat out of heaven as once again they will push the A site and get the plant off. And I gotta say, Concordia is having a much better job and a lot more luck as far as pushing A is concerned.
I think you mean Upper Iowa, but yes, absolutely. But that being said, Concordia doing some great work for the retake, winning a couple of gun duels, and in fact, getting a way to set up a retake even further. The Trailblazers are going to find some information, noting there's a player sitting at map. Now, Dacho Problem, though, takes that initial fight, follows up to try for the second, but St. Germain's going to win it. Now Tennessee, with 3 bullets in the chamber, has to work around this. Can't quite connect the shot. The spike starting to tick up, but there should be plenty of time, and there is.
Well, hey, even still, you could say Concordia has better luck on A because that's twice they won on the A site, getting able to defuse the spike.
They have indeed looked a whole lot better on the retake there. That being said, Upper Iowa, they only have been hitting A, so
Yep.
we'll have to see it on one of these B hits. But I mean, to be fair, the one time we did see Upper Iowa start to head towards B, it was a great hold on a full eco round, but a great hold by St. Germain.
Yep, and once again, we're seeing Concordia come out with all Vandals. Once again, it's the Vandal scandal, as it looks like Upper Iowa is going to opt out to save this time around, which, honestly, not a bad strat. You know, they're still up 5 games, and they want to make sure that they secure a victory here and not let anything go away for free, as Concordia has managed to find themselves a pretty good foothold here in the second round, establishing themselves as a second-half team, as now Tywood is going to be trying to set up some defenses here, is going to opt out to go up towards heaven. St. Germain nestled so comfortably in that corner. As finally we see some crossfires come out, and it will be an early elim for St. Germain. The frag comes out, and it won't be enough as they will fall to 10 pin.
A great start, not so great finish. As the push comes through from Upper Iowa, now they have the site, and this is where we test the mettle of Concordia's B retake utility. Here we go, orbital strike there. Upper Iowa going to make it a little bit more difficult to push back in. Basically all of the ultimates coming out. Seekers as well as the resurrection to bring Glub back, but it's only for a moment, as Glub is instantly put back down to rest, the same place that he had died. 4v3 though, the Empress a possibility if he wants it. That Molly goes a little bit too wide. Brenna Wynn going for that first frag, does pick it up, and she's got one more. Tywood on the second couple of frags. So teaming up, the two, picking up a lot of those kills and a big defuse. You're right, Concordia on the comeback trail.
Yep. Is it possible comeback season? Tis could be the season for comeback season, but still, that is still a large deficit to cover. Still, you're looking at a 4-game deficit, and keep in mind, Upper Iowa University was opting out to save that round. So, you know, that we saw a lot of sheriffs on the field, a couple of pistols, and maybe a Spectre. You know, they were saving, so now they're coming back with a full buy round this time around. And once again, we see the Vandal scandal coming out from Concordia and Upper Iowa University. So all is fair, as all is even, getting ready to head into round 19.
Certainly is. That being said, remember, only one round away from getting onto map point. That definitely definitely makes it very difficult, and it applies some additional pressure to Concordia. I wonder if they're going to be feeling that. Well, Tywood not going to be feeling much of anything as he's been sent to the graveyard. He's the only player who was actually committed towards the B site, and you're going to overtake towards the defensive area as well. Great crossfire potentially being setting up, and E-Man Football not ready. Glub doubling down there on the Ranawin, and oh my goodness, St. Germain falls as well. It's looking like map point is certainly going to be in the hands of Upper Iowa.
Yeah, hopefully, as you know, they definitely have the advantage here, 4-1, and finally they will choose to plant the spike on the A side, and now the blind coming through, and the shots will be laid down, but Beaston still stays alive, and that is until 10-pin comes in to stir things up, and now the secure the win, and they will secure map point here, 12-7 in favor of Upper Iowa.
Solid look. Solid comeback thus far from Concordia. 4 rounds in a row, and 5 on the half is certainly strong, no doubt about it. But with such a vast amount of rounds to come back into, it's still going to be difficult. Only now one singular round for Upper Iowa to win. That's all they need. Now, granted, Concordia, they've got 5 ultimates this round. So if there's any time to use them, it's now.
Well, let's see if any of those ultimates come out. St. Germain is going to be coming in with the showstopper, looking to get some damage done. Not much having there, as the blind will come from Flying Asian. And now the push is underway on the B site, and they're able to pick up an elimination as Glove takes down St. Germain. And now Nacho Problem looking spastically all over, trying to find something. As Tywood is going to be peeking the corner here, not going to be going out too far. Now Glove going to be resetting once again, and the shot from 10-pin will connect with Aaron a win. And now Beaston trying to shoot through the smoke, but will get dealt with by 10-pin, and only one lonely Cypher remains for Concordia.
There we go. Tennessee going to put one down to bad. Tywood, the final one to fall. Upper Iowa, the victor in 13-7 fashion as well. This was Concordia's map pick, even worse. As we look towards the likes of Icebox, that's where we will be heading next. But let's talk a little bit about Split before we get there. I gotta say, so much to love from Upper Iowa. Pretty much did everything right. They also won 2 eco rounds, which just doesn't happen very often. So Concordia gonna have to probably step up pretty big time here if they want any chance to pick up this series.
Absolutely. And that was something I was actually going to touch on, because we even saw, you know, during the times where it looked like Concordia was having a little bit of a comeback, a little bit of a resurgence, we did not see the rush come through from we did not see the rush come through from Upper Iowa University. They stayed cool, calm, and collected even through the save rounds. They were able to pick up 2 econ games, like you mentioned, and they didn't rush things. They took their time. They waited where they needed to. They saved where they needed to, and they didn't try and push the movement. They just took their time and was able to secure the win. But with that being said, that was against their own pick. Their own pick is coming up, and it's going to be on Icebox. And I can guarantee you folks at home, that's not something you're going to want to miss. So stick around, because we got some more Valorant action coming to you right here at the NECC. Well, hello there, and welcome back to Valorant right here at the NECC. Once again, I am your hairless host, Captain Atsoca, joined in the booth by none other than Vincent at Vincent Cast. Vincent, how are you feeling after that last matchup?
I'm feeling like Concordia are up against the meat grinder here. They struggled in the first half. It was 10-2, and then it did bounce a bit of a comeback, 5 rounds in 13-7, but that was on their own map pick. Now we head into Icebox. That's where Iowa tend to shine. So going into that, I'm definitely expecting to see a whole lot more from Upper Iowa, and I think Concordia are going to have to take a big step up if they want to overcome.
Absolutely, especially because Icebox is not everybody's favorite map. I know it's certainly not mine. I don't like it. I get cold on Icebox. My fingers get cold. I can't make reactions quick enough, and it's just not my type of map. So, interestingly enough, that Upper Iowa feels comfortable on this map, which means they've gotten a lot of practice on it, which means they know the angles, which means they might very well have the advantage going into this one. But as we look at the agent selection, what is standing out to you so far?
Well, I'm sort of back in this place where I'm really not a fan of Concordia's picks. I mean, to be fair, they were struggling to win some of these duels, so at the collegiate level, oftentimes I tell teams that they should play what they're best at. But I think that you still have to have a reasonable composition. And if we see another map go without a controller, I'm concerned. Speaking on the other side for Upper Iowa, this is a pretty standard compositional pick for this map. The only big differentiation that is probably not normal anymore is running a killjoy along with the chamber. Usually you're going to run that chamber in the sentinel role, and you're going to play either double duelist, or oftentimes we've been seeing an additional controller here as well. So it definitely can work. I don't dislike it, but it is a little bit abnormal.
Yeah, one thing actually, you know what? Two things I got to tell you that I'm liking over there for the picks of Upper Iowa. I'm liking the Viper pick, and I'm liking the Jet pick. Jet, of course, probably I don't want to say the most popular duelist, but definitely my favorite. I like the Blade Storm. I like everything about Jet. I like having one on my team. Viper, same thing. I love having a Viper on my team, especially me playing the Sentinel role. I think Viper is a great controller, especially for this map and this pick with a long mid lane that we see here on Icebox. I think that the side of Iowa definitely has some smart picks going down. With that being said, I also like some of the picks that are going down for Concordia. As you all know, I am a Cypher main, so I have my bias for Cypher. And then also, you can never go wrong with a Reyna pick, but like you said, they need a controller. And honestly, I don't think a Sage could hurt their lineup as well.
Yeah, you do bring up a good point about the Sage. The old just rush B wall plant is not a bad idea. It's the reason that it's kind of the meta and had been the meta for ages, but well, that's a nice start. Flying Asian going to be flying forward, finding an opening frag as Tenpin does the same on the follow-up. Just one the other way, but here we go. Aronawin going, tried to go connect those shots, but Sushi Rice to deny it.
Yep, and Chamber going to be the one to opt out there and reposition themselves as Upper Iowa University. Once again, looks like they have a very good foothold on the A site, starting things off here in the second matchup. St. Germain is going to be going from the outside in, getting ready to toss a frag, but where to put it? Right there! As this one's going to explode midair, drop some nades down, and possibly give themselves a little bit of room to operate. But the spike, of course, is not on their side as time continues to tick away, making it that much harder for Concordia to mount some type of comeback, and none will be had as Tenpin and Glub put down St. Germain and Tywood to give themselves the first round dub.
Yeah, that A site in particular, if you're really not used to this map, is very difficult. All of the verticality can be very frustrating, especially on the defensive side, because there's some angles there that you just don't really anticipate very often. And so Concordia, if they are not really prepared for this map, I think probably going to be met with a pretty significant match. That being said, here we go. It's going to be an interesting round in that it's the anti-eco, but Concordia have once again done a little bit of buying here, but oh, okay. Flying Asian doing a second opening pick in a row, finding some success in that as well, making it look relatively easy.
Yeah, that was one fantastic shot. Not to mention, it was a Marshall going up against the Sheriff. And I just love when some players can, some can't, but some can snipe with any weapon. And we saw that go down. But now, speaking of going down, plenty of bodies are going down once again on the A site as we see this lonely Cypher Tywood once again being the left one surviving on the side of Concordia. But as they get pulled into the Shadow Realm, that will just about do it. And we see Upper Iowa again picking up yet another dub.
Nice, nicely done. 2-0 start. That's precisely what you want. And we're into the bye rounds for Concordia. At least what should be the bye rounds. Once again, we're looking at a bit of an interesting purchasing decision-making scenario from Concordia. They're really not buying in the rifles that you would have hoped to expect. But in fairness, they are going to be going up against mostly SMGs. But granted, here's that operator. You've been asking for it, and now it's being delivered directly to your doorstep.
Well, thank you. I don't ask for much, so I ask for one operator, I get one operator. I'm not even mad at it. As Tywood is going to be going back into retreat, they have the Marshal out, trying to get something done with it, as now Sushi Rice is going to be making the push here, going up towards the B site. Has plenty of opposition in their way as St. Germain is going to be thrown out of a frag. And now Tywood still trying to hold it down with the Marshal, but will get gunned down by Tenpin. St. Germain looking to get a peek here is not your problem. He's going to get the spike planted, and now it is once again all in favor of Upper Iowa.
And if you're unfamiliar with the changes to Icebox that came in the last patch, this B site incredibly reworked in order to allow for some better post plants, I think, more specifically, and also really to take away the power of the Sage Wall. Of course, aren't seeing the Sage here, so I don't know that that's going to be super useful. That being said, Beaston, a couple of kills would be nice to walk away with, and going to deny an operator, but that should be picked up. Yeah, not your problem. Going to be doing just that. As we head into round 4, it's Upper Iowa with the big advantage. They've just won a bonus round that they don't usually have any business winning.
Yeah, you really don't have to worry about the Sage Wall if there's no Sage. Big brain plays. But with that being said, you still got the Viper Wall to look out for. And again, the Viper Wall, one of my favorites. Love watching it go up, and I love watching it in use. Speaking of, as well as the Viper's Pit. And, we're looking at Sushi Rice, and, they haven't been exactly, the unsung hero of the match, but they're playing their role efficiently. They're not overbearing themselves in econ. They're just filling their role the way that they need to. And now we see Flying Asian getting ready to do a little bit of damage here as they will take out one bot. As now E-Man Football is going to be able to take out another. Now E-Man Football throwing out the nade. And we are seeing it once again go down on the A site.
Operator ready to go. Ooh. Not going to quite spot out E-Man Football there, but Tinpin does. That's going to allow the flood of bodies in towards A. Glub finding a couple of frags. Nacho Problem doing the same. Is over the top there. St. Germain with a quick scope before it's all said and done. And in fact, gets one from the grave as well. Sushi Rice falling to the paint shells. But beyond that, not much success as Upper Iowa once again shut down the buy by Concordia University of Nebraska.
So wait, Vincent, is that something that happens on the regular, what St. Germain did? Because I don't see that often. That didn't even look like a quick scope. That looked like a straight up pop shot. I was nothing short of impressed with that shot. Does that happen a lot?
I mean, with the Marshall, yeah, sure. I mean, definitely is very accurate with the quick scope and with the no scope. So you can expect it once in a while, that's for sure.
But you can't do that with the op, though.
Nah, I don't think you hit the broadside of a barn with that thing without a scope on it.
Well, let's see if the Flying Asian will be able to put the op to good use as St. Germain, as we know, can hit some pretty nasty shots with the Marshall, as we're seeing a push now for the B site, which, again, like you said, has recently got a rework, and honestly, if it wasn't the meta before, it should be the meta now. The rework on the B side, I think, was a great addition to this map. I think they did it really, really well.
Caleb, you missed the shot. He wasn't looking at you. Sorry.
No, we're talking about Glub. We're talking about Glub because, yeah, Glub just picked up several kills just now.
He did, but he missed the guy not looking at him. He apparently is a, well, I'll get back to that. Hold on. It's 2v4. We'll go back to the disease that Glub has. Taiwan looking for the retake those cyber cages. The only bit of utility really available, but oh, that is not looking good. Back to what I was saying. So if you don't know, that's a horrific condition called Whittington's disease. It's where you can't shoot people not looking at you, and it seems that Glub here is unfortunately afflicted.
Yeah. Oh well, but still, they were able to recover quite nicely from Whiffington disease, apparently.
Yeah.
Because
they were looking at him, you know.
Yeah, there we go. Sometimes sometimes a little eye contact is better. Helps you perform a little bit better if you make eye contact, and that's what we saw, of course, coming through, being able to pick up those kills. And I mean, still, they missed when they weren't looking, but as soon as they turned around, the shots were on point. But with that being said, we are getting ready to head into round number 6, and right now, Upper Iowa University is leading 5-0.
Oh, that's a great opening pick right there. The operator working wonderfully. Once again, you asked for it, and it has now come to fruition. Now, Nacho Problem has fought one back, so he's a little bit more towards the even side, but he's still playing a close angle. This is starting to become maybe a little bit scary for the likes of Upper Iowa. They have yet to lose a round, and they might be doing that here.
I mean, I'm not so sure. It's still not over yet. They still have control of the spike. They have yet to relinquish it. Now, Nacho Problem is going to be coming through with the blind. It will find an agent, but not much being happened there, as we still see Tinpin up top trying to do damage with the op, but they will get shut down by Aaron O'Wynn. She was able to get the kill, but unfortunately, she finds her way right back down into the dirt, as Glub will pick up yet another 3-piece.
Oh, is he going to be ready? It's hard to anticipate this, but it looks like he will. There's a quad kill. Tywood falling. And that's a big clutch up. Glub putting down 3 players on the flank and hitting all the shots necessary. Like you said, seems to be improving from the affliction. Concordia now in a bit of a rough spot. It's already a good half for Upper Iowa. This map, if you're wondering, pretty even.
Yep, so far all is looking well, especially on the side of Upper Iowa. But with that last go-round, it felt like Glub wasted their ult a little bit. But I mean, don't get me wrong. When you're leading 6-0, I guess you can afford it. But I don't know. I just felt like they kind of called it out. Only one lone survivor remaining. I don't know. I just feel like they maybe could have saved it.
It's a nice start. There we go. Back to winning ways. And okay, that's a bit aggressive. But Glub still hits it back.
And now we see Aaron O'Wynn trying to get the peek and does not miss the shot. Whiffing disease does not affect her at all. The 10-pin was completely turned around, not looking in the right direction, and they got caught napping. As now Beastin is going to be able to pick up a 2-piece on the Flying Asian and Sushi Rice.
Bot coming back.
Now a big chance for Concordia. It's going to have to be the clutch up. Glove needs it. Along with the Sky here. And there's so many ultimates. So, yeah, the Neural Theft, that's a great usage right there. Going to give the information away. Third time's the charm on the trap wire there, but here we go. Ooh, nice guiding light. Going to allow entry and even gives away the position. So
30 seconds.
Toronto not quite going to be able to connect. This plant go down. Nice shot there by Glove. Now the plant can come down without any sort of problems. The Seekers are potentially available. Concordia want to use those, but now it's just a strict 2v2, and look at how far back up Iowa are playing.
Yeah, right now we see Tywood trying to play the long game, looking downfield with the Vandal, not finding anyone peeking. And again, this is where the rework for this map comes in huge, because it used to be that trailer over there, that big box was diagonally positioned. Now it is straight, and it makes for better coverage for the attackers. But as you can see, Beeston does not care about reworks. He only cares about getting kills. And what a couple of kills those were with the Marshal, making it look oh so easy to use. And also on top of that, we'll get the defuse.
Just a quick correction, though, to be clear. That rework does make it easier for the defensive side rather than the offensive side. The reason it was so difficult to retake is because it was hard to swing that player back yellow effectively. So now it's just a straight angle. You don't have to worry about giving multiple peaks essentially to that same angle, and then them getting away back around the corner. That's the idea at the very least. You can still play a little bit of ring around the rosy though.
Yeah, I just felt like on that round Concordia used it perfectly, so I thought maybe they had the advantage.
They certainly did. They pick up the round, a big one to be fair. Now the Blade Storm coming in. Okay, that's one way to do it. Just dash at them and scare them off of the problem.
And now we're seeing Beeson coming through. Has a little bit more firepower going this time around. And now with the 4v4 scenario, Upper Iowa and Concordia all even as the spike has been planted. And now it's up to Concordia to try to go in to get the defuse. But right now it's Upper Iowa not letting anything go by for free. Here comes the frag trying to find a target. And we'll find little to nothing there. 10-pin still holding up there in the upper mid. But we'll get shot down by Aaron Owen. And now as the time continues to tick away, there's still time to try and get the defuse as only one lone killjoy remains. As they have got to go for that defuse now. Glub will pick up the kill on St. Germain. But as the defuse is already halfway, they will get the defuse, and Aaron Owen will get the elimination on Glub.
There we go. A couple of rounds in a row now. This is starting to look a little bit better for Concordia. They're doing what they have to do. They're doing what they need to do, and they have won those 2 rounds. The retake looked phenomenal, like you just talked about, on both and on both B and now A. So, as we head into this next round, the money for Upper Iowa, it's starting to get a little low. You know, they're not quite broke, but they certainly aren't in the same incredible scenario they were before, as the tour de force is being pulled out to keep that economy more healthy.
Yeah, which this is one of the other many reasons why I like Chamber, and why you probably see more and more Sentinel, users switch from Cypher to Chamber, is because using the tour de force definitely helps out economically when you're trying to save for an op, or just trying to save in general to try and maybe buy for someone else. But speaking of agents that I like, here comes the Viper's Pit coming out in full effect, as now the spike will get planted on the A site. And this Viper Pit definitely throws a wrench into the side of the defense.
No doubt about it, but it's still an even scenario. The lockdown could be a great way to counter that out. Benema in football is going to go down as well, flying Asian. Well, honestly, Glub probably deserved that one. He's been in that spot literally 5 rounds in a row when the A hit comes in. And a second kill for Tywood gives us a possible retake. That being said, Sushi Rice, nice job watching for the drop. And the winning streak for Concordia is felled.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you can still 2 dubs. You know, you won 2 back to back. I guess that's a streak. You know, I'll call it a streak. Sounds fair. Sounds good to me. If I won 2 in a row, I would be calling a streak just for myself. But still, they were able to stop the bleeding at least momentarily. And now Upper Iowa University, once again, being able to answer back as we go into yet another bye round. It doesn't look like either team is going to be saving much. But on the side of Concordia, not seeing a lot to work with in the money. So, yeah, this is probably going to end up being a save round. Honestly, if I was on the side of Concordia right now, I'd be going for a full save.
It's a hard call to make.
You should run.
Beast, and you're going to be saying no thank you. Even finding that opening frag, certainly the way to start things out. Now, the lockdown going to go through. That's from the attacker side. And, yeah, well, Iman Football goes for the retreat. Glove going to take them out. So that is going to allow for the plant on towards A, as we now set up for a retake once again.
Yeah, we see Tywood and Beeston up high in the catwalk trying to hold things down as they don't have the man advantage. Of course, that goes to Upper Iowa University with the 4-3 scenario. 4v3 is now St. Germain is going to be pushing. Has the scope weapon in hand, trying to get a peek down. His 10-pin is going to be holding things down towards the spike. Gadget has been destroyed. And yet no team really making the push. But as time continues to tick away on the spike, somebody's going to have to make a move soon. And finally, Tywood is going to be going for the defuse. And Not Your Problem couldn't get the peek, but it's okay because Glub can. As finally, St. Germain will be the last player standing and the last player gone. That is yet another win for Upper Iowa.
Yeah, and despite Glove being the only one to actually survive the spike implosion there, it's still an incredibly strong showing with 2 rounds in a row now. The economy's back to healthy ways. And it's sort of the opposite for Concordia University, Nebraska, as they've got to work with a whole lot of nothing coming into the final couple of rounds of the half. We walk into the penultimate round with a couple Marshals, a Spectre, a Classic. No, okay, upgraded to a Sheriff with armor, but still not great.
Yeah, not looking too good on the side of Concordia, especially when you're looking at Upper Iowa and you see the Flying Asian breaking out of op, and everybody else on Upper Iowa is going with the Vandal Scandal. Every single player has a pretty intense weapon, but Beeston is able to put down 10-pin and then the Flying Asian to return the favor, as now Glub is going to knock down Tywood, as Aaron O'Win is going to be holding up top in the kitchen with the Sheriff. And now Flying Asian trying to get the peek here, as they will put an end to Aaron O'Win.
Placing swarm grenade.
The old 1-2 punch as they walk forward. Now Glove in a great position, denying even more. Tapping with the Vandal, making it look really easy. Quite simple, in fact. Just shoot heads. St. Germain unable to do that. And Flying Asian actually picking up a triple kill there with the operator.
Last round before the switch.
It's looking like it's a possibility that we're going to see the exact same scoreline we saw back on Split. It's either 9-3, 10-2, and at the very least, Concordia have a bye.
Yeah, and now, I mean, again, we're just seeing the econ in favor of Upper Iowa, but when you're going into the last round, you don't really need it. But it is on the side of Concordia that they are able to answer back as well. You know, this is the last round. Go ahead and spend it all. And they're going to be bringing out the op as well. So let's see if it's going to do them any favors as we get round number 12 underway.
Well, the other good news is they've got 4 ultimates right now. So Seeker's already out. That's the only one that Upper Iowa had to work with other than Blade Storm. That was ambitious from Flying Asian. And St. Germain gonna put it to bed with ease as they fall back in order to go for the retake. Space shells exploding in the air, and oh, they actually do get the spike planter before the spike can even go down. That's critical now.
Yep, we see 10-pin and Beeston guarding the spike here as it has been dropped on the A site, which is some advantage that they actually haven't had so far against Upper Iowa, is now that the spike is in their side and in their favor, as Beeston is going to get the knock on Glub, and they have a tremendous advantage here with the remaining 3v1 scenario.
Jermaine watching with the operator. It's only a leg shot, though. So 10-pin going to stay alive, has the rendezvous as well as a headhunter.
30 seconds left.
1v3. Can't deny St. Germain up top. That op dominating. Beeson even picking one up on his
Switching
own.
sides.
9-3. Gonna deny that double-digit half. Our Concordia University, Nebraska. But they're gonna once again have a long road home. They want to send this to a third and final map.
I loved when Chamber got shot in the leg with the op, and you just said, "Oh, it's only a leg shot." Yeah, go ahead and just walk that off. You just got shot by, a full metal jacketed sniper rifle straight to the thigh bone, but it's all right. Just walk that one right out off. You could survive one shot from the op, but you can't survive two.
Oh, you don't
With
do that?
No, oh no, never, absolutely not.
I guess I'm just built different.
Yeah, you got to be built different. Maybe I just don't drink enough milk. I don't have enough of the strong bones to walk that one off, because that just looks absolutely horrendous. As we head in to round number 13, and we are officially underway. And already we're seeing Aaron win, of course, and company of the rest of Concordia going to be making that silent push over to A. Remember, this is the pistol round, so whoever wins this one is going to get a huge advantage heading into round number 2.
We'll see who else other than Tinpin is built different. Maybe they're just made exceptional as Flying Asian going up over the top, looking for some shots with the Sheriff.
But not the deputy.
Guess
Couldn't
not.
help myself.
It's probably going to be playing down. Arana win going for the shot there. Going to be denied. Trades back and forth, though, to be even. Flying Asian, though, going to bring it back into the favor of Upper Iowa as they push forward. Glove upgrading to the Ghost. Long range, even connects the shot, make it a double. And that's going to be the pistol round to Upper Iowa University.
Yeah, they really went into that one guns blazing. There's really no other way to put it. Like, you're looking at the Viper on their side right now. You're looking at Sushi Rice, and they have literally one smidgen left of health. Diving headfirst into the opposition without a fear in the world, and going face-to-face with the enemy and being able to live to tell the tale. That was an impressive round coming from Upper Iowa University, but it's nothing short of expectations, as we've been seeing them time and time again pop off in a tremendous way as we get ready to head into round number 14. And once again, we are seeing, I'm not sure if we're going to see a buy round come through from Concordia or if they're going to opt out to save, but it's still looking like all is in the favor of Upper Iowa.
Certainly is looking that way. We'll see if that can change, though. Concordia heading in towards B. There's only one player on the defense, and Globe is very passive. Barely even looking for information, only going to go get it once the Trailblazer gives it away. Oh, nice shot, though, to deny the utility that goes up there. That was... not sure what that was, actually.
Now we see Aaron a win. Going to possibly get the turn, but will not. It will be Tinpin to put an end to Aaron a win. Now it's going to be Tinpin again, looking to get the 2-piece here. Sees the barrel of the gun of E-Man Football, but it's not going to be enough. E-Man is able to get the elimination. Is not your problem. And Sushi Rice put an end to yet another series of players as St. Germain is using that Marshall oh so well to get the pick off and putting yet another enemy into the dust, as Upper Iowa University still has the advantage in this 3v2 scenario. But how much can St. Germain do with that Marshall? And Glub with the Spectre, as Glub will get the kill on Beaston, and now 3v1, and only St. Germain remains.
Working with the Marshall, like you said. Been a weapon that they've favored all series long, but there's no time really on the clock. That's the issue. Even if they hit the one, they won't get the other, and don't even get the one, as Sushi Rice ends it quickly and easily. Upper Iowa at 11 now. And as we head into what could be a fight for match point, see how the econ works out. It's going to be Concordia with the relatively good buy. I mean, they've got quite a few SMG or an SMG and quite a few rifles. Pretty much the same over on Upper Iowa, even an operator to play with for Flying Asian.
Yep, St. Germain says one does not easily go without the Marshall. Once again, even with a little bit of chunky change on their side, they're going to keep the Marshall, and let's see if they can get something done with it. Of course, across the pitch, we see the Flying Asian with the operator, and we know how deadly they can be with that weapon. E-Man Football now going to be going up and high in towards the mid. has the spike, trying to get a push into the A site as the blind will come out. Not finding much doing there. And now looking towards the nest, you see Tywood going to be holding up, trying to get the cross maps. Nacho Problem going to be pushing up just a little bit. Is now Flying Asian and company over there at Upper Iowa is definitely going to be taking some time instead of pushing.
Missed shot there by Flying Asian. Could have had the opener. You're going to see the overgrowth there. Flying Asian now repositioning over towards the Heaven area. Z-Man goes in with the classic spike plant. Fake for now. That's not going to go through. There we go. Flying Asian coming to fruition to find one successful shot. Not aware of He-Man over the top, and Tywood going to win a duel as well. Now it's 2v2, but it's quickly fought back. Tywood down. Glub 1-on-2 to work with. Marshall down the sight line. Oh, nice info gathering play there. Going for the ghost initially. Oh, but they're both running. It's a good usage of utility right there.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, that's beautiful. 7 bullets to work with. Glub doesn't get the shot. Tywood to win that duel. The 3K on the round. And in fact, a big win considering that would have been match point.
Absolutely. Every win right now for Concordia is going to be a big win, but now it seems that Upper Iowa University still is looking a little bit better in terms of econ. Of course, we're looking at the other side for Concordia Blue, and they got a little bit of extra spending money. And once again, St. Germain has a little chunk of change, but does not get rid of the Marshall. But I don't blame them. They're leading their team right now, going 14-4, and really they've just been using the Marshall for the majority of this time. But finally, they're going to switch out for the Vandal. After all this time, St. Germain finally parts ways with their beloved Marshall. And let's see, it might pay out for them.
Certainly a strong possibility as we get into a round that really we should see be very advantageous for Concordia. And here we go. Guiding Light going out. Beeston trying to go forward, but sort of met with a snake bite in position. Flying Asian swinging the corner, finding a shot on target. Sushi Rice can't quite do the same, though. It's 4v4 as Upper Iowa. Even committing a lockdown here.
Spike down A.
Now that the spike officially dropped on the A side, it's going to be St. Germain putting the Vandal to good use, being able to get the elimination on Flying Asian, but the Killjoy will come through, and 10-pin is going to get the elimination on St. Germain. Tywood is going to be in the upper corner here, trying to get the peek on Glub, but Glub is no fool, not going to be peeking out where it's not
30
necessary.
seconds left.
And Upper Iowa has a little bit of extra control as they got the spike set on their side of things, and all they have to do is run out this clock.
Cage triggered.
Glub giving over a chance there to Tywood, but has learned the lesson, I believe. There's not a lot of time. This flank needs to come in right now, and 10-pin anticipates it. Even gets a second frag off the back of that. The quad kill for the Chamber. 2 with the Headhunter, and 2 with the Vandal, recovered by 10-pin. A huge bit of utility there, especially the lockdown working beautifully.
Yep, and now what could very well be the last round as Upper Iowa is on map point. You see them coming out with all Vandals once again, running the Vandal scandal, and still have plenty of change left over. You see 10-pin there sitting on 4K after picking up that Vandal in the last round, and now this all could be it if Concordia doesn't find some way to turn things around right now.
Bladestorm, really big piece of this, and
You should
St.
run.
Germain just sitting out wide in the open. The lockdown coming in from the attacker side this time. A couple of blades missing, and that long range, probably a good idea to get out of there. Glub trying to get out. It's going to be close. Actually gets detained. Both of those players get detained, but they have players to play defense for, and meanwhile, Flying Asian applying pressure in the back line. You're going to get a second kill with the Bladestorm. It's looking like it might be the end of the road. 2-on-5 now for Concordia.
And with all that's left over but the crying, another elimination coming through. And finally, Tywood will be the last one put down, as it will be Upper Iowa University to win out in a 2-0 sweep against Concordia Blue.
Yeah, dominant showing there from Upper Iowa, and Glub having to be the MVP was really doing a lot of work on the Rays on map 1, and then going to the KJ on map 2, leading the team in both of those maps as well, if I'm not mistaken. Really doing a lot of stuff to overcome. That being said, I mean, Concordia, I think there's a lot to learn from that, in that you should probably pick a controller.
Yeah, I think that was probably the overall message that we got from rounds 1 and 2. What we got was like a one-sided victory. One side had a controller, the other side did not. So let's write that one down for the folks at home. But with that being said, we're going to have some more Valorant coming your way, as we're going to be bringing some more beautiful, fresh faces to the stream. I know you can only handle so much of my bald beautifulness. But before we go, Vincent, is there anything you'd like to say to the folks at home?
No, actually, I'll be coming in for that next best of 3, so I'll see you there in just a moment. I think Orbital coming in alongside me. That being said, thanks for watching. Definitely continue tuning in. We'll see you in a few.
And welcome to our final match of the evening here on the B stream for the NECC. Thank you so much for tuning in. Once again, we have the lovely Vincent over to my right. I believe it's one way or another. But of course, I'm a little bit newer to today. My name is Orbital, and of course, we'll be bringing you the final match as we did say. It is going to be Colorado Mesa Varsity coming in versus George Fox University here in the Emergent Cyan Division.
That it is, and Colorado coming in with the heavy favorites, you could say, 4-1 currently on the season. Whereas George Fox, though they've had some unreported scores and a whole bunch of buys, 0-4 at the moment. So a couple of less games to see, but unfortunately still winless as per yet. That being said, I'm excited to see if they can pull anything off against Colorado. It is going to be that uphill battle, sort of like we were talking about in the prior series. But let's flip it over to who we're going to be taking a look at on the rosters for this one. Starting out on the side of Colorado, it's going to be Velo, Alansdog, Harpitskus, Chicken, and CJ Alpha. And on the other side of things, George Fox. Who will they be fielding?
They'll be fielding a decent roster here. It'll be Bulbaduck, Egg, Fusion Marks, 3AC, and Nova Dart to finalize their roster. And for this squad, what you're really looking forward to is, of course, that upset potential. Of course, at this point, your playoff hopes are unfortunately dashed. Sitting at an 0-4 record, unless you're able to win this match and next week's match, as well as a couple key teams falling out, there is no real way that you can actually make it into playoffs. I believe it's top 8 out of each division. And because of that, you're actually looking to play spoiler, right? And this is actually something that I think George Fox might be able to play into a little bit. Playing spoiler means knocking down Colorado Mesa Varsity a peg or two. Currently, they are sitting looking at a tied score for a potential first place seeding, which would give them priority in terms of the opening round of the playoffs. If you beat them here, you knock them down to a potential 4th or 5th place seeding, which would put them in the middle pack. That is an area that is very, very volatile, very dangerous for any team that has played in competitive, of course. And you know that is not a spot you want to be in if you want to field yourself a decent playoff run.
Yeah, you definitely want to be playing like that 8th seed rather than, the first seed potentially, or more aptly the 3rd or the 4th. So let's go over and see where we're going to be taking the map pull for this one. It's going to be Colorado picking out on Haven. Breeze will be our second map. That's George Fox's pick. Icebox, should we need it, as we get down to things. What do you think of this map, Vito, here?
I think it's it's rough. Of course, Ascent being auto banned, I don't get it. I see it a lot nowadays, and it's just like, you would think teams know how to play it, but of course, Ascent, listen, we don't want to play it, fine, whatever. Fracture being banned away, I know you say this as well as I'm starting to be in that same position. No one plays it enough that at this point, it's okay to let it through the ban phase, let it go to second ban phase if you wish, or even just have your pick of the final 2. It just seems weird to ban it out first off, but the Haven, Breeze, and Icebox, Breeze being the only one that I would think would be a toss-up, Haven and Icebox should be a kind of free win for Colorado.
Yeah, I mean, you say that, and I agree. That being said, we'll have to see how things go. The agent select is obviously a big part of that as well, and we'll be getting into that as shortly as we can. What are you expecting to see on Haven agent select wise? We were seeing some interesting decisions being made in our prior series. The lack of a controller certainly was a big one for me that I'm just not too sure I understood. But what do you think?
It's that NECC, you know what? I'll go ahead and field along behind it. Just, you know what? No controllers. Just no one run controllers. It's fine. It's perfectly okay. No one needs smokes. No one needs anything of that sort. The teams obviously fairly disagree with me. However, for the side of, I do believe it is George Fox, they may or may not be running with that. Okay, so this is really interesting. They're hovering over the Omen, which of course has been floated back in the meta fairly well. It is going to be locked in. Okay, so they do have that Omen in there, and then of course the Phoenix. Haven't seen that one in quite some time, but it is going to be run. The wall can sometimes help out a little bit in terms of vision denial. However, just very, very interesting to watch as, of course, CMU running a bit more standard composition.
Did we just step into a time machine, Orbital?
I didn't want to
seen a
say it,
phoenix
but like,
since the ancient times, the dinosaurs, they were roaming. The last time I saw a phoenix. What is that?
it's new tech. New tech, baby. Let's go.
Listen, I kid, of course, but I don't hate the Phoenix pick. I think Phoenix is fine. I just got done saying in the last series, in Emergence Division especially, if you're good at something, play it. And, you know, that it doesn't necessarily mean, especially when it comes to duelists, that it's like the most meta. You know, Reyna's not the most meta right now. Play Reyna if you're good at Reyna. Same thing for this pick for Egg. I think that it's fine. That being said, if you are talking meta-wise, I think Colorado have the more meta composition. The KJ, you know, I think you could argue about that KJ. A lot of times you're seeing like the KO come through, or even a Breach played with both the Sky and the Breach doubling up. I think that's very interesting.
It is going to be quite interesting as George Fox are going to go ahead and try and open up their way into this A site. As, of course, round number 1, Pistols like to kind of just go one way or another. 3AC is going to give it their best shot, though, as we do get a little bit of a vision blur. The game is acting as our 11th controller here in this game. It is going to be quite interesting to watch. Of course, Chicken takes out the egg, so we know which one came first. That's always fun to figure out so far in my life. It took 29 years, I think.
Oh man, that caught me off guard. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Made my night better.
I saw my shot and I took it. That's
Yes, you
that's
did,
my one
sir.
for the night. Thank you very much, everyone.
Colorado doing a great job here to start out 3v5 to play here as George Fox going to lead their way into B with the 3 players remaining on their side. Now the dark cover is going to cover things off. The guiding light coming through the rendezvous being utilized, and Loboda going for one. There is the double kill, though, in the return. There's only one more to play, and that's unfortunately Nova all alone. Can't do much of anything and has to go down. Chicken the one to get a triple kill on that round. Colorado doing a good job on their first round to pick up the pistol.
It is going to be a solid pistol round, and of course, that was kind of how it was leaning towards, at least. George Fox taking a few awkward routes, and the pistol round, of course, you can kind of gear up to opening stance, right? Pistol rounds are notorious for going one way or another. Very few teams, can we say, excel at the pistol round specifically, and if they do, then they're very well known for it. At this point, though, it's, you know, the back and forth, you know, the first 3 rounds open up as we expect, and we can see the full save coming out from George Fox, the anti-eco for CMV. They're going to go ahead and run the dual marshals and say that's how we're going to play this.
I think that makes a lot of sense. I mean, there's a lot of long-range areas to shoot down, this being one of them in the mid area. A little bit of a dasharoo, and 3AC going to take a bit of a hit to that one. Our Biscuits on the other hand going to take one frag out. Egg trying to return fire. But ultimately, it's going to be a C hit by the attackers of George Fox as they lead their way into the site. Oh no. That's unfortunate. Our Biscuits going to win via the bot. Velo actually adds insult to injury there with a couple of those Marshall kills. But you asked about the Marshall, and it's been looking good.
Looking extremely good. And again, the double marshals, it's something that you don't see. Well, you see actually fairly often, I think, in Valorant now, whenever you do have the long corridors. It's just unorthodox a lot of the time in FPS games. So I'm always caught off guard, even though it is a nice little standard to have. It's nice to have the long range, and if you're confident in the shots and how quickly the reload comes out, it's a fair standard. Of course, with Landstock also moving towards that operator, now it's a triple sniper comp. This one, of course, moving into that bonus round will either give itself a huge amount of opportunities, or it's going to fall flat. It's one or the other here.
Certainly a heavy investment. We'll see how it goes. 3AC looking to just hold back any aggression. And, well, there is some aggression, but 3AC is none the wiser at the moment. CJ Alpha has a nice position. We might be seeing a double push there, but the player holding is now rotated away. All of A maintained as the C push comes in. Though, despite the A information, Colorado Mesa haven't actually moved anyone into that site. And it's going to allow for George Fox to put the spike down without losing a singular player.
Not losing anyone so far. It was a very nice give, but Nova is able to take one. CJ is going to find fusion marks on the back end. It's going to be a little bit of route. As Landstog finishes off Egg, it's going to be a flow of kills. Not in favor of George Fox. A little bit of slow going out. Chicken not enjoying that one. But, of course, from the corridor and connector, it is going to be Bulbaduck trying their best to spray it down. Gets one. Following up after Nova. It's down to a 2v2. Can you find it? 3AC finds Chicken and Lance. Got to pull two fantastic shots here. Gets one. Looking for one more. And you get the swing headshot. Makes it a 3K. Landstog goes from last to fourth here in the KDs standing in the leaderboards. Fantastic job to clutch it out here with a minute or second 30 left on the clock to cap out 3 rounds.
Yeah, not quite a minute. You know, that would be a long, long time to give.
They changed Valorant since I last cast it. Wow.
Yeah, they pulled that out of nowhere. It's crazy.
Patch 1.75Z, maybe?
Z,
you know, just
there
dropped
we
in
go.
right behind there. It's great.
Yeah, it's right behind the Z. Got it.
Oh,
No
God.
Colorado, nice win off the back of that. And yeah, you talked about the investment in the operator. I agree. It was an aggressive investment. That being
It
said,
worked.
sometimes, you know, your returns are like, you know, 10, 15% off that sort of aggression. And that's exactly what it was. Now, Velo, let me tagged out. You know that he's here. He's going to use the dash to get the heck out of dodge. Oh, it's hard to anticipate that sort of angle, and Landstog going to make it quick work. Arpiscus following up. Now, George Fox with another 3 players versus 5.
And Landstog has honestly been an amazing seaside holder. Whenever you get that operator, it's just kind of blatant open shots here. And Chicken there in the garage makes it a flawless round once again. Again, that was a save round from George Fox. At least I believe so. But Landstog, got to give credit where credit is due. Currently 4-1-0. Really well played to continuously hold the C site. Always down that long territory. And at this point, CMV can really just rely on that player at this point. Unless you call for a full rotate, you know that C is going to be covered even through a full 5-man push. So I like the fact that CMV are feeling this confident. The op was a great investment. At this point, you've gotten, I think it's a total of 2 rounds worth out of it, which is way more than a lot of people can say about it.
See if that worth continues here. Ooh, Seeker's going to be committed very early, but that shock dart actually takes it all. The guiding light's working wonderfully, and it's a follow-up guiding light for Chicken. A double frag to come through from the sky. CJ doing more damage, and through the smoke even. Taking out one more. Fusion marks, wondering what happened. It's now all down to Bulbaduck.
Yeah, Bulbaduck able to take one more before falling here. I had to give... again, Chicken has been a monster so far. Might be pulling from that ancestral leave of the dinosaurs in the past, but 8-2-4 has been crushing it right now on the sky. Phenomenal job, and the layering of the blinds, the flashbangs, has been pivotal, right? You saw it there. It's just, you know, it felt so basic to go ahead and throw the Seekers out and then the flashbang and just easily close out those 2 kills. To be able to do that so confidently takes a lot of experience. So this CMV squad is holding steady in the face of these final weeks.
Let's play.
Yeah, not having a big initiating tool that can work longer range is difficult, but not long range, short range this time. The curveball to try and answer back. A bit of a whiff spray allows for Bulbaduck to find that success. I'm going to use the molly. Oh my goodness, Molly the Molly, and finding an easy retreat off the back of that. In addition to the lockdown that sort of denies George Fox any sort of entry. I haven't seen that knife in a while.
Well, you might not see it for too much longer either, as Landstog goes ahead, steals away 1 kill. You now know there's going to be a 4-man push. Nova with the tour de force is able to take out Harpsicus. And you might be able to maintain the C advantage. Now remember, it's a 5-0 so far, and you want to get around in your own favor, especially on your own buy round. It's going to be an attempt. 3v4. Egg swinging ride. Wide? Ride. Velo is able to take out Egg through the wall. Beautiful shot. Turns it to a 3v3.
That tour de force, though, it's still alive and kicking. 4 bullets to work with. Oh! Dog. See you later, alligator. Nice shot there with the head hunter. The smoke down there. Hunter Fury going to be committed, but Landstar goes going for it. Takes out the sheriff. But
Oh!
smacked to the face with the Hunter's Fury. What was that? Missed those crucial shots. Fortunately, Velo clutching up is going to be able to bring the op into the next round.
Tilt your cursor up. You may do a little bit more damage instead of shooting at the legs or body there. It was a well thought out plan though. Again, I like the rush against the Hunter Fury. It's a pretty well known tactic, especially when a smoke is up. You do get a decent bit of distance. Just gotta hit those final shots, right? That's all we're talking about. Just hit those shots and you're gonna be good. Colorado Mesa Varsity though coming out to a massive lead, and this is unfortunately kind of what we expected here, right? Colorado Mesa feeling like a great team here, one of the top dogs to run into the playoffs, and George Fox still trying to figure out some of those angles here. So really hoping that they can find their own positioning, find their own foothold in this map and in this round, as we do hear the ultimates immediately being popped. Bladestorm by Velo, not going to connect at all.
Run it back as well being used there by Egg, but really not finding a ton of information. Chicken going for the guiding light, going for a peek on the back of that with the sky smoke from the brimstone in order to deny entry. The owl drone gonna go forward, in fact, to find some more information, but that seems a little bit overkill. They already had the information that they really needed.
Ooh.
And Velo even gonna find one on the retreat there. Well, Bulldog unable to get the heck out of dodge, and in fact, the re-aggression coming through there from the back line of the Bladestorm now refreshed as the B-side push comes in.
And the Empress being popped gives credence to 3AC. You can hear the call and immediate the back off. CMV say, all right, we're not going to dance with it too long. Landstog, though, full force straight into Fusion and Egg. 3AC able to take out Velo, so that Bladestorm will not reset any longer. Nova takes out Chicken, and it's down to a 3v2. CMV were able to put a stop to GFU, but it is only going to be for a short time. Again, with that spike down, it's going to be a swing, and Landstog, you've carried this operator, I think, through the entirety of 5 rounds, and it doesn't seem like Landstog is going to drop it at any point, or actually did drop it. I believe that was round 4, maybe round 4. Still, though, fantastic job thus far. 8,100 credits to Landstogs, and it's a 7-0 scoreline. George Fox really in that deep end.
3AC, by the way, apparently Thrak. Excuse me. Apologies. Just many a name, you know, wants to be just pronounce his letters. Our apologies. You're seeing a less than ideal purchase here for George Fox. So we're actually from the shadows being pulled out, that thrown in towards heaven. Unfortunately, it's denied instantaneously, and the Paranoia is going to follow that up. Now, Chicken, we've seen this before. Playing a little bit more passively this time. I like that. A little bit of a bait there with the guiding light, but you're punished. Same is true for Velo, but it's trades that favor Colorado Mesa.
And Colorado Mesa have this on lock, always getting the first blood as well as the continuing kills. They're never trading more than 1 per death, and I think that's very, very important. Now you do see that a little bit of a flashbang, but the shot goes wide as Landstog is going to try and reload that operator. You can see a little bit of a swap all the way around. Harpsicus does go down. This might be a chance. 1v1, 40 seconds left.
Big chance indeed. This is a player that has been relatively strong. Landstog, I think Egg's aware of that based on the audio cue. I think Landstog picked up a rifle, if I'm not mistaken. Going to fake that plant initially. No, still working with the operator, and what a great read from Landstog. Putting him down as the Egg's been cracked. Colorado Mesa continue to dominate.
I hate to say this, Vincent. I don't think they're going to stop anytime soon. Colorado Mesa have yet to shy away from their initial spread here. So continuously, you see a 1-2-2 with a fade towards that garage. You can see it once again. Now having that jet right in the mid. But the Sky always holding over there in towers and A short. it doesn't seem like George Fox have read that at all and have tried to adjust for that. And that Sky has shut them down, and now it's going to be a chance again. This is one of the first defaults that we're actually seeing by the side of George Fox, a full default, just trying to hang tight. But of course, that does mean Velo gets a free push, takes out one, and Bulbaduck, you're looking for a little bit more. Harpsicus takes out Egg, and it's going to be a spray. Fusion Marks takes a 180 swing and takes out that Killjoy.
Sometimes those bullets, they just don't work like they should. Shoot at toes, hit heads. That's the way it worked right there. George Fox. Ooh, just Thrak barely going to be surviving. Chicken goes on the flank, goes 1 for 1 as well. So trades, they do abound. But it's not Colorado Mesa in the winning ways this time out. They're going to be even Steven. That being said, there's still a tour de force potentially ready to go on the entry here. Oh, I say that. Lindsog has the operator, so no problemo.
Spike planted.
It's going to be the slam down, but you're really waiting for the rest of your team, and Landslog is actually spotted very early on. So you're going to see a fade all the way up to A Heaven, waiting for your Brimstone to come around the corner, and that might be the pinch that you're hoping for. Nova does win against Landslog, and this puts it to a 1v2. CJ, you didn't check your corner, and that's going to be a round for George Fox. Right now, stopping that 8-round win streak from CMV. It's only one, but it's one they desperately needed.
All you had to do was check your corner, CJ. It's a great reference if anybody picked that one up.
Oh, man.
Colorado Mesa finally being shut down, and it's on the 2v2. Finally, it's the trades ultimately that kind of work the magic, in Nova with a fantastic Craig onto the opposing chamber up in heaven, which is really the reason that why CJ didn't actually check the corners, is because they anticipated both players to sort of be in that position.
Mm-hmm. It was the right call, and of course you take that chance, right? But it never hurts, and at this point I think CJ is definitely going to understand that. However, now with the 2 to force open and out, it is going to be that call down. And you see the push again. Velo has done this twice in a row now and has gotten away with it both times. The only time they've died before is with a little bit of an awkward peek back. And it's going to be a full pinch into this side of the garage. It's going to be one, and that's just a complete domination. As they clean out the garage, they clean out Connector, and it's now down to Nova all the way back in C lobby. You're going to run straight into an enemy Sky. You spot one. Now you try and swing the other side. Shots go out. You're getting peeked through the wall, and Velo finishes it off.
Very nice work. The winning ways return for Colorado is George Fox. You know, they had that small modicum of success, but they are unable to convert off the back of that. And one of the biggest things to look out for in the game of Valorant is stringing together these rounds. Winning a round here and there is great, right? Mm-hmm. But if you're unable to string rounds together, you know, multiple at the same time, you're really going to find it difficult to have consistent purchasing power into the game. And you can see right now, George Fox, they're struggling to get a full buy round, but the running back with the rifle in hand does allow for an opening pick.
It went a lot better than the first running back that we did see, so Egg is able to make use of that. A defender lockdown is being played, though, and that's going to snuff out any advantage that George Fox were hoping to play with. It's going to slow down their advance immensely. It might call for a rotate out. However, with that spike pinch in a long, that's not where you want to be. Harpsicus is able to find Nova. That puts it to a 4v4, evening things up. CMV feeling good.
I love how you made it sound like they were playing a card right there, like it was Yu-Gi-Oh or something. You have activated my trap card.
It's what it feels like sometimes. Uh-oh.
Lockdown engaged. That's a headshot. Fusion Marks with a nice one. George Fox, but CJ's on the entry.
Spike planted.
Not going to be able to deny the spike plant, but has cleared out so many angles. Oh, and now has the information. So this is maybe better.
Last player standing.
Unfortunate that he can't take advantage, though, as Thrak puts him to bed.
Oh, that one hurts. Harpsicus gonna try a 1v3 scenario. Can you make it happen? You get the shot on number one. You're down to 70 HP. Plenty to work with here. But you have to check under heaven. One more. Do you check it? I mean, time's running a little bit low. You're gonna take an angle. You jump down and get shot, so Thrak is able to make it 3. Well played there to take 2 here in this first half.
Last round
But going
in
back
the
to what you were
half.
saying, talking about that Yu-Gi-Oh card and all that fun stuff, the trap card being activated. Honestly, there are points where this game does turn into a card game, where it does turn into almost like a chess game, right? It's one move versus another, and it'll continue to happen over and over. Just there are some scenarios where it's more clear, right? That first kill by George Fox was the opening move, and then the throw of the lockdown turned it around into Colorado Mess's favor. However, George Fox were able to pull out the win. Great shots to be made. That's the pawn bum rush at that point, so gotta always watch out when playing chess. Velo, though, takes out Nova.
Oh, wait, no!
What?
Takes a shot at the Lear. Even gets the follow-up. Egg gonna go forward. Though that's not exactly working in the favor all the way. It's Chicken. Gonna find a
One enemy remaining.
good moment. Takes a shot. Doesn't miss that shot, but CJ comes back for more. It's Thrak left alone. 1v3 has the Empress to work with, but can't quite find anything else.
And
Switching
so
sides.
far, CMV really putting it to show that they are a team gunning for that top spot. Again, if they win this one, they put themselves at a 5-1, which should at least secure third or second moving into that final week of play. And keep in mind, next week is week 9. That is the last week of the regular season. From then on, we'll be moving into the playoffs, which things will go much, much quicker. And it'll be a lot more fun to kind of watch these teams try and play it out. Very, very interested to see how that goes. However, right now, they are 3 rounds away from securing map number 1 before we head over into Breeze. For George Fox, it's a monumental task to run it back, but there is a small, small window of hope that they're going to try and run with.
And 10 to 2, I mean, it is a small window, right?
Mm-hmm.
I guess the fortunate part for George Fox is that this is Colorado's pick. I'm very interested to see where this lands.
Nowhere.
I don't think that was anticipated the way it was meant to be. Nice shot by Egg, though. It's going to be Arpiscus to follow up. Velo the same. George Fox now down by 1. Talked about the trades and everything that goes with them, but now with a man disadvantage, it's going to be all that more difficult.
Fusion hoping for a little bit of an opening to work with. However, that turret takes way too many shots, and Harpsicus is able to take one away. Thrak is able to find Lancedog, but it's down to a 3v2, and with the spike timing down, a very, very nice spread coming out from CMV.
Player standing.
Means that they're going to find Nova, one more up in heaven, and Thrak is sent to heaven. Well fought to put Colorado Mesa Varsity at an 11-2 standing, just 2 away from game point.
Making it look easy. That being said, George Fox still with a couple of opportunities, right? Just a couple. There's not a ton to work with in a round like this one, but they're gonna go with what they got, and that's gonna be some SMGs, a Bucky, and a Marshall, in addition to that Sheriff. So, lots of law enforcement on the field.
You're done.
Looks like it's working too. Thrak is able to find Velo. Very, very well shot. But the Trailblazer is going to find one. Nova is ready to go on the top side. Sprays down one. Immediately gets a snap back. Beautiful job by George Fox as they are going to run this anti-eco of their own into the ground. A very nice 5-1 scenario as CJ is stuck in a corner by a plant. I mean, what more can you do here?
Well, CJ is going to be hoping that he can turn himself into a plant.
Hide and seek, are we? Valorant has a new game mode.
Plants versus agents.
Yes. Run it, sign it, go, go, go. CJ gets snagged on the back. This one might hurt a little bit. Everyone ready and waiting. The Omen ready to go with a shotgun is immediately gonna dome CJ. It was the expected result, still funny to see.
Well, speaking of unexpected results, that was really an unexpected result in the round. I mean, sure, George Fox had what they could afford, but what they could afford was nuts and bolts. They didn't even have a wrench. Their toolkit was empty. but they were able to make it work anyway. And you got to say that's really impressive. So now Colorado Mesa have to do what they can. And it looks like what they can do is save. I can respect this, right? It's a huge lead that you have. And not to get overconfident, just to go for the save is respectable.
I think it's 100% the right move. Why try and take a risk of continuously buying, trying to close it out? It's just going to be a simple stance. However, their rush into B seems to be yielding some results. Thrak is going to be kind of cornered here, but a spray to the head of CJ. CJ has absolutely not had a fantastic time, and you still find Harpsicus trying to reload. Oh, Chicken. Can you make this 1v3 happen? I'm not too sure, as Thrak is saying it's over. I want this round. Give us that fourth. It's a minute left as the Omen is going to come around the side, immediately gun down Chicken. And George Fox take 2 in a row. Well fought.
Yeah, but that was expected. You know,
Yes.
Going back to our expected versus unexpected sort of matrix here. That one was on the expected mark as it was against the Eco. Now we see the buy coming back.
Oh.
That's tough luck right there, bud. That is tough luck. It was meant to be. You were meant to upgrade. Unfortunate, but here we are. Maybe it'll be a good thing. We'll see. Big gun round coming up. George Fox really has a lot of cash to work with because they kept so many players alive in the last 2 rounds. So Colorado basically need to win this one and the follow up. But if they do, it'll be game set for them. Not quite the match, though. We still got one more map.
And depending if George Fox have actually practiced Breeze, that might be a really fun one to watch. Some teams have, again, started to keep that Breeze and Fracture under their back pocket, but of course that'll be...
Hey. Don't put those two in the same boat. They do not belong in the same category. Breeze is fantastic. Fracture is... Ooh.
Fracture is Fracture. It fractures our heart over and over again. Fusion is going to take out Chicken, who honestly has caused so many problems for George Fox. Going to put them at a 4v5 situation, and Colorado Mesa on their attack so far has looked a little bit rough, but Landslog is about to change all of that. We are going to hear the Empress roar, and Nova is going to take out Harpsicus. Mid is now the challenge. It's a 3v2 with 1 on each side of C and A. So it's just a charge in. Thrak looking for a bit more. Gets a spray on Landslog just with that Spectre, and it's a phenomenal spray down, but the Molly is going to force their hand as Velo gets that kill. Bulbaduck is going to find one. Nova's going to find the other. And would you know it, George Fox go ahead and maintain a 3 rounds in a row win streak.
Yeah, nice attempt there by Velo to bring it back, but it's just not enough. And you're absolutely right. George Fox, they've done a good job to start to enable the comeback. Now, granted, still a long way off. They got 6 whole rounds between them and a tied scoreline, so not ready to call it, just yet. That being said, it's back to the Ecos, so a 6 seems likely.
Get out of my way.
You would hope so, but of course we've seen weirder come about, right? We've seen some very interesting times. Landslog spots the back of Nova and is gonna get that information down. With the Blade Storm out though, this might be the time to turn it around. Garage is gonna be swung on Nova. Gets a kill on Chicken. Velo really wants this kill, but so far, again, George Fox again and again have found the first bloods in almost every single round here in the second half.
You're absolutely right. That's been a key differentiating factor, but the Blade Storm's still online. It's in an interesting spot, but great timing right there by Nova on that swing. Knew instantly where the player could be. Plays it perfectly. Do have a Sheriff in the hand of CJ, who's not been the star player, but certainly been there when they are needed. And it's also their arcane gun, so I think that's like at least 20% buff.
20% of 25. We've yet to run the numbers just yet. Nova, though, is able to spray down for a third. CJ is going to fall once again. Harpsicus is going to try and make short work of this round, but it's not going to happen, as of course it's short work for George Fox as they get it flawless off of a 4K from Nova.
Very nice stuff. We'll see where this goes, though. Well, all these rounds are important at this point for George Fox, but another potentially difficult round to overcome as they move into the 18th round of the game. 4 in a row. There was an Odin there for Chicken, but that's been sold off. So it's not going to go for the operator. Has enough cash, I think.
Let's play.
Nope, no operator, just the tour de force. So it's up but better.
Totally different guns. Totally different here.
Oh yes, come on.
We are going to wait and see, of course, as we do see the attacker lockdown going down, and this is a good one to hang on to. Might bait, yeah, the trap card. This time a spell card. Going to be a little bit different here. It's going to be played in favor of the side of Colorado Mesa Varsity. It's not in response to anything. It's actually the call to proactivity as they do get the plan down. That's exactly what we want to see. This time around, though, Egg on the top side is going to get that flashbang out. So it's a little bit of a stone, and Egg gets a beautiful shot on Landstog. Remember, that's the 2 out of 4s. That's their big one that they were hoping to play with. And immediately snapped up here, but Chicken hiding in the dust is able to get that kill. Thrak is able to take out Chicken. And Velo really needs to hang on to the CJ finding a kill before they die. It's been a while since that's happened, but 3v3 should give Colorado Mesa Varsity the opportunity, as this is going to be a chance in the dark. Velo takes out Thrak. It's going to be a 3v2. Egg and company are going to try their best to sprint in, just find those last few kills. Egg and Bulbaduck each take one apiece. The CJ is the last one remaining alive, and the spike will not be devoured as both Egg and Bulbaduck do fall. That is a huge swing into Colorado Mesa Varsity's hand as they're able to take those guns off. But of course, with all that saved up, George Fox say, yeah, that's a drop in the bucket.
Yeah, 12 down to 6. As well, this is getting down to the wire, and now there's no room for mistakes. George Fox, they have to pull off 6 rounds in a row. They could only do 4 prior to this one. They needed to come back to the drawing board, do it again, but better. And this time, we are seeing the tour de force defensively. Nova going to be picking that one up. The rendezvous recovered. It's okay, Fusion. That's ambitious, to say the least. No real necessity there to be pushing so aggressively forward, and it is going to allow for the rotation of Colorado Mesa to push in. But here's the tour de force. Nova going to be putting CJ to bed. We're going to see if that one. That being said, still left alive, and Velo doing a great job finding some success, and Velo, more like CeeLo, as he's going crazy.
Oh, we got all the puns for days as Colorado Mesa have all the wins for the game. 13-6 is going to be the round score here in map number 1. It looked a little bit messy there going into the second half, but I chalk that up to George Fox really laying on the pressure and saying, hey, we got to go out with at least some sort of a bang. Still going to be a win in CMV's pockets, and moving into the next round, or into the next map, it'll be very interesting to see if they can continue.
You know, here's the positive to take away, right? There's some sunlight here in this, and that is that George Fox picked Breeze. They did not pick Haven. So Colorado were expecting to win that. That being said, domination in the first half does suggest to me that things might be getting scary, especially considering the op is a really big part of a map like Breeze. And I felt like the op play was very impressive from Colorado Mesa. I don't know if you felt the same, but I'm definitely interested to see how that goes over on Breeze.
I think it holds a lot of weight. Again, we saw the triple sniper coming out here. Again, Landstog, phenomenal plays there with the 2 out of 4 and operator through so many rounds. Again, that was on the defensive. I would like to see it more on the attacking side as well, just being able to balance it out, make it not so interesting to watch, you know, those last few rounds that George Fox won. That was also off the back of Nova, but to be said, we'll have to wait and see what can George Fox do. Are they going to be able to throw a little bit of a wrench in the plans as CMV, or is it going to be the side of CMV going ahead, taking it home 2-0? Don't go anywhere. NECC will go ahead and come right back with some more Valorant action. And welcome back here. We are ready to go for game number 2 here on the evening between George Fox and Colorado Mesa Varsity. So far, Colorado Mesa Varsity has looked very, very strong in their opening match and as well as their opening rounds. However, George Fox still seem to have a couple interesting matchups and interesting angles that they can take. So hopefully Breeze, their map pick, will bring something for George Fox.
Well, it's going to have to. Otherwise, it's going to be a continuation of what is a winless season at the moment. They've had some 3 mappers have George Fox, but no victories on the series just yet. Today could be the day. It would take a reverse sweep, but today could be the day. Icebox is, by the way, if you need a reminder where we'll be headed for a 3rd map, if George Fox is able to take their own map of Breeze, as you just discussed. Now, let's talk agents. Who do we expect to see be pulled out? I think Viper, the obvious choice, right?
Mm-hmm. Viper is one of them. We have gotten some inklings. I think Chambers should be an obvious one. Again, the Tour de Force will bring so much power in such a long-range map. One of the interesting ones that I still want to see is, of course, you do see it over there, the KO coming out here. KO, again, having those specific lockdowns and those suppressions is going to be very, very powerful. But we can't see it happening, right? Already you do see the Chamber locked in. The Sova, all these long-range ultis are going to help so much. And it feels like it might be matched by George Fox. The only difference here might be that Sky versus the, I want to say KO. I'm trying to take a look here. I think it is going to be that Sky versus KO difference here between the 2 teams.
Yeah, and it's a little bit old school versus new school approach, Orbital. We've seen the Sky be a pretty much must pick on this map since release. That being said, Sky had a bit of a nerf since then. That's been ages that nerf happened. Sky's still very strong, but the KO is the new school approach, something that all of the best teams on Breeze at the highest level in North America have been working with, or at least experimenting with. So I definitely think it's going to be interesting to see the dynamic between those two. Of course, the big difference is they do offer information gathering, but the 0 point also offers denial of the opposition. So some additional tools in the kit for CJ Alpha on that KO.
It'll be very, very fun to watch as, of course, we do get underway here. And once again, it is Colorado Mesa Varsity looking to take the 2-0 sweep. But for George Fox on their map pick of Breeze and also starting out on the defender's side, it is yet to see whether they can come out with the win or not. Keep in mind, the first opening pistol rounds have gone 1-1. I believe it has gone the way of the, I want to say, the attackers so far. So Colorado Mesa might be able to take it away. No, it's been the defenders. Very sorry. Colorado Mesa Varsity took the opening pistol in map 1, and then the second half, it was George Fox that took it on their defending.
And here we go. Getting underway. 4 ghosts for George Fox. I mean, it is long range. Can understand. That being said, Chicken going to be using the owl drone to find some information, but really doesn't get a ton of info off of that. They're walking in slowly. George Fox is none the wiser until they go for the explosion. There we go. Full build up. Able to find that first frag. Even doubling down to find a second. Has help as well. The rest of the team, meanwhile, going up the tube, but Velo the only one sticking around in mid.
This is a 3v4 situation with 2 stuck all the way in the hallway, which is going to be a little bit dangerous here. You can see they're currently getting pinch here, but CJ with the alpha swing is going to be able to even things up. HP bars bleeding for both the defender Viper and the attacking Jet. That might play a little bit into this powerhouse, but Thrak is able to take out Velo. Now from the upper ropes, you got to take another one. Just sprays the entire clip. He's going to try and reload. Fusion is able to help out Harpsticus. He's going to take out Thrak and is down to a 1v2. Just a couple shots from Hookassus. Yeah, this is going to be so dangerous.
Got to be looking the right direction. There we go. What a turn. A triple down the quad necessary. Spike available. Seems to have an idea that there's a player in. Oh, no! That's a no-nade zone. Don't take out the nades while out in the open. Got to be learning from our friend Flom. Come on now. No-nade zone.
I like how that's what we're calling it now, and I fully appreciate it. I love it. I love that name. I think it's very much, of course, already making the rounds, so we'll keep at it. But that will be George Fox taking the round win. Again, the opening pistol going to the defenders. Bulbaduck, though, of course, taking 3 in that round is going to be gunning for that ulti very, very quickly. Is also going to save up here with the pistol, looking for that operator most likely in that third round. Going to be real interesting to see if it works. Recon Bolt does go out as Colorado Mesa Varsity seem like they're going to be aggressing here on B. You know, unless there's any extreme external circumstances that come into play.
Well, there's a nice shot. George Fox starting out well. But,
Ooh.
that being said, Lance Dog, that headhunter can be very deadly. Unfortunately, it's no longer going to be in the round as Egg, long range, with the Sheriff, finds a successful shot. It's not the easiest to work with, I'll give him that. Bill Bulldog has an option, has the knowledge, and it's given away the information that there is one mid. But this is a false rotation. What a great read right here. They know Colorado, they're aware that this was seen, and so they're going to be pushing on to B. They should get a spike plan off of this. They need to hurry the heck up, though.
30 seconds
Oh. And I think they threw a little bit too much utility, and yeah, that's going to call over the split very, very quickly. I'm not sure Colorado Mesa Varsity will have enough time to get in the right position. They do flank behind this back end wall, and that might be enough. Again, in the backside of B, it's going to be very, very quiet. 3-way entry, really nice call from George Fox. They're not taking any chances here. From 3 different angles, you're going to try and pinch as many, but CJ takes out 1. It's now a 2-man in. Egg is able to take out Harpsicus. It's down to 1. CJ Alpha needs to hit all of these shots, gets 1 more, but can't get the 3rd or 4th. Well fought by George Fox. They carry 2 over. And they're going to take 2 marshals as well. I mean, that's pretty dang good for the side of George Fox. However, CMV were able to get the plant. Should be a full buy coming out here.
Yeah, so just talking about that round in particular, though, the whole plan there, it doesn't matter that they don't win the round. It's all about getting the spike planted. And the fact that CJ picks up 2 kills with the Classic is huge damage economically for against George Fox. Now they have to rebuy all those weapons into the next round. In fact, they've invested an operator, and that could be big. Obviously, I talked about the operator before we left for the break, and I said that it's a big part of this map, and it is indeed. So having that as a possibility is absolutely critical at times to the success. And okay, that looked like it was on target, but maybe moving a little bit there. Little Bulldog turning into side up for a moment.
Oh. I feel Psyduck deserves a little bit of praise, you know. Don't always harp on the Psyduck. Poor thing has it hard enough as Egg and Fusion Marks go ahead and mow down to CJ Landstock. Both lose their lives. Velo is able to find Egg and a little bit of retribution, but Thrak takes out Chicken, and it's down to a 2v4. Full HP bars as Bulbaduck is taking shots left and right, but Harpsicus can't find much more. Again, the plant doesn't go down, and because of that, it is just going to be a spray and pray hope on both angles. Great shots being landed, but it's so difficult. Velo needs some help on the back end. Huge shot on the jet play, but it's immediately answered right back. Harpsicus, can you make this happen? Gets 1. Can you get 2 more? Nope.
Gonna be tagged by the Eldrone at the same time that Thrak shoots him in the face. George Fox winning out the first gun round, so this is a great start to Breeze for George Fox. Exactly what they needed. In Colorado Mesa, they simply were unable to find that second prong to the attack, right? We saw the A push. It was fine. They got onto the site. They used the toxic screen to make the move, but when the player at mid went down there, by the great timing from Egg, I think, from mid, everything sort of fell apart. So Colorado Mesa, they really need to work on at least having a second player maybe there to trade out on the mid prong of that attack.
Definitely something that they're going to have to look into. Currently, a big question mark laying up and above Colorado Mesa, though, because this is, again, a squad that is looking like a shoehorn into the playoffs and really looking at one of those top seeds. But to be exposed as having a little bit of a weaker Breeze map, as at least on the attacker's side so far, lets itself to a little bit of a dangerous scenario. Landstalk does have that. Marshall is going to try and play with it. A couple shots go out. Egg is immediately going to try and teleport back. 37 HP on that chamber. And CMV might have been able to play with it. However, Thrak again finds first blood on the chicken.
Some damage done, though. A couple of low HP bars for George Fox. And adding insult to injury is CJ Alpha to put down one with the Sheriff. Now, Velo, meanwhile, unsuccessfully pushing up mid. Again, it's trades. Trades working very well in the favor of Colorado. Rotations coming in eventually, but an upgrade for Harpsicus. Now, the spike isn't down. This is a problem. They really need Landstalk to get into the site. There's only 15 seconds, and excuse me, it's Harpsicus who has that spike, so it's actually not a problem whatsoever. Oh, Egg needed to find that timing. Now it's only one to play, but again, the HP, it's low. Unfortunately, the operator doesn't discriminate against health.
Oh, and the jiggle so well done by Landstalk. Immediately flushes out Bulbaduck. And with the Viper's Pit as well, I don't think Bulbaduck is actually going to try and chance this. You won 3 in a row. You're very happy about that standing in the early stages. Yes, this is Colorado Mesa getting a thrifty round win, are going to be able to pick up weapons on the back end as well. It's not the end of the world. You do save over the operator on your own side, as you said, and I think that's going to be the theme of this series. Operators playing a big part in this entire series, so really keeping eyes on that throughout the entirety of the rest of this game. There you go. Colorado Mesa Varsity, go ahead, carry over 2 large rifles. I do believe that was a Vandal and Phantom. Huge saves going into Harpsicus and Landstalk there.
Well, you talked about something that you like. You know what I don't like? The Viper's Pit right there. Not a fan. You know, I can sort of understand the idea, but it's a 2v1. Just play the double swing. And it's against an op. At that point, they'd already known it was an op as well, so I just would have preferred to save it. Nonetheless, look at that economic damage. Remember when CJ got those kills with just the pistol? This is coming back to bite them now. They don't have anything but the operator saved on top of a couple of marshals. And then Old Command's going to force everyone back from George Fox. So the push can come through, the spike can get planted, and we can set up a 5v5 retake, Orbital.
I like this fast rush, but Bulbaduck has something else to say. Velo is quickly taken out. Landstalk fires right back. Chicken takes out Egg. And again, this is going to be the battle of the century. Eyes are open. Fusion eyeing down that angle. Harpsicus takes out Thrak. So far, it seems Colorado Mesa Varsity have slowly found their tempo, but Nova says, hey, I'm going to throw a little hiccup into your plan. Recon Bolt onto the top ropes of that tower should give plenty of information. And George Fox say it's not worth it right now. Again, save the weapons. Save it over into the next round. Chicken, though. Are you going to be able to find it? You find them sleeping, but Nova! I want to say that was a no-scope because that did not look like they were aiming at all. Beautiful shot from Nova. Able to force a drop of weapons. It is going to be 2-2 in terms of characters left over. But a nice run by CMV as they take 2 in a row.
Great comeback from that rough start, especially off the thrifty round. I mean, that's huge. Now, an interesting decision being made into that last round with the purchase. Felt like a fuller save could have really created the buy into this one. But unfortunately, because of the investment, it's going to be an SMG round. Another saved operator, yes. And on top of that, the Blade Storm. So there's quite a bit to work with for George Fox into a round that they could absolutely win. Colorado Mesa utilizing the Owl Drone to get information at A.
Ooh.
Oh, that's a start right there. Tour de Force is ringing true.
And Bulbaduck also gets a reset there. I believe that was a reset. I'll have to keep eyes. Yes, that was a reset. Great knife to be had. That's going to put 2 into the Jets' pockets. And these resets are coming fast and furious. George Fox, honestly, yes, they're 0-4, but the showing that they have a lot to work with. Landstalk says, hey, it's skeet shooting time. Egg and Fusion Marks each take 1 apiece with the powerful single-shot weapons. And they claim a couple lives, move to 4-2. Colorado Mesa varsity stuck at 2 rounds here. We are into the second half of the first half. And George Fox feel pretty strong on their own map pick.
Listen, Bulldog might be approaching that level 33 evolution over to Gold Duck soon. That's a great Blade Storm utilization there at that last round, and maybe a little overextension at the end, but hey, if you're not doing that on the Jet, then you're not doing it right. Early, that's so much information gained.
A lot of information to be had. Nova is going to send up that Owl drone. Takes a little bit of a peek. It's not going to be an angle in. Bulbaduck takes one. Thrak takes another. Harpsicus fires right back, but it's going to be the angle held. Harpsicus is able to swing for 2. Great headshots to be made. Velo now with the knives out. Knives out, guns out. It is going to be Fusion Marks finding Lance-Dog, and around the corner, you hope it's a 2v3. What can you find? Shots are made, and Egg finds Velo on the backswing, and Egg finishes it off. That's going to be 2 very well played. Easy round for George Fox.
That's a great adjustment right there. I love the quick flank coming in as well from George Fox. They do exactly what they need to do. And Colorado, they found a couple of rounds in a row. And they were good rounds, don't get me wrong, but they've been stumped relatively quickly. And as we get into the 8th round of the first half, we're going to have to see another save. It's going to be the half buy-ish, some armor to add insult to those sheriffs. But here we go, Fusion. Not usually going to have the operator, Viper especially, but yeah, there. Colorado Mesa, they just back slowly away doing the old Homer Simpson.
I love it. Someone took a peek and said, I think I saw a barrel. That's enough for us. We're leaving. Just immediately right back out. That was very entertaining. However, Lance-Dog is able to find Egg. Beautiful shot to be made, and Bulbaduck is going to get swung on. Huge spray. Almost down to the last bullet. 6 left, and you pick up another. Okay, Bulbaduck, that's a little bit rude. Lance-Dog turns it into a 2 for 2. It's a 3v3 left on the mark. Lance-Dog, though, very rightly so, should have the plant going down here, but you opt to back up without planting thus far. So CMV say we're actually going to take the gunfight duels, as Lance-Dog is going to try and swing awry, and you get the spray. Oh, no. Huge misses on both ends. Lance-Dog flips to the edge and is almost able to survive, but Chicken takes out Fusion. Huge damage going down all across the board.
30 seconds left.
There's a lot of tragedy happening in this round. Oh my goodness, the Hunter's Fury even being committed and not getting it either. The guiding light dodged. Shots fired but not connected as Nova finds another frag. It's Chicken versus 2. Has to run for the spike. I don't even know. There's some time enough to get on that site. Surely, yeah, that's going to be working wonderfully. Now have to engage in the disadvantaged situation, and Chicken knows. Chicken's aware of Nova. This is a great setup right here. Has the lineup. Going to hit the shot. 85 health to work with now. And the slow engagement from Thrak on the backside is making this even more difficult. There's an Owl drone with the shock darts, but he's going to take the fight. Chicken wins the round. A thrifty victory for Colorado Mesa.
And Thrak had it lined up, but I think they froze up a little bit. I didn't hear any shots coming out of Thrak. Nothing to be made, and I mean, you had the beat on it. To lose that round feels so bad, and that's going to give CMV a huge opportunity here. Again, buying out in full. Velo now with the operator. Another operator onto Nova, so they should be able to maintain that. I am a little bit surprised that, again, it is Nova actually on that Sova. Keep in mind that I believe it was Nova that played the Chamber in game number 1, so changing things up here. Lance-Dog gonna press forward, though, immediately try and pick up that orb, try and get that tour de force ready to go here. So we hear the shots crying out. Nova tucked into a corner.
So information gained, but look at this fast rotation. There's already 3 players here, and Thrak gonna use the guiding light to get through the toxic screen. So there's a lot to be working with here. very, very whip spray there. Fusion eventually connects to Chicken. Velo, on the other hand, connecting the shots. And Bulldog down from the backside here. Making his mark. It's Lance Dog who's going to try to answer, but the Bulldog doing it once again.
What an amazing turnaround here. George Fox already hitting that six round perfect number, of course. Means that no matter what, you are going to be okay moving into the second. I have to give huge props, I can't talk, to Bulbaduck here. 12-5-1, phenomenal scoreline to be had so far, and really hitting on that aggressive defensive play, right? Over and over, we're seeing as soon as the first blood goes down, Bulbaduck goes on the hunt, is always constantly pressuring against CMV, and that has provided George Fox the opportunities that they need to close out these rounds. Colorado Mesa only having 3 rounds is a testament to that.
Certainly is. Here we go again. Okay, Lance Dog. Given a real good opportunity right there, but cannot quite connect the shot. Going to go back towards the A site. Oh. Toxic Strain interrupts our play, but only for a moment. Nova, wow, aggression there on the flank. And Velo again in mid, this time not alone, but no one's actually in position to trade out that frag.
It definitely hurts to watch that happen. Lance Dog is able to take out Egg, and that's going to be a swing right before the smoke screen goes up. Chicken finds Nova in the back of the head. That puts it to a 4v2. Colorado Mesa might have found themselves an opportunity. Lance Dog around the smoke takes another snap on ahead. That puts it at a 3K. CJ able to finish it out. And it feels like CMV are going to try and tie this up here, putting themselves at a 6-4 stance.
Certainly going to give it a go. That being said, George Fox is in a bit of a weird spot, and I'll tell you why. They have plenty of cash to buy this round. Plenty. Though, interestingly enough, Nova going for the Marshall over a rifle. Whatever the reason. They won't have full cash, especially they'll have enough for an operator there. Bulldog has extra cash, but other players maybe a little bit on the lower side. So this round's pretty big economically for both teams. Colorado definitely want to be picking this one up, but they're going to have to overcome. So Blade Storm as well as a possibility. The Viper's Pit we really haven't seen be utilized very effectively this game. And it is available for George Fox right now.
Ooh, an Egg finding Harpsicus very early on. It's going to give a huge opportunity. Bulbaduck meets Velo. A little bit of a bird goes blinding in an awkward position. And Velo with a single tap to Nova's head evens it up to a 4v4. Tucked into a back corner. Fusion Marks holding out on B on their own. And it's a full sweep over here in the B main area. They're going to try and lay it out. Fusion this time with a solid Viper's Pit. I like this one a bit more. When you know the opponent is close, then you lay down the Viper's Pit. You get full usage out of it. 100% well done.
There's Velo finding another frag, a key one in fact. And yeah, off the Viper's Pit called on A. Colorado Mesa going to be going the other direction, but oh, that's massive there. Double kill, in fact, from Thrak, as Bulldog does well to find that kill. CJ in a 1-on-3. He found the first kill, but though it was a bit labored, Bulldog finally does close it down. George Fox confirming a victory in the first half. 7-5 is at the very least what they will be looking at. Could be an 8-4. As you can see, money not perfect, as I was discussing.
And I think that's a lot better than Colorado Mesa could have been hoping for, right? At the beginning, there was a very good chance of almost a closeout by George Fox, right? 3 rounds running. It was off of some phenomenal and well-timed kills by Colorado Mesa that they were able to take rounds 4 and 5. To be able to give themselves a safety net of 4 rounds, potentially 5, I think it gives a lot of credence to their defensive rounds that should be coming up here shortly. Hunter Seer goes out. Nova is going to get tagged once. Can you dip and dodge this final shot? Yes, you can. The suppression cannot stop your fancy feet. CG Alpha now going to enter in. Huge rush going in, but Nova shuts it down.
B.
There we go. Can't Nova fight anymore. Has their sights trained on the entrance, and yes, Chicken to fall. Now Velo needs to be the one to claw this back in the final round of the half. Blade Storm tossing one out. Guiding light, owl drone. Feels like all of the action coming their way. And it is Fusion Marks going to put it to bed. It's 8-4. What a great first half from George Fox.
Beautiful, beautiful job here. And now you have to defend against Colorado Mesa. And the way I see it is, again, George Fox gave themselves a huge lead, right? This is 4 rounds. This is an amazing setup here for themselves. All they have to do is take 5, and they're in a good spot. That is going to be an opening pistol if you are able to pick it up against the defenders who, again, let me remind you, the defenders have won every single pistol round that has come up so far. So that does leave it to George Fox taking 2 pistol rounds, and Colorado Mesa looking for their second. If George Fox can take it, that leads it to a potential, I want to say, 2 rounds. That'll put them at double digits, and that'll be a great setting to be had. For Colorado Mesa, though, you want to win this pistol. You want to start ramping up on your own. We know what they can do on a defender side. Let's see if they can do it again.
Good question. Here we are. Ooh, shot given away there. Bulldog nearly losing their head, but they're going to have another opportunity, and the spam down from the Ghost is good, and it's a double. In fact, Bulldog coming alive in the second map of this series, but okay. Lance Dog with the Headhunter, Chicken with the Sheriff to bring things back to an even stead. It's 3-on-3.
A little bit of a crazy setup there. Now you're looking for a little bit more. Again, 3v3. What can you do? Nova hiding off on the back end, but look at the pinch. Look at their defending Sova. Right in the corner on the back end, going through the elbow. This is going to be so dangerous. Chicken with the perfect flank gets one. Surprises everyone as Harpsicus uses that moment to swing and take the heads. Oh, Chicken, you had the perfect flank.
That's incredibly impressive there for Chicken. And on top of that, it's huge for Colorado Mesa to get that pistol round. This map goes about 50-50, at least at VCT level. And, you know, being able to get that pistol round and sort of claw back some of the deficit that they've got is perfect for Colorado. That being said, I wonder if this is going to stick around, Orbital. You see what I'm seeing? There's a pretty big purchase over there for George Fox. They're going for it.
They're going for it with the bargain bin, is what I like to call it, right?
The old thrift shop.
Yeah, it's both, right? It's the bargain bin inside of the thrift shop because only like 2 people bought, I think. And for those 2 people, it was a massive buy. As you said, they're really gunning for it, and this is going to lend itself to a weird next, second, and third round. Again, it's a little bit questionable on my end, but they are going to try and take that chance and immediately spray down. Egg gets 1. Lancelot was able to spray down a few more. Can you get a 3K? No, you have to reload. Can you find it? Yes, you reload. And around the corner you go. 3K. Thrak is able to finish it off with the 2 of their own. Chicken takes out Fusion, and Velo takes out Thrak.
So it's a little on the expensive side for Colorado, but if you think about it in the stead of a buy versus a buy, it's sort of understandable, right? Mm-hmm. And George Fox now, instead of buy 3rd round, they're going to be buying 4th round. And so essentially, Colorado Mesa basically have a way right back into this game. They should win this round, and then they'll be playing against the buy. And if they were to win that, we're looking at a tied game. That's the sort of thing that you don't necessarily want to give away. Instead of a couple of rounds to get involved, it takes you 4. Now, granted, I will give you that Thrak and Fusion can make that a little more difficult. Chicken having to connect a couple of shots, but again, trades. They aren't working in the favor of Colorado. It's George Fox to come up big.
That almost could have been a 3K. I want to point that out. Chicken had almost a 3K, was able to lay down a decent bit of damage, but of course now it might as well be a 2v2. You can see the Viper sitting on very low HP. Nova is going to find a swing left. And Bulbaduck going to go ahead and follow behind, but ready to go for Harpsicus on that lurk. Beautiful job to give George Fox the round win. Unless Landstock could come away with some phenomenal shots, but you're running, unfortunately, and you're going to be spotted out. Bulbaduck lays in, takes 2, and gives George Fox their 9th.
My head's in my hands for Colorado Mesa. That's brutal. A big thrifty win there by George Fox. You know, it's interesting. They don't win the full force buy, but they win like the even worse buy. They had like 1 Marshall, and like 1 Sheriff, and that was it. They still win. Crazy. Absolutely insane. Ultimate wise, Bulbaduck could have a Blade Storm if they get this orb. There's already the Seekers available as well. Colorado, I think they had money. So I think they, maybe not. Headhunter there for Landstock, so I could be just mistaken.
It's going to be a quiet play either way. George Fox really taking their time here and wondering, like, are the weapons out?
Ooh.
And I think that's the answer, right? Nova is able to find a very, very quick kill. Chicken finds Bulbaduck. And the shots on the back means Thrak finds CJ. Now you're into a close quarters battle. Nice bird up through the angles and the uprights. Velo immediately has to let that one go. Chicken on the run, though. Thrak is able to find Harpsicus and finally is taken down. It took quite a bit of time and quite a bit of pain, but Velo able to find one on the back end. 1v2. Chicken has done it before. And Chicken do it. Unfortunately, that is going to make the call. Huge Hunter Suri is able to find one. Can you find a clip on the other? Nova is down to pretty much 1 HP. 4.
Oh, it's plenty
what I
though.
thought. Oh yeah, this is difficult.
What I see here is the audio cue of them running, and he is. So it's now a possibility. Now, both players are more than likely going to be on the left side of this site. Now, I don't know if Chicken's going to actually be aware of that. Yes, is aware, is unable to hit the shot. The low health doesn't help. And the insult to injury. Double digits for George Fox, as we might be in for a 3rd map. And George Fox definitely have turned themselves around after that first game that looked not so great.
It definitely feels like George Fox have practiced this map more than others, right? They feel confident about their movements. Thrak, by far, has been one that I've really enjoyed watching. Yes, Bulbaduck has had 20 frags so far. Thrak has had some phenomenal angles to be held, right? Following on the back of Bulbaduck's stylish kills, Thrak has made it known that if you find one, I'm still going to be here. So I really, really do like that. George Fox showing up and saying, listen, we may be 0-4, but that doesn't mean we've lost our fangs. We're still very dangerous if you allow us to take these specific maps. Eyes are open. Of course, as George Fox are prepped and ready, this is a very, very passive and defensive default setup. Not taking any angles as Landstock is covering their own teammates. But around the mid they go, as that's a 2 to force, I believe, in play. And Chicken wants to try and find that lurk kill. It's a full fade over, as you do hear the wall go up from the Viper.
Not only that, but the Seekers committed from the sky. George Fox winning out the utility. Both of the snake bites going down, as well as the toxic orb. Here we go. Blade Storm's out. Harpsicus in a good position, but Velo. Nice start. Missed shot by Harpsicus. Going to allow for Bulbaduck to find that. That means the Blade Storm's still alive and kicking. Utilize. And the Viper's Pit as well. Now Chicken. Really needed to find the Viper there. We can't quite do that. It's still Colorado with a man advantage, though.
Last player standing.
Oh! And we saw that Landstock at the very tail end actually saw the gun tip, I believe, of Fusion Marks. That's what gave it away, and we we couldn't show it to you on stream as a little bit too gory, so, you know, had to swing away from Landstock pulling 2. And that gives Colorado Mesa a 3-round difference here. They're going to be just 3 rounds behind George Fox. And they're going to try and play here. Again, Landstock rounding it out with 16 frags. Chicken with 13. Harpsicus with 10 so far.
A big round to win as well. It could really start to swing the momentum back in the favor of Colorado Mesa. But they got to do it one more time at the very, very minimum. You can see sub 1K there for a couple of George Fox members means that there's not a whole lot to work with if they were to lose a round like this one. With that being said, they've been very good, George Fox, in game number 2 here of really denying Colorado some of these longer runs of rounds. The Velo, that's a nice start. Velo even doubling down to find a second while Slantstog is going to fall inside the tube. But it is going to mark a rotation for George Fox. They're down by a man, and they move away.
And will they be able to play it out? This is going to be the big question. Eyes are open as Bulbadug says, hey, I found chicken. Add it to the menu.
Oh, that's tasty.
Let's see, yep, 3v3. Oh, I don't know why, but that made me think of bulgogi. Now I got food on my mind. This is bad, Vincent. This is bad. Looking at the angle, though, Harpsica is going to be able to find Thrak. And it feels like Colorado Mesa in the final hours here has started to find some semblance of a defensive side. It's a long road ahead of them, but they're clawing their way back up.
Well, I mean, let's be fair. They've been in this, but below deck clawing it back. Seems like every time Colorado Mesa find an advantage, it's Bill Bulldog who's doing all of the work. 2v2, but there ain't nobody home over here at A. A great rotation call by the offense. An interesting little bounce right there.
Oh, and it's even popped. I love it. I love it. Just like
I don't know what the point of that is, but I love it. It's a good post plant though. This is a good position by Bulldog. Now, granted, the only problem I have is that they're playing on a bit of an island, right? One player in one position, another player in another position, and nothing beyond that. So no trades really available. But they're not checking. They might line up for it.
One enemy remaining.
First shot hits, dash away just in case. Ace available for Bulldog. And it's looking like, oh, Velo gonna deny the ace, but not the round.
Hey, you know what? It's a small victory as I come out here. And Velo, yes, it is. It is a little bit of a fire going on in the dumpster there. It's a rough one because right now George Fox are 2 rounds away from pushing into a round 3. Or not round 3, my brain. Again, food on the mind. Bulgogi, Vincent, why'd you do this to me? Looking at a map 3 though, and that could be a crazy one to see, as that would be putting us into Icebox.
That it would be. You know, that's where they store the food, in the icebox.
All right, you got to stop doing this to me. I am going to.
You want to play?
Oh man,
We're having too good a
I've
time.
been trying to diet and everything, Vincent. Why are you doing this to me?
Oh, I'm sorry. Listen, that's valiant. Harpsichus putting down a valiant effort as well. Thrak to fall is the Tour de Force is already pulled in. Lancedog, the opposite chamber, going to go down to create the more even scenario. And in fact, the Hunter's Fury going to be thrown in. That
Spike planted.
seems a bit premature, maybe. And oh, the Tour de Force is no longer a factor, as Egg in a bit of an interesting position, kind of swings a little bit too wide now. Harpsichus following up with a second kill on the round, leaves it to 2 on George
Player
Fox.
standing.
Oh, that one's not fun to have. Can Fusion Marks do this? You take a sprint and you get zapped out. That's going to be CMV. Excuse me, moving to 8 and 11. They're going to have to try and claw this back, and it looks like money-wise, this is still going to be in George Fox's favor. But my gosh, are CMV really not wanting to go to a map number 3?
No, they certainly are not. I mean, they'd love to win it here and now. That being said, I mean, it's relatively close. But there's not a lot of rope, you know, when it comes to mistake making left for Colorado Mesa. George Fox, they're at 11, and that being said, they aren't working with a lot when it comes to the money right this moment. Early 0 point, that's a great 0 point. It's found pretty much both of those players grouping towards cave.
Get out of my way.
Eyes are open here. Landstog playing with a little bit of fire here in the hallway. Bulbaduck throwing it right back, and that's going to be a nice straight to Velo's head. Suppression. Going to be just a mite too slow as Chicken takes out Egg. Chamber is down for just a little bit longer. The KO on CMV's side. You got to go pick him up, but I don't think you're going to get the chance. Will be a little bit of fight as Chicken gets a swing. That's going to be a 3K. Beautiful job so far. 3v2 as the knives even it up once again.
How many times has Chicken killed Egg? Too many.
That sounds like cannibalism. I don't.
I don't know.
Just not a good time.
Okay, dude, Landstog is just absolutely fearless at the moment. Going through the toxic screen,
going
taking
on
a
here?
shot. Doesn't miss it. Or does miss it, rather. The instant rotation. Chicken's aware.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, there we go.
Oh.
Big misses as well on the blades, and it's an ace for Chicken. And took out not only the Egg, but all of the players. I was gonna make a very bad joke there, and I stopped myself.
As casters, we have filters, and sometimes those filters slip when we think of other things, namely food. So I
Unless it was
apologize.
Star Wars, it wasn't that bad. But okay.
Okay. Food makes us do weird things, or at least me. But yeah, Star Wars as well can cause some rebuttal. But looking at an 11-9 series, 11-9 game right now, George Fox, they can feel their hopes of a Game 3 slipping away here, and they don't want to let it happen. Bulbaduck is in the swing for the doors here. 3 entering in as A seems to be the site. An early Viper spit over on B when no one is even close means that ultimate is kind of wasted. It's going to be a 4v5 here on this A site. Can they make it happen? A 3v5. Chicken takes one. Thrak is able to fire back. Fusion finds Landstog, and CJ finds Fusion. Beautiful kills back and forth. Keeps it at the 3v3 as the rest of the team rotates in. And Velo with the knives is hoping to make a difference. Finds Egg sleeping.
Nova stuck in the corner, using the owl drone to find some success, but Thrak is still alive and kicking, waiting for the right time. Suppression goes out. Nova tagged up and vulnerable, and Thrak going to win the gunfight. Now CJ has to find a third kill on the round. Seems unready for the player to be close by, and is not. Initially missed shot there by Nova, but it's going to connect. And George Fox are at map point.
Match point.
You couldn't ask for a better round out of George Fox here. It's felt like Colorado Mesa had an idea of how to play this, and consistently the rounds that they have won have not felt close, right? It's felt like 2 or 3 members are always constantly alive, but George Fox able to scrape by with some of these fantastic kills, and namely off of Bulbaduck, 28 frags in this game alone, has seriously been a contender for one of the MVP spots here in the series. One more is all they need. Colorado Mesa wanting to take these next 3 in style, but it's a little bit more difficult than they would like. Nova opens up on Velo. Beautiful shot to be had. The Sova sends the Nova Seer straight into the back line. Hunter Seer comes out, though, and Chicken, the other one, a candidate for an MVP spot, is able to snipe out the all-important Jet.
Trailblazer are going to come out in order to respond, but it's more of a fake than anything else, really. Nova really looking to double down and find another pick, but that's going to give it away. As Landstog towards the tube, actually finding a nice shot. It's going to shut down one prong of this attack, and now really the jig is up, right? They know it's going to be a B hit, but they got to deal with the pit.
30 seconds left.
Well, you don't like to admit, but it is going to happen here as Thrak is going to find Harpsicus with a spike down. It's forcing CMV to rotate into them, and Fusion Marks finds Landstog. CJ has got to pull the most alpha move known to their own. And can they make it happen? Chicken around the corner is ready to catch anyone that they so deem. CJ Alpha, oh, you spot one and you take the shot, you find it, but Thrak is able to find Chicken. It's down to a 1v2. Oh, with the smoke down, Thrak. Oh, you're caught with the utility out, but CJ misses every shot. And that is going to be Thrak moving it to 13-9 as we are going to game number 3.
Game 3 indeed is George Fox. They absolutely pulled everything that they needed to. They did everything possible to overcome. And I mean, Bulldog just dominating. Don't know where they ended precisely, but it was like 28 to 30 kills, something along those
That
lines.
was ridiculous.
And I mean, with a game as close as 13-9, there's no way that that's a win for George Fox without the Bulldog getting such a ridiculous showing.
Yeah, this is going to be a fantastic time. And of course, the teams can't wait to get back to a game 3. So don't go anywhere. The NECC B stream will be right back in just a few. And we are back, ready to go for the final game of the B stream here with NECC. It's been a long road and a surprising one, to say the least, considering the matchup that we do have here. Colorado Mesa Varsity, a shoe-in for the playoffs, have been taken to a Game 3 by George Fox, a squad that is currently 0-4 and showing we may be out of the running, but that doesn't mean we can't bite.
Yeah, they are showing a whole lot of bite at the moment. Taking breeze, 13-9. They were ahead pretty much the whole game. You know, that first half ending 8-4, and especially impressive after Colorado dominated Haven, our first map, 13-6, with even, I think it was 10-2, wasn't it? Or 9-3. One of those, definitely domination, no matter how it goes. So we head into Icebox. That's going to be our final map. I'm interested to see what the agent selection has to offer, and we're getting right into that one right this moment. Orbital.
It's always going to be there, and Bulbaduck has played a plethora of different agents, and we have a...
You know, sometimes there's not a wrong answer. This is the wrong answer. Like, I'm just saying.
This is one of those moments that the teacher's like, yo, remember, there's no stupid question in this class.
Well, okay, listen, that's a little harsh.
No,
a little harsh.
I know.
All right, but we'll also have a lot of respect for Bulbaduck.
Yes,
I have
absolutely.
no respect for Cypher on Icebox.
So it balances out, right? Like, I would say...
So it's neutral.
Yes, and I rescind my statement because there was no question asked, right? There was no question. This was an insta-lock Cypher, by the way. That is what kind of caught us by surprise. There was no hover. There was no kind of jump around between the two. Oh, chicken.
I was scared because I'll be honest, I have no clue how Neon works.
Don't ask me to cast it. Don't ask me. I mean, Neon.
I feel like
Neon
Neon's in the same boat as Fracture for me.
No. Oh, painful. Oh, but Ed, we do get to go back to the Phoenix.
Just that I don't know.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Looking at the agents that we do have, though, it is a plethora of interest for George Fox as they dig deep into the Ancient Barrel. It is a Phoenix and Cypher combination paired with the Sky, Viper, and the Sage, which, of course, Sage on this map feels like a shoe-in. For the side of CMV, though, they're running without the Sage and instead going on multiple smokes, multiple blinds, and just saying, we're just going to lock you out of vision.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. Sky on this map also just not super common, particularly. There's a lot of question marks here. I think we've left the realm of reality and gone to a new place, a new realm. I do love the Sage. I think the Viper for both sides makes a lot of sense. The Jet as well is a very solid pick. I do question the Phoenix. The reason that I question the Phoenix is because it's very hard to get value out of the curveballs, I think, on this map. There's so many open, long sight lines, and it's relatively difficult. That being said, I'm happy to be proven wrong by George Fox. I'm excited to see what they have to bring.
I think that is something that is criminally underrated. Proving casters wrong, at least for me, is my favorite part of the job, right? When our expectations are subverted, when our expectations go awry, and those that step up prove us wrong, I think those are some of the most entertaining moments in esports, and I hope to see that here. Colorado Mesa, though, coming out with a fiery opener as George Fox moved to a very aggressive plant. It's going to be a hard swing by two, taking out Fusion Marks as Velo swings on two heads. Egg is taken out, Thrak takes out Velo, and Thrak is hoping for a bit more. A double swing means Thrak is able to match, and Thrak takes out three, but immediately spotted back, and he still gets it! That's a 4K! Furious action leads to furious kills. It's a 4 of a kind for Thrak.
Right click is busted. Busted, I tell you. It's not that busted anymore. But oh my goodness, what is that? Thrak, what a great clutch up that is. 1v3, is that right?
That was a 1v3. Yes,
Oh
that was.
Listen,
And not
numbers
just any
get
1v3.
hard when things go that crazy.
It wasn't just a 1v3. It was by far the most chaotic fight I think both these teams have had in this entire series, right? That was a culmination of, I think, frustration plus just all-out aggression from both ends. George Fox forced it. Colorado Mesa answered in tune, and it ended in just that bloodbath. So huge, well played. Bulbaduck takes out one. Thrak is able to find another, and Alpha was able to take one before falling. But it's still George Fox with the person advantage, now looking for a little bit more. Landstock is going to be on the other side of the wall. Chicken is just going to sprint it. Chicken just says, I'm done with this. Just all around the corner. No fear whatsoever. And we now know what happened to the first 75 chickens.
I think Chicken's S key might be broken. Or maybe it's the W key that's just like stuck down or something. I don't know. Something's not working correctly. Either way, the good news is that's an eco round. So Chicken can figure it out. Get it fixed in for this next one where the Vandal will be in their hands. Not just their hands, many other hands as well as Colorado Mesa go for the full buy. It is against the full bonus round as well. So George Fox, remember they won the bonus in that first half of Breeze, if I'm not mistaken. Then they were eco'd. He got hit with the Thrifty. So it'd be nice to see them win it once again, but this is going to be a pretty tall task, I think.
It's going to be a very, very difficult one. Promos, of course, abound as Colorado Mesa varsity. They're going to be prepped, and they do hear the shots going out, so they do have a little bit of information. How long can these two defenders lay out, though, as there might be a lurk all the way on the back end. Velo, though. Beautiful shot to kick things off here. Getting a headshot onto Nova, ensuring that no wall or healing is going to come out. Landstock finishes off Fusion. It feels it is falling into that ideal 3-round start that we know and love in Valorant. Velo is going to get blinded out and still get the kill on Thrak. That one's a painful one to be had. Velo makes it a 3K, looking for the 4th and looking for the finisher. Egg is now going to fall as well as Velo pulls 4 and has the Blade Storm ready for round 4.
The question, Orbital. So if the egg fell, did it crack? Or is it so good? How far did it fall?
A little bit too far for my liking.
Okay. All right. So it's no confirmation, but it's scary. Understood.
Yes.
You know what else is scary? The quickness with which Colorado Mesa found that round. George Fox got ripped apart, straight into the grinder. And the only good news is that George Fox, that was their bonus, right? They all had SMGs. They didn't have rifles to work with, but now they do. Landstock, though, going to find some early info there with the Trailblazer. It's a back and forth. Chicken going for one. Egg going to take down Chicken. And so you have Trailblazers. We found another Trailblazer. Velo, though, could get a good timing. Oh, no, this is brutal.
Very, very painful opening here, as again, it does feel like Colorado Mesa said, all right, it's done. We're not playing around too much. Thrak, though, firing right back and saying, hey, we're still a round up. This is the gun round. This is the one that we are going to temper ourselves and ensure that we give ourselves the best possibility. CJ says, nah, I'm still calling you out on that. Thrak says, not just yet. 3K for me, possibly a 4. Viper a little bit further away, but calling it out correctly as they're watching it go. Oh, shots go out. Beautiful shot by CJ Alpha.
Let's go, CJ. Picking up everything that was needed. The pieces of that round falls straight into their grasp. And, I mean, the low health, to be honest, made that very difficult no matter what. But the grid read from CJ really made it look far easier than it could have been. George Fox, they had SMGs, they had rifles. Now they're working in the thrift shop once again. They've gone for the bargain bin, and it's a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Not quite anything to write home about, but definitely some weaponry that is viable to get some frags here and there.
Really going to try and make their mark here. Eyes are open. Nova stepping away from that shock bolt. And George Fox just playing for those angles. Bulbaduck with that operator is going to hide here in mid. This is one of the few times that we actually do see a full mid contest, which is surprising. They're going to try and angle up, but Chicken was able to hear them, so it is spotted out here moving into this kitchen area. And Velo says, no one enters the kitchen but me. Oh, well, Egg, you might be able to get to the doorway, but CJ Alpha says, no. It's only for us to cook in here. Great shots to be made as Colorado Mesa immediately shut down that push, and George Fox are going to have to be on the back end. Velo is taken out by that Marshall, and CJ Alpha gets some revenge. 4v2 with 2 members in mid. Hard flank coming in from the sky, and it seems to be Landsaw catching 2 unawares. Beautiful job to take 3 in a row.
That's tough because you can't shoot bullets when your gun's on safety or your knife's out, for that matter. That being said, you know, Egg probably wants to forego the kitchen because that's where you get cooked up. And that's exactly what happened to the Phoenix in that prior round, along with one other, George Fox. Where they were ahead, they're now behind. It's 3-2 after the 3-round run. Colorado Mesa now with an operator in the hands of the Jet as well. Well, that's a heavy-duty rifle. We'll see if it's going to find much of anything. That early Trailblazer found nothing at all, and Chicken is pushed up off the back of that, but they are ready for it. George Fox are learning.
George Fox are absolutely learning here. They can smell a victory on their hands, and Bubbleduck goes ahead, gets a fantastic swing. Neural Theft going to use, and that is going to force a movement out of CMV. I like this play here. Again, with all 5 up and available, they're actually going to zone off 1. Phenomenal job if they can find Landstog. That's going to put them at a 3-5 advantage, and they do get the swing. Egg is able to find Landstog. And that should be the plan. Very, very nicely done. George Fox in prime position for the defense.
It's going to be hard to claw their way back in, Colorado. Especially now. Whoa, nice adjustment, though. Very nice indeed. But a 2v4, I mean, sure, the Blade Storm's there. Okay, now they'll run it back being used. That seems unnecessary, but it does take out the operator, so you could argue that that's fair enough, and CJ going to try and go back for it, I think. Checking. Here's the player coming forward. It was Fusion with the same idea, but Egg to find the final kill. The quad, in fact, for Egg on the round. But it's relatively expensive ultimate-wise. You know, the Neural Theft, not so bad, but there's really no need for that. Run it back. So the other thing that I really noticed there, I'm not seeing the value that this Cypher is bringing. I'm just not.
I gotta agree with you there for right now, right? And I feel our vision is skewed a little bit, considering this is also on the attack, which Cyphers are notorious, of course. Yeah, on the attacking side, it's so difficult to get any value with the Cypher, and even there the cam is a little bit awkward, just trying to spot if anyone does come from the A site, which I can definitely understand.
I mean, the cam is fine. I just, you know, you could have a chamber do the same thing pretty much.
True. Really gonna have to wait and see, of course, on the defensive if we get anything different there, I feel.
I would agree. Yeah, that's where the Cypher's going to be able to shine. But we've also not seen any tripwire placements to deny areas either. So I just think there's a lack of utilization. It's a swing and mid, a double, in fact, for Egg. Really turning up the pace here on this third map. Keeping things close. And now Colorado Mesa have to fight back from a deficit. Now, granted, the B site has a pit, so they're going to be headed the other direction. George Fox now have to deal with the Blade Storm, though.
Absolutely gonna try.
30 seconds
What
left.
can they get out of this? They already have the player advantage. Viper's pit is up on the wrong side of the map. Multiple knives out. Egg finds a swing. Harpsicus is able to find Fusion. But Egg with that 3K is so powerful. Egg makes it a 4K. Doesn't get the ace, but that's going to be plenty enough to give them the opportunity here. CJ, I mean, it's a tough one. Got to figure out where you're going to go. Sprays miss on both, but Thrak, I mean, you're just trying to flush them out. A great shots to be had. 4-3 for George Fox as they finally take a lead.
Well, I mean, they had one.
Oh, they did, right. They won the 2 openers.
They did indeed. So, you know, put some respect on their name. Come on now, Orbital.
Oh, I'm still thinking of bulgogi. I'm never gonna
This
not
man's
think about food.
Starving right now. I haven't helped you out either, but you know that's what I'm here for, to support you emotionally. And by support, I mean just break you down. CJ, you're gonna be left to deal with a running back, and a very fast running back being created there as well. Now. That is going to only be for a moment. And, oh, Harpsicus finding that first and even finding a second before having to fall back. Now does miss a couple of shots. CJ falling behind the toxic screen.
Jeez. And I think that was 3 or 4 blinds that went out, and that actually gave Harpsicus a chance to actually swing back out. Took a massive amount of kills there. 2 kills, in fact, 3 if you're counting the running back.
Timing on that.
That gives CJ and Lancedog the ability to swing harder. George Fox lose 4 members total, and the hunt is on for the final. Velo is able to swing and stuff the barrel of the gun straight into Egg's face. And that is going to be a 4th round to tie things up. These teams are not giving a single inch here on Icebox.
Well, lead no longer. You have to find a another round if you want to bring that back, but it's going to be more difficult this time, as George Fox are left sort of half buying. They have a couple of rifles, but they don't have a full investment. It's definitely a strong buy. It's just not perfect. They even have the pit if they get onto site, but ultra aggression from Velo is going to shut it down as Lancedog does the same.
Last player standing.
Velo continuing to aggress, even finding a 3rd kill. 4th maybe on the cards, a dash out. And CJ going to take it away, but still a flawless round for Colorado Mesa. Doing a lot of work in that one.
Again, we see glimmers of what we saw in game number 1 from CMV, but George Fox being able to fire back is keeping things on a tightrope here. Egg and Thrak, once again, both vying for that top KD spot and hoping for a bit more. Eyes are open, though. For George Fox, they tried to aggress B, they tried to aggress A. They've even tried straight up the mid, which was very, very interesting, and I like the innovation. This time around, they are going to try and flush back towards A with, I believe, a total of this round and 2 more. You have the first half done, so you want to make the most of it here. Velo holding off the side, but ooh, great shot on Nova.
They tried A before, remember? They just got W'd into. And it's sort of happening again. There's a double kill there by Lancedog coming up with a 2nd kill. It's more apt. But George Fox unable to call back anything at all. That's a bit rough. Oh, and that's a great adjustment as well from Velo.
Beautiful shots, beautiful shots. George Fox kind of floundering here, but Egg is ready to try and turn it around. Harpsicus is going to fall, and again, the healing coming out. Chicken finds Thrak, and one of the top fraggers here for their squad. Egg tucked in a corner is able to find Lancedog. Can you find 2 more? Maybe, maybe not. Chicken really wants to crack another egg, make an omelet, and it will be Chicken. 3 kills so far here in this game.
I want to apologize to our audience tonight because I don't know how many more egg cracking jokes we're going to make, but I'm just saying I'm not stopping.
I don't think either of us are. This is great. Listen, when we see the chance, we take it.
That's right.
Every time.
When we're given an egg, we crack it.
Oh, gosh. Oh, gosh. Oh, gosh.
And scene. All right.
Someone's going to go back, clip all these, and it's going to be like the pin of shame for us,
I know.
Vincent, I think.
They're just going to add us on Twitter and be like, look at what they did. George Fox. Hopefully they're not going to be the ones to do that. Maybe they're able to bring this one back. Ooh, there's a Hunter's Fury. And CJ going to really play the rock in the hard place.
That was a great positioning for it as well, because that was straight up mid, exactly where George Fox were going to go. And now they're stalled out right on opposite sides. Fusion with the spike is stuck inside the kitchen mark. Oh, dear.
Oh man, George Fox. I don't know how that shock dart didn't do damage, but Fusion has got away with one right there. Here we go
Fuse with the
again.
wall. Ooh.
Spike down
Oh.
B.
Double kill there by Harpsicus in the tube and making it very, very easy. Hanging on the flank, but
Last player standing.
unfortunately, Chicken going to put him to bed. Harpsicus to the third. As Chicken now as well getting involved. It's had a slow start to this game, but Colorado Mesa really turning it around in the last 4 rounds, making it look relatively easy in some of them.
Yeah, this has been them kind of coming back to form, and I was curious if they were going to do this or not, especially with how map 2 went down. This map here has felt like, even without a pause or anything like that, CMV kind of said, all right, we're done messing around. We have got to stop here. We can't let it get any closer. It's already rough that we're on a game 3, and that's all due to George Fox's aggression, but we can't let it happen again. So running back is being used, immediately sprayed down. CJ is able to find that one. Bulbaduck is able to take down CJ. The fast-paced kills are going to continue as B-side is completely swamped over. Nova finds Velo, and that opens up a corridor. An angle pops out, and of course that is going to be the chamber. Taking one before Harpsicus takes out Egg.
There you go. The rendezvous going to allow one to get away. A nice trade there back in from Chicken, even double. As the res comes through, sure, but it's now 3v3. Harpsicus has to stand tall, but Lancedog meanwhile falls. Timing, though, working out for Chicken. As Harpsicus now readjusts.
Last player standing.
Oh, a little bit of a wide spray there as Thrak puts one to bed. Now it's Chicken asked to win it out. Needs the ace.
Ooh. Is that tripwire the first one that we've really seen laid down? Is all. Oh,
he can
no,
jump over
Chicken.
it.
Come on. Yep, that's going to be the jump. But you have to have heard that jump.
Oh, it's hard. That's quite far.
Enemy remaining.
Yeah, they're
Ooh.
not ready. That's a big giveaway. Oh, and that's
Oh.
unfortunate as well. Chicken could have probably stuck the defuse.
Switching sides.
There would have been a huge opportunity for that. But, of course, it is going to be a 7-5 score. Colorado Mesa on the attack now. Needs to win 6. He needs 6 if you want to go ahead. Take home the series. George Fox going to look for 8. And that's the crazy thing to hear. George Fox, the team that is out of the running currently, is still trying to play upset, still trying to mess with their opponents. And they are going to try and take a swing here. Again, it is very much a possibility as we get a lovely, lovely look at the worm and the chipmunk. Grenade in one, a couple top hats to go, and you make a very nice picture.
How do you make like a grenade inside of a nut like that? I'm just don't answer that. Don't answer that. Don't worry.
I was
about
about to hit up Google right there. Let's go. Let's figure this out now.
it.
You put on like some FBI watch list on that one.
That is not the FBI watch list you want to be on.
Nope.
Not
Nope, not
at all. Colorado, though, taking the lead into the half, and Velo putting down Fusion marks. So 4v5, George Fox have to call back, but they're going to do that easily as
Spike down
Bulbaduck
A.
has maybe been a little bit slower than in Breeze, is maybe going to be able to bring something back. Now, granted, has helped direct
Blinded.
as well as Egg have given them an advantage into the round. It's 3v2 now. Colorado Mesa struggling as they rotate out.
What can they really do here? Again, in a 3v2 scenario, Colorado Mesa are just going to look for a 2v1, and they do find it. Egg is down. And then you found the lurk. Chicken evens things up so quickly. What a well-timed lurk play, and Nova now has to be worried about taking a single step forward. Chicken is going to take a swing and is immediately going to find Nova. Great pistol round to win.
And a huge clutch up, too. That was really good patience from Chicken on the rotation. Got all the information, heard both of the players rotating, and calls, okay, Lance, time to go, bud. And Lancedog wins the duel on the site. Lucky, sure. or highly skilled, but fortunate that Chicken wins both of the 1v1s. But either way, that's one way to set your team up for success off the back of rotations. Colorado Mesa in a good position now as they into the half 7-5, taking the pistol, and they're definitely looking to do the follow-up as well.
Doesn't feel like it's going to stop anytime soon. Nova going to go ahead, throw down the slowing field, and immediately meets the bullets of Lancedog, who is sitting with the Spectre once again. Marshall is up. Harpsicus, though, finds Nova's body. Around the corner they go. They know where that pigeon came from, so you know at least one's hanging true. George Fox. Gonna be hard on that angle. Already being invaded in, and Chicken finds Thrak. Lancedog immediately takes down 2, and Chicken finishes off Egg. What a quick round to be had. That is going to be the anti-eco, pushing CMV into 9 rounds.
Nice anti-eco as well. Now here comes the real test. Though this test is maybe like the test in maybe 3rd grade or something like that, because there's guardians and a sheriff and a specter. I don't really love what I'm seeing. So a low bar to overcome, but still a bar nonetheless. And with what Colorado have, that's would be impressive no matter. Here we go.
Very quiet spread from George Fox to start things off. Again, no one up mid, and that is actually going to allow Fusion Marks to find Lancedog. Great kill here in A. With the spike still in mid, though, plenty of opportunities for Colorado Mesa to rotate to either side. Because they do have information, Chicken wins that fight, and that should be the call. Immediately, you see the fade coming out of Colorado Mesa saying, okay, A's the territory. Up and above they go. George Fox rotating to the backside of A. Are they going to chance forward, though? Chicken didn't advance any further than midway. Recon Bolt goes out. Egg is about around the corner, and CJ keeps him down. Beautiful job backing each other up here in the final rounds. They want to get this 10th round. They want to force themselves into double digits. Thrak, though, has just a few more words to be said.
Remember, limited on the weaponry available. It's going to have to be a pretty big clutch up here. CJ playing the close range angle. Trailblazer going to be committed. It's going to be denied, though. The Guardian going at Burr as Bulldog goes for the shots. It's left just down to 1. It's Harpsicus on the long range angle. Gonna hit that first shot. Denying. He's got to go forward, though. But Bulldog sticking on the defuse. It's going to be close. He can't hit the first shot. The clutch up with half a second remaining. Oh, my goodness. Colorado Mesa. That is huge.
Harpsicus, that was not the time to dance. It was not a good time. Oh, so well played. CMV coming away with such a sneaky round. And that one hurts, right? George Fox now working with a bunch of buys here. You can go ahead and see it. It is a Marshall, it's a Bulldog, it's a Spectre, 1 Vandal, and another Spectre to boot. This is going to be a rough one. If George Fox do not come away with the victory, we'll put Colorado Mesa within 2. That's a powerful spot to be in. Great blind to go out. Velo is going to have to dance back.
Not a lot
No.
to work with economically, of course, like you mentioned. What's going to come through? Actually, Thrak good to get a kill there, honestly. Had a lot to contend with in a double swing as well. Guiding Light coming into fruition. The Cyber Cage buying some space and time in addition to the toxic screen, but that's one from the defense, one from the offense. When will the spike get planted? And, well, maybe now as Bill Bulldog falls down to Velo. Lancedog following up. It's going to be on to Nova, really. How many kills can Nova find here?
Last player standing.
Hopefully, quite a few. That is not going to happen, though, as it is going to be Fusion Marks. Last one alive. Takes a couple right clicks. Can't find it home. And Lancedog puts an 11th on the board. Colorado Mesa Varsity can feel victory within their grasp.
Yeah, I think
Ooh.
an Odin, and this is going to be interesting. I mean, otherwise, it's a bit of an interesting purchase. I mean, the Guardian I get, the Ares, okay. We're just being trolled at this point.
Be a good troll. I'll give him that. Like, that's... I feel like that's one way to deal with either missing shots or not winning gun battles. Just empty the whole clip. They won't be able to walk by you for the next, like, 10 seconds. Well, Chicken revs it up fairly well. Takes out Nova. Velo takes out Egg. And those Seekers are going to do a lot of work to clear George Fox of any vision that they were hoping to have. Thrak is able to make their way out of the poison, but is still one of the last few remaining. CJ is going to get the plant down. With a minute 10 left, Colorado Mesa quickly advance this round.
Should be pretty simple, especially as Chicken finds the flanking player.
Last player standing.
Velo getting aggressive, and it's Bulldog left alone. I'm seeing a whole lot of save. Oh, nice adjustment right there. Unfortunately, it's not much more, and Colorado Mesa taking the
Match point.
round, setting themselves on match point as well.
It's going to be a good one to be had. 3 ultimates available as well. The Hunter's Fury, the Viper's Pit, and the Blaze Storm all available for CMV. Those are great ultimates to be held onto. Really allows you to force open any site that you want. And then for George Fox, all you have is Run It Back and the Neural Theft. Both of those, I mean, they're great if you're winning these early gun duels, but at this point, it's not really going in your favor. So this is going to have to be an all-for-one style of play. 3 defending on A, 1 in mid. That's immediately taken out, and that's one of your top fraggers. Thrak is down, which is going to allow the B-side rush. Immediately, Egg is going to try and go for that blind, immediately try and regroup with the rest of the team. But is going to run into CJ's arms when the wall goes down. Who wins the gun duel? Egg is able to find one, misses the shots on the second. But Velo was ready with the rest of the team.
And with the 2v4 engaged, it's hard to follow up. But Bulldog, the only one left alive now, finding a kill short. Neural Theft even engaged. There ain't much left to do. 37 health to work with. Trailblazer, they're chasing him down. He's peeking into 3 and 13-5 to close Icebox. It is indeed going to be Colorado taking the victory in 3 maps.
It was a well-fought battle, and I have to give huge props to George Fox. This is a squad that, when we came in 0-4 on paper, yes, you were able to draw a few other teams into a third game, but it didn't feel likely, right? And to give us a game 3 like that, and also to give us an amazing game on Breeze, a huge props to them for showing that no matter what, they're going to play their hearts out here, even into the final weeks.
No doubt. And yeah, I mean, not only that, but Bulldog doing some massive work. 20,
oh my gosh,
28
yeah.
plus frags there on Breeze in particular. But I think that if we're going to talk individuals, there's so many there for Colorado, it feels like. Velo had some great moments, as did Landstog, but it felt like the rest of the team were never far behind and always had a clutch in them. Harpsicus comes to mind, obviously, with the 1v3 with that Marshall, and then the Headhunter with the final kill, just off the top of my head. But there was moments for everyone. I'm very impressed with Colorado as a squad.
And I'm excited to see what else they can do, because we finally learned that chicken comes before the egg, and I think that's the main goal that we wanted to finish here today. But of course, congratulations to the Colorado Mesa varsity squad. They're going to take the win. They're going to move to 5-1, and that will go ahead and close out the B stream broadcast here with the NECC. But of course, there is more Valorant to be played. We still have one more game, I believe, over on the A stream. That is going to be Warriors varsity versus Sac State Green in the Champion Cyan division. So you don't want to miss that one. Go ahead, head over there, continue watching all of the NECC action. However, for us here on the B stream, my name is Orbital. With me has been Vincent through 2 series, and of course our production crew on the back end has been absolutely phenomenal. Bolby and Tofu keeping us in this game and make sure we can see all of the glorious action. Thank you so much to you tuning in, and have a fantastic evening.